Chapter 13:15 A Divine Seal's Soul. Chapter 13:15 A Divine Seal's Soul. Lin Ming isn't moving, was he defeated? Hang Chi's samsara domain is too strong. Losing to him is also reasonable. On the arena stage, Hang Chi was standing atop the wheel of samsara, floating high in the air. As for Lin Ming, he was wantonly covered in the power of samsara within the samsara domain, with strange Tao patterns spinning around him. As for what these Tao patterns meant, no one knew. From the look of things, Lin Ming had already lost consciousness. Was it over? Did Lin Ming's myth finally end here? Ever since the first martial meeting began, besides not achieving first place in the preliminaries, Lin Ming had been undefeated. No matter how strong his opponents were or how undefeatable they seemed, he had used incredible methods to erupt with an even greater power and terrifying endurance to defeat them. Xiao Ma Xin, June Blue Moon, and Dragon Fang were all defeated by him. Although many people knew that Hang Chi's strength far surpassed Lin Ming's, they still subconsciously thought that Lin Ming's defeat was impossible. He already defies the heavens more than enough. For a disciple from an ordinary Holy Land background to reach this step is already amazing. Hang Chi is too strong. He hasn't wasted almost 40 years of his life in vain. As everyone was speaking, Hang Chi remained silent on the arena stage. As the one controlling the wheel of samsara, Hang Chi could feel that from start to finish, his wheel of samsara had never thoroughly defeated Lin Ming. Lin Ming's soul was tenacious beyond imagination, and those strange divine dream marks had allowed his minor samsara path to forcefully resist the wheel of samsara. Even though Hang Chi had used the Lotus Heart Bodhi, he had only been able to suppress Lin Ming. He hadn't been able to utterly rout him. Although Lin Ming had fallen into the 100 cycles of samsara, his consciousness had remained clear throughout. This sort of feeling was like a strong wind blowing through the tough summer grass. Although the wind could blow the grass down, it couldn't break it. By just missing this point, Hang Chi didn't believe he had truly won. Rather, during their intense battle, Lin Ming had voluntarily given up his consciousness and fallen into the illusions of samsara. As if he had given up all resistance. Hang Chi silently looked at Lin Ming within the samsara domain. There were law runes floating all around him, none of which he could understand. At this time, vast cosmos stepped onto the arena stage. He looked over Lin Ming carefully and then said to Hang Chi, "The match has ended." Hang Chi shook his head. "Senior Vast Cosmos, this junior's techniques haven't completely defeated Benefactor Lin's defenses. Rather, for some unknown reason, Benefactor Lin instead chose to surrender his soul defenses and fall into the samsara domain to withstand the power of samsara. No matter what the reasoning is, the fact is that you have won." After falling into the endless samsaras, Lin Ming didn't have any ability to defend himself. If Hang Chi wanted to claim victory, it would be extremely easy. Then let us wait a moment. I feel that Benefactor Lin may be making an unexpected breakthrough. Hang Chi said. As a disciple of Mount Patala, Hang Chi's natural character was one of kindness and gentle mercy. He didn't wish to win through something that wasn't the true martial path. Vast Cosmos hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "Very well. We shall wait for an incense stick of time. Little Master Hang Chi's moral character is truly praiseworthy." Then, a strange scene occurred on the first martial meeting's arena stage. Hang Chi dismissed the wheel of samsara and stood on the center of the stage, his fingers gathered together in prayer. As for Lin Ming, he was floating in the air, wrapped in a faint power of samsara, with lightly glowing runes all around him. A disciple of vast universe heavenly palace lit a stick of incense. The incense stick slowly burned, gray smoke curling in the air. Why are they waiting? Isn't the battle over? I have no idea what's happening. It seems as if Lin Ming has encountered some strange condition, so they are waiting for him to wake up. He was struck by Hang Chi's wheel of samsara, so it's likely difficult for him to wake up. His soul might have received some serious damage. The Wheel of Samsara was an offensive and defensive system. When Hang Chi fought Xiao Maxian, he hadn't brought out the attack capabilities of the Wheel of Samsara. It was a completely different situation from now. Lin Ming had endured the attack of the Wheel of Samsara. Everyone was able to see just how terrifying the Wheel of Samsara's attacks were. Even someone as strong as Lin Ming, with a freakishly strong soul defense and mortal body, still lost consciousness with a single strike. The incense stick burnt down shorter and shorter. But Lin Ming was still wrapped in a deep sleep, without any hint that he was regaining consciousness. Finally, the incense stick burnt all the way down. Vast Cosmos stepped onto the arena stage and announced the result of this match. In the audience, the young elites of Crimson Light World were all filled with regret. They were well aware that it was unavoidable for Lin Ming to lose to Hang Chi. The difference was simply too great. But after arriving at such a step, they all still hoped that a miracle would occur. But in the end, there was no miracle at all. And on the ancient Phoenix clan's side, Hua Violent Stone, Qin Xingxuan, Mu Qianyu, and the others were all worried for Lin Ming's safety. Lin Ming's restorative ability was extremely strong, so how come he didn't wake up after an incense stick of time? Vast Cosmos looked at Hang Chi and loudly proclaimed, "Hang Chi, victory!" This loud and clear sound spread through the entire arena. This also signaled the end of this match. Lin Ming had been defeated by Hang Chi. Benefactor Lin seems to have encountered some accident. I ask Senior to look after him. Hang Chi said as he recited some Buddhist chants. Vast Cosmos nodded. He raised his hand and Lin Ming's body came flying over. Vast Cosmos placed his palm on Lin Ming's forehead, wanting to investigate the current damage to his spiritual sea. But as he inspected Lin Ming, he frowned. Lin Ming's spiritual sea was covered with a dim white light. It was impossible to see through it. How strange! Vast Cosmos couldn't believe this. With his half-step Empyrean cultivation, he wasn't able to investigate the spiritual sea of a junior. What was going on here? Bring Lin Ming out of here and deliver him to a quiet room where he can rest. Look for Xian Shensi to see to him until I come over. Vast Universe Heavenly Palace's Xian Shensi had much higher attainments in the aspect of souls and spiritual seas than Vast Cosmos did. Several disciples of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace lifted up Lin Ming and brought him away. In this situation, many spectators could see that something was wrong. Lin Ming might have been seriously wounded. Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan both felt their hearts tighten. They were certainly worried about him, but they weren't able to go to the contestant area. Brother Lin Ming should be fine, right? How could that monk be so heavy-handed with his moves? Don't blame others. Our husband might have encountered some special circumstances. Don't forget, Lin Ming fell into a deep sleep for over a month after the Divine Seal altar. As Mu Qianyu spoke, the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were even more worried. If he really fell into a deep sleep like last time, then that wasn't a good sign at all. If he fell into a deep sleep again and again, that really might mean he had some particular soul damage. Senior apprentice Brother Lin wouldn't fall into a deep sleep more and more after this, right? What if he sleeps for longer and longer each time? A disciple whispered. Don't speak nonsense. Hua Violent Stone angrily said. His complexion was also somewhat solemn. After Lin Ming's loss, the tournament continued on. Xiao Maxian against Frost Dream. This was a long-awaited showdown. Even though there wasn't any suspense in the result, it was still a battle between the two most outstanding young girls in the entire divine realm. Both of these girls had their own unique flavor, and were also the dream lovers of countless young elite. How could they not be heated for this battle? Many youths shouted until their throats were hoarse. However, the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan had a perpetual malaise covering all of their hearts. That fellow, he's as fierce as a farm animal, so how could he be injured? Before stepping on stage, Xiao Maxian tilted her head, gazing on as Lin Ming was carried away to vast universe heavenly palace. At this time, in a resting room of vast universe heavenly palace, an old man with a long beard and a floppy hat was probing Lin Ming's spiritual sea, his eyebrows wrinkled. "Senior Xian Shensi, what's the situation?" a youth asked. He was vast cosmos's apprentice and a core disciple of vast universe heavenly palace. "I cannot be sure. There are some strange runes and lines covering Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This old man is too unlearned and ignorant. I have never seen anything like it before. What do we do? Should we report this to Master Ancestor?" The Master Ancestor that this youth referred to was naturally Empyrean Vast Universe. Xian Shensi said, "I simply can't find any clues. It seems we can only trouble Honorable Master. Lin Ming's talent is enough to alarm even Honorable Master and have him take action. We cannot make any mistakes, the consequences are simply too great." In the past Divine Realm First Martial meetings, the champion didn't often have the talent to become an Empyrean in the future. And someone that wasn't an Empyrean-level talent simply didn't possess the qualifications to rouse an Empyrean powerhouse. This was the same as a mortal not bothering to help treat ants. As Xian Shensi was thinking about this further and preparing to personally approach Empyrean Vast Universe, a flame lit up in front of him. From that flame, Empyrean Vast Universe's voice echoed out. "You do not have to pay attention to Lin Ming. Allow him to rest." As Empyrean Vast Universe spoke, Xian Shensi and the others naturally wouldn't do something as stupid as disobeying him. Xian Shensi left a few disciples in the resting room and allowed Lin Ming to rest. On the arena stage, the battle was in full swing, raging like an inferno. As for Lin Ming, he was lost in a long dream. He dreamt that he was Empyrean Divine Seal. He saw the world from the viewpoint of Empyrean Divine Seal, and also pondered the same questions he did. When Empyrean Divine Seal trained, so did Lin Ming. When Empyrean Divine Seal meditated on the laws, Lin Ming also meditated on the laws. When Empyrean Divine Seal fought with powerhouses, Lin Ming also experienced these brutal battles. These dreamy and elusive sentiments and thoughts imprinted themselves on Lin Ming's heart. These feelings weren't too deep, and these were also comprehensions that belonged to Empyrean Divine Seal. After all, these weren't Lin Ming's comprehensions and didn't necessarily suit him. In fact, he didn't even understand the majority of them. But these still brought a great number of inspirations to Lin Ming. To be able to see the world through the eyes of an Empyrean and also study the laws at that height, to immediately rise to the level of an Empyrean, just who had that chance? Or, it was more accurate to say that Empyrean Divine Seal even surpassed the boundary of an Empyrean. There was no concept of time in these dreams. Lin Ming experienced countless years, and among these memories, he soon forgot them even as they rapidly flowed past him. Finally, there were not many runes that engraved themselves in Lin Ming's mind. Without knowing it, Lin Ming's concept of the 33-layered heavens was improving, evolving. His body, essence, energy, and soul all began to fuse together. This was no longer just a fusion of energy, but a true fusion of essence, energy, and divine. His soul fused together into his flesh and blood combined with his inner world, and his inner world linked together with his spiritual sea. Slowly, a transcendent divine might appeared in Lin Ming's mind. Its name was the Divine Seal Art. Like this, Lin Ming finally understood just what runes Empyrean Divine Seal left in his body. This wasn't just law runes and Tao patterns, but also a masterless soul fragment from Empyrean Divine Seal. This was similar to the masterless soul fragments in the magic cube, but millions and billions of times more valuable. This was the masterless soul fragment of a supreme elder that surpassed an Empyrean. Chapter 13:16 A Dream Cultivation. Chapter 13:16 A Dream Cultivation. Empyrean Divine Seal's lifetime of knowledge and abilities were all written in the Divine Seal art. This was a comprehensive cultivation method, not just a single move. It included the countless laws of the divine realm, including the 5 elemental laws, the life laws, yin-yang laws, and so forth. But the main focus of the Divine Seal art was the space laws and time laws. These 2 laws were the laws that Empyrean Divine Seal was most skilled in. When Lin Ming had discovered the ancient Elysium Seal deep beneath immemorial Imperial City, he found that Empyrean Divine Seal had used the ancient Elysium Seal as an array eye to suppress an unknown existence. The sealing technique he used was recorded within the Divine Seal art. Lin Ming found it hard to imagine just what type of existence was suppressed by Empyrean Divine Seal's Divine Seal art for 3.6 billion years and still hadn't died. Even though Lin Ming had now inherited a tiny incomplete soul fragment of Empyrean Divine Seal, he still didn't have any memories of this. Like this, Lin Ming was lost in a deep sleep, constantly experiencing the memories left behind by Empyrean Divine Seal. And on the arena stage, the battles were carrying on. In Xiao Maxian and Frostdream's match, Frostdream had defeated Xiao Maxian without any problems. At this point, only Frostdream and Hang Qi still had unbroken winning streaks. The third match of the second round was June Blue Moon against Dragon Fong. Many people were looking forwards to this battle. Although the 2 of them had lost to Lin Ming, the disparity wasn't too great, especially with June Blue Moon, who had withstood Lin Ming's Heavenly Dao judgment without suffering any injuries. As soon as June Blue Moon stepped on stage, he used his yin-yang laws. However, these laws were seen through by Dragon Fong's 3 lives pupils. Then, Dragon Fong suppressed June Blue Moon. Even June Blue Moon's finishing move, the 64 yin-yang trigram's sword, was seen through by Dragon Fong's all-existence to void. However, June Blue Moon was extremely tough. Although he was suppressed, he still wasn't defeated. The 2 brutally fought for an hour, exchanging over 1,000 moves and wounding each other again and again. They slowly began to reach their limits, but in the end, June Blue Moon's endurance proved to be superior. With a small advantage, June Blue Moon took the lead and won a hard-earned victory against Dragon Fong. This difficult victory showed that the 2 youths were individually matched. Who won or who lost, luck and their current condition played an extremely large role. Thus, the second round in the first group of 6 people ended like this. Even so, Lin Ming still hadn't woken up. Vast Cosmos announced the beginning of the third round. This round should have been where Lin Ming and Frostdream battled, but because Lin Ming had fallen into a deep sleep, Frostdream drew a bye. This left behind Hang Qi, Dragon Fong, Xiao Maxian, and June Blue Moon still competing. In truth, among these 4 people, most of them had already fought, thus there weren't many matches left. The 2 matches for this round were Hang Qi against June Blue Moon and Dragon Fong against Xiao Maxian. Compared to the last matches, these were much less anticipated. Frostdream hasn't gone on stage. I wanted to watch Frostdream fight Lin Ming. Some audience members knew that Frostdream had drawn a bye and were somewhat dissatisfied. Frostdream was the dream lover of many heroic young elites. They all wanted to see Frostdream in action. Even if there wasn't any suspense in the match between Frostdream and Lin Ming, they still wished to see her roll over her opponents with absolute strength. It could only be said that Frostdream was too popular. Compared to Frostdream and Xiao Maxian, Lin Ming simply didn't have much support. It doesn't matter if Frostdream fights Lin Ming or not. It's just a small interlude. Frostdream will win no matter what. The only one who can truly compete with Frostdream here is Hang Qi, but I think that Hang Qi has higher chances of losing. Just look at when Frostdream fought Dragon Fong. She defeated him without much effort. Speaking about it, what's going on with Lin Ming? Are his injuries really that heavy? An Empyrean Heavenly Palace shouldn't be lacking in medicines, right? With all sorts of wonderful medicines at his use. He still didn't immediately recover? It must be a soul injury. Hang-Chi is a kind and merciful person, so he should know what his limits are. However, Lin Ming wanted to show off his strength, and even though he knew he wasn't Hang-Chi's match, he still used that World King level minor samsara path to struggle with Hang-Chi's transcendent divine might, the Wheel of Samsara. How could a World King level cultivation method possibly triumph over a transcendent divine might? There is a gap in cultivation methods and also a gap in cultivation realms. The result of the match was already decided from the beginning. Even so, Lin Ming wanted to fight, and the aura he displayed was so powerful that it made others feel he wasn't much weaker at all. Finally, all of that caused him to be injured too heavily. This is just a martial arts contest, but he was so reckless. An old man shook his head, his voice filled with regret. A soul injury was not easy to cure. If a martial artist's soul was injured, that was definitely bad news. Luckily, this had happened in Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. There were many precious soul recovery medicines here, so Lin Ming should be in a much better position. But even so, in this case, if Lin Ming still remained unconscious and missed the third round of matches and allowed Frost Dream to draw a bye, this would be proof that his injuries were extremely heavy. This sort of wound was likely to leave permanent damage behind. To a genius, this was undoubtedly a tremendous loss. It might even affect his future achievements. If he really is heavily injured, then Lin Ming's losses will be great. Isn't Vast Cosmos the referee? How come he didn't stop the match? How could it be so easy? All of these geniuses are difficult to measure with common sense. Even for a half-step Empyrean, it's impossible for them to determine who is weaker or stronger before they fight. There are bound to be unexpected surprises. This time Lin Ming truly didn't consider the situation. These young ones are far too spirited. As Lin Ming was unconscious, news of his situation spread through the arena. As people heard this, they began to think that Lin Ming had tried too hard to show off in front of Hang-Chi, and had suffered a soul wound because of it. Not even Vast Cosmos was able to cure him. This was the heart of human jealousy, something everyone possessed. As the audience saw Lin Ming suffer, some of them were sorry for him, but some were also gloating at his suffering. For instance, the Skydark Holy Land's Nether Limitless was extremely happy to hear this. The deeper Lin Ming's wounds were, the better it was. At this time, deep within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Vast Universe said to Empyrean Divine Dream, "What is wrong with Lin Ming? I don't feel as if his soul has been injured, so why hasn't he awoken after such a long time?" Let alone Empyrean Vast Universe, not even Empyrean Divine Dream was able to see through the divine soul mark that Empyrean Divine Seal left behind. Empyrean Divine Dream shook her head, saying, "It's hard to say. Perhaps it might have something to do with the time he climbed up the Divine Seal Altar's 33rd step. If he continues to stay asleep, then the tournament will end. He still has a match left with Frost Dream. Do you plan on sentencing Lin Ming to a loss?" Although Empyrean Vast Universe didn't think that Lin Ming had a chance of winning, it was still too careless to so easily decide someone's defeat. Divine Dream said, "Have Lin Ming placed into a time enchantment, a 1:100 time flow. He should be able to wake up. Characters like him will not fall from the altar so easily, and he still has a long road awaiting him. He will surely pass this trial." As Divine Dream spoke, Empyrean Vast Universe could only concur. He sent an order to Xian Shensi to have Lin Ming placed into a 1:100 time flow enchantment. Xian Shensi himself was a great World King Master, so it was easy for him to lay down such an enchantment. After he set down Lin Ming in a good position, he reached out and waved his hand. 4 jade bunnies leapt out from his spirit beast chart, transforming into 4 beautiful young girls within the enchantment. These 4 young girls all originated from the monster race, and their cultivations were equal to a late revolving core realm humans. They were only a single step away from making a breakthrough. The Jade Bunny clan of the monster race had a naturally docile and gentle temperament. They had fallen into dire straits and were rescued by Xian Shensi. At the time, Xian Shensi just happened to have a spirit beast chart magic tool, so he accepted them as his secret disciples. The four of you will be responsible for looking after Lin Ming. Do not allow the slightest error to occur. Until he wakes up, immediately report to me any changes that occur. Yes. Following that, within the time enchantment, the four revolving core young girls of the monster race spent every second of the day watching and caring for Lin Ming. Their actions were orderly and meticulous. However, when these four young girls entered the enchantment to care for Lin Ming, they never imagined it would be for such a long time. Soon, half a year passed and Lin Ming still remained asleep as before. For such a long time, these four young girls constantly stared at the face of a single young man, and their lives were naturally boring. Luckily, Lin Ming had an extraordinarily handsome face with an excellent and dashing temperament. Looking at him all day was a comfortable experience. This continued to 8 months, 9 months. Lin Ming still didn't wake up. If an ordinary person slept for such a long time, their body would have become smelly and covered with sores. However, Lin Ming remained clean and free of dust the entire time. He exuded a hint of masculinity that was pleasant to smell. Thus, these four young girls didn't have to do something so embarrassing like wiping down his body or helping him bathe. Slowly, 1 year passed. During this year, Lin Ming constantly comprehended within the samsara world. Immersed in a sea of laws, he forgot time and forgot all else. He even forgot the memory that he had been struck by the wheel of samsara and was experiencing a long dream. Rather, he thought that this was his life, that this was reality. Every day was spent in non-stop pondering and meditation. Sometimes Lin Ming was like a rock, sitting still for an entire month. Within this dream, his body was surrounded with countless Tao patterns and law fragments. These Tao patterns ran over him like trickling water before flowing into his body and then slowly leaking out from his pores. Everything seemed harmonious like a perfect cycle. What sort of character was Empyrean Divine Seal? The runes he left behind contained not only comprehensions of laws, but also fragments of memories. How could this be comprehended in several days or even several months? Even with Lin Ming's perception, wanting to thoroughly comprehend these things and reform the Divine Seal art was extremely difficult. In a year of time, Lin Ming had comprehended only 1/10 of the laws that Empyrean Divine Seal had left behind. He had just barely managed to cross into the threshold of the Divine Seal art. Beyond that, there were also many laws. However, Lin Ming wasn't able to comprehend them because his boundary was simply far too shallow. Empyrean Divine Seal's boundary was just far too high. Just this tiny insignificant soul fragment was enough for Lin Ming to enjoy for 100 years, allowing him to meditate on it for 2 or 3 large boundaries. The truth was that this was something that only Lin Ming could do. If someone else were here, then even if they were a top extreme character like Hang Chi or June Bluemoon, they would still be powerless when facing Empyrean Divine Seal's laws. This was because they had yet to comprehend the concept of the 33-layered heavens. It was also because of this point that Lin Ming was able to obtain Empyrean Divine Seal's inheritance. Chapter 13-17 Cultivating the Divine Seal Art. Chapter 13-17 Cultivating the Divine Seal Art. Another year and another month passed. Deep in meditation, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes. He was sitting down cross-legged in a vast and unknown space of the universe, filled with endless mist and dust. With just a glance, everything around him was wrapped in a dim haze. The surrounding space was filled with the chaotic power of space and time. Space twisted, making it impossible to identify just what direction was which, and even the flow of time was in complete upheaval. Deep within this area, even one's normal breathing and heart rate were affected. "I've arrived at this space again," Lin Ming whispered to himself, his eyes bright and shining. He had named this space the Divine Seal Space. Every time he entered the Divine Seal Space, Lin Ming was able to become aware of many things. He closed his eyes and silently sensed the rich space and time laws here. This place was like the primordial soup before the universe was formed, and the laws here were still in their most primitive state. Wanting to become aware of these laws was extremely easy. During this year, Lin Ming had already comprehended the time and space laws to large success of the 5th level. It had to be known that before this, Lin Ming's attainments in the time and space laws weren't high at all. He had only been comparable to a genius from an ordinary Holy Land, far from reaching the level of an Empyrean descendant like Dragon Fong. He wasn't even able to compare with someone like the Monster Prince. Lin Ming's understandings into these two laws were so poor that he couldn't even display them in actual combat, otherwise he wouldn't have needed to summon the heretical God Tree Phantom when he fought the Monster Prince. He had done so because ordinary thunder and fire laws did not possess the ability to resist the Monster Prince's space and time laws. In just a year, Lin Ming had been able to reach large success of the 5th level concepts in the extremely difficult to study time and space laws. He had surpassed the Monster Prince and was only slightly inferior to Dragon Fong. This speed of improvement was horrifying. Moreover, although the boundary of Lin Ming's space and time laws was inferior to Dragon Fong's, the time and space laws that Empyrean Divine Seal comprehended were of an exorbitantly high level. They were far from what ordinary space and time laws could hope to compare with. As Lin Ming was enlightening himself on the space and time laws here, at this moment, the endless dust in this space began to converge together at a single point. The mist and dust seemed thin, but there was an endless volume. In terms of weight, it could easily surpass 1,000,000 trillion genes. Lin Ming could see this swirling vortex of dust rapidly grow. A swallowing force latched onto him, making him feel as if he were being sucked into this whirlpool. Lin Ming's mind chilled as he rapidly retreated. He watched with his own eyes as this vortex grew increasingly large, finally condensing into a star. Dust and mist forming a star. Lin Ming was stunned. Is this the forming process of a star? As Lin Ming was thinking over this, that massive star began to burn. An incomparably horrifying light erupted from within it. The total amount of energy in this eruption was so great that the all-out strike of an Empyrean was completely overshadowed. Lin Ming recalled the time when he had absorbed the blood essence of the ancient phoenix. In that dream world, he had seen the scene of the phoenix undergoing nirvana. That phoenix had been bathing within the blazing hot core of a star, its body in the process of being reborn. Without a doubt, this was a sun. Am I witnessing the formation of a sun? Lin Ming thought. He could feel the fire origin energy around him being stirred up, becoming more and more hot. Because of the amount of heat that this sun was releasing, the surrounding temperature was so high that even metal essence would instantly turn to steam. If a giant meteor were to fall into this sun, it would quickly be melted away, vanishing into nothing. Lin Ming didn't retreat. As he faced this sun, he began to slowly realize the fire laws. His fire laws had been stranded at the 5th level concept for an extremely long time. He hadn't yet been able to trace the threshold to the 6th level concept. This also caused Lin Ming's laws to be at a much lower height than those of Dragon Fong and the others. And Lin Ming was well aware that the 6th level concept was yang flames, in other words, the fires of a sun. The first 4 levels of the fire laws, whether it was burning heat, annihilation, creation, or manifestation, these were fires of the mortal world. As for the 5th level fire laws, that was virtual fire. The flames of jealousy, boiling anger, overflowing rage, heated hatred, all of these were flames transformed from the human mind. They could be called spiritual fires. Then, upon arriving at the 6th level laws, it was the fires of the sun. The fires of the sun had an essential difference from fires of the mortal world. The fires of the mortal world produced flames from burning materials, but as for the fires of the sun, that was similar to releasing energy and flames from completely annihilated matter. This sort of absolute annihilation produced a power thousands of times greater. A phoenix's nirvana meant to undergo nirvana within the center of a sun. A grown-up phoenix would choose to undergo nirvana in the center of a blazing star. The more powerful the phoenix was, the more terrifying the star they chose. Only when facing a true sun could one comprehend the real sixth-level concept of the fire laws, yang flames. But now, with the current Lin Ming's cultivation, it was still far too early for him to thoroughly comprehend yang flames. It was simply impossible. Even so, if he managed to trace upon the threshold of the concept of yang flames and add a bit of that power to his fire laws, then there would be no comparison between his moves before and after. The sun became increasingly bright and blazing. Lin Ming felt his entire body burning, even as he was constantly enlightening himself on everything happening. At this time, the sun rapidly grew as if it would explode at any moment. Lin Ming was bewildered. He could feel that this sun was about to collapse, so he rapidly drew backwards. In this illusory virtual space, his speed was extraordinarily quick. He soon retreated 1,000,000 miles back, and at this time, the sun suddenly detonated with an incomparably terrifying divine light, seeming as if the entire universe would be swallowed up. With an explosion of sound, dreadful waves of heat destroyed everything, and even the void was shaken to the point of collapse. In that moment, Lin Ming thought he had died. It was impossible for a human to resist such a horrifying explosion. Hoo! Terrifying flames swept over Lin Ming. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He was certain that if this weren't a virtual space, he would have already turned to ash just now, even if he were another 1,000,000 miles farther away. The flames gradually dissipated. The sun was already destroyed. It began to gradually collapse, its volume rapidly becoming smaller. It eventually shrank 1,000,000,000,000 times smaller. All of that matter, light, space, and time, everything was sucked into it. Slowly, the sun evolved into a star of absolute darkness. Lin Ming knew that this star, according to Empyrean Divine Seal's viewpoint, was called a black hole. Every black hole had a very small radius of space around it that formed an absolute horizon. Within the Divine Seal art, this space was called the black hole horizon. It was impossible for any matter that fell into the black hole horizon to emerge again. This was an absolute enchantment of time and space. Even if an Empyrean were to fall into it, they wouldn't be an exception. The black hole horizon destroyed all matter, space, and time. It was the end point of all space and time laws. As for Empyrean Divine Seal, he had cultivated the space and time laws to the boundary of a black hole. He was able to have space and time form a black hole. This was also one of the moves within the Divine Seal art when it was cultivated to an extremely high boundary. By creating a black hole and using the absolute space and time laws to seal away all, even a divine god would be permanently sealed, unable to escape. Divine Seal, seal the divine. This was where Empyrean Divine Seal and the Divine Seal art's name originated from. There was no exaggeration in these names, either. In the past, Empyrean Divine Seal truly did possess the ability to seal away God. This was because he was an existence that had surpassed an Empyrean. That was the realm of true divinity. It was naturally impossible for Lin Ming to practice to this boundary, but if it was just reproducing a tiny bit of the black hole horizon's charm, he was still able to barely accomplish that. Witnessing the creation of a black hole with his own eyes had the greatest benefits to Lin Ming's comprehension of the Divine Seal art. Lin Ming sat down before this black hole, recalling everything that had just happened. To seal off the space, everything that enters will not be able to break through that cage. To seal off time, everything that falls into the black hole horizon will fall into an eternally timeless moment, locked into a single moment of forever. Their body will stop for all time. With all of this combined together, with matter, time, and space compressed to the limit, that is what it means to truly seal something. As Lin Ming spoke, all sorts of changes occurred within his inner world. In his body's inner world, all of the world power and all of the energy gathered together, slowly forming a whirlpool. Lin Ming was using the energy within himself to simulate the formation of a sun. In cultivating the divine seal art, the symbol of truly beginning training in it was to form a miniature black hole in one's inner world. All future practice would center around this miniature black hole. However, forming this miniature black hole was extremely risky. If one's foundation was lacking, not only would that miniature black hole not form, but their inner world would directly collapse because it wouldn't be able to withstand the sudden changes in energy. Although Lin Ming was now sleeping, the process of forming a miniature black hole was truly occurring in reality. The real world was in sync with the dream world. If there was a single mistake, then Lin Ming's inner world would crack apart and he really would die. This process was not hurried at all. Just like the birth, growth, and death of a sun, for the formation of the miniature black hole in the body, that process needed the accumulation of time and continuous evolution. And at this time, 400 days had already passed. That was 4 days in the outside world. The first martial meeting tournament had basically ended 2 days ago. There were only 2 matches that had yet to be fought. One was Frost Dream against Hang Qi, and the other was Frost Dream against Lin Ming. Now there had been a pause for 2 days. The audience had long been impatient with waiting. What's going on? How come Hang Qi and Frost Dream's showdown hasn't begun yet? Are they fighting today? They couldn't be playing with us, right? The several 100 million spectators present were all anticipating watching Hang Qi and Frost Dream's battle. That would surely be the most splendid battle of the first martial meeting. I heard that the organizers originally intended for Frost Dream to first fight Lin Ming before the battle between Frost Dream and Hang Qi, but since Lin Ming was severely wounded and hasn't awoken yet, the competition was delayed for a few days. Of these 2 matches, Hang Qi against Frost Dream should have been at the very end. It was the prime showdown of the first martial meeting and should have been the last battle where the champion was decided. However, because Lin Ming's soul was grievously wounded and he had fallen into a deep sleep, the battle between Lin Ming and Frost Dream had been delayed. Chapter 13:18 The Climactic Battle. Chapter 13:18 The Climactic Battle. They are waiting for Lin Ming to wake up and compete with Frost Dream before they continue with the final battle? There must be some mistake. As many spectators heard this, they were immediately roused to anger. Many of them had come to the first martial meeting specifically to watch Frost Dream, not Lin Ming. What did it matter to them if Lin Ming finished his matches or not? Moreover, Lin Ming had injured himself because he was trying to show off. If he missed his matches because of his wounds, how could anyone but himself be blamed? The referees must have gone senile. If Lin Ming doesn't wake up for a month, does that mean we have to wait for a month? If he doesn't wake up for 2 months, do we have to wait for 2 months? Also, does anyone even think that Lin Ming can defeat Frost Dream? Frost Dream is someone who is said to far surpass Hang Qi, and Lin Ming lost miserably to Hang Qi, even suffering severe soul wounds in the meantime, so how could he possibly battle Frost Dream? They want us to take such a long break just to wait for him to fight a little teaser match? This is the intent handed down by the 2 great Empyreans. If you have complaints about how this first martial meeting is being conducted, then why don't you go and bring it up with them? As someone said this, the heroic young elite who was speaking before suddenly shut up. Go and complain to an Empyrean? He wouldn't do that if he had 100 times the courage. Why would an Empyrean bother with the ideas of someone so unimportant? They wouldn't even bother glancing in his direction. I heard that Lin Ming was placed in a time enchantment. 1 day out here is numerous days inside. He should wake up soon. Time enchantment? Is that okay? If he hasn't woken up even after spending several months inside, then what's going on? Is he dead? Many people were dissatisfied with the current situation, but there was nothing they could do. Then, like this, 5 days passed. From the moment when Lin Ming entered the time enchantment, 1 year and 3 months had passed. It's almost been 500 days. How come Lin Ming still hasn't awakened? Deep within vast universe heavenly palace, Empyrean vast universe frowned. It was clear that Lin Ming was suffering some sort of extremely complex situation, but his time deep in slumber had surpassed Empyrean vast universe's estimations. Divine dream. Could there have been something that happened to Lin Ming that damaged his spiritual sea and caused him to not be able to wake up? Divine Dream was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Have your disciple adjust the rate of the time enchantment to 1:150. Also, there is no need for Hang Chi and Frost Dream's competition to drag on for such a long time. Once Lin Ming wakes up, he can compete with Frost Dream." Divine Dream's words affirmed that Lin Ming would definitely wake up. Empyrean Vast Universe could only nod his head. The reason that Divine Dream stepped forwards to conduct this first martial meeting was to a large extent because of Frost Dream. She also insisted that Frost Dream fight each and every great battle. And towards Lin Ming, Divine Dream had a faint premonition that his deep slumber was related to the Divine Seal altar and wasn't as simple as it seemed from the outside. Like this, Lin Ming would surely become a good match for Frost Dream. After Xian Shensi obtained the orders from above, he sped up the flow of time in the enchantment to 150 times. Within a time enchantment, the more exaggerated the flow of time was, the more unstable the laws within would be. In a time enchantment that ran 150 times faster than normal, it was hard to enlighten oneself on the laws of the universe because they were simply too chaotic. However, in his deep sleep, Lin Ming was absorbing the laws that Empyrean Divine Seal had left behind. Because these laws weren't related to the outside, there weren't any problems. The 4 young Jade Bunny race girls attended to Lin Ming with utter care. As Lin Ming was sleeping, his face was determined and dashing, but his aura was also gentle and soft. From his appearance, it was hard to imagine the great dangers he was experiencing in his dream. In the dreamland space, the sphere of energy within Lin Ming's inner world had expanded to the limit. It was ready to erupt at any given moment. Once it erupted, the impact on Lin Ming's body would be unimaginable. If he couldn't withstand it, then his inner world would completely collapse and he would die. If he was able to withstand it, then after that true essence exploded, he could condense it into a black hole seed and thus begin the first crucial step to cultivating the Divine Seal art. Lin Ming had already condensed the energy sphere for an entire month. Now, he was still adjusting himself, waiting, optimizing the energy to most the accurate proportion. This was an extremely risky step. Without certain assurances, Lin Ming wouldn't play around with his own life. As Lin Ming was cultivating without end on the arena stage, Hang Chi and Frost Dream's climactic battle was soon about to start. This battle certainly had its own gambling bet. Vast Universe Heavenly Palace had already revealed their compensation rate. Frost Dream's victory had a compensation rate of 1.3 and Hang Chi's victory had a compensation rate of 2.7. Most people favored Frost Dream, but there were also many people that favored Hang Chi. After all, Hang Chi was a very low-profile individual, and in every match he fought so far he had always held back and never won in an excessive manner. Thus, it was hard to tell just where the limits of Hang Chi's strength lay. Moreover, when Hang Chi had fought Lin Ming and given him a severe soul wound, making him fall unconscious until even now, this matter had caused many people to hold Hang Chi in even higher regard. Lin Ming was a freak of nature after all, even Xiao Moxian had lost to him. For Hang Chi to defeat Lin Ming to such a degree was enough to prove how strong Hang Chi was. Also, Frost Dream's compensation rate was simply far too low to have any fun. Even if one put down 1 billion, they would only win 300 million. There simply wasn't any meaning to this. Thus, many people bet on Hang-Chi. Junior apprentice Sister Frostdream, this poor monk greets you. Hang-Chi stood on the arena stage, bowing respectfully. Frostdream's eyes were calm and cold, her clothes floating around her. Even facing Hang-Chi in what could be called the most important battle of the first martial meeting, her mood didn't change at all. It was as if nothing in this world was able to change that look of hers. Match begin. As vast cosmos announced this, the several 100 million spectators in the arena all began to wildly cheer. Hang-Chi took several steps back as a massive golden Buddha chart appeared behind him. A golden spinning halo of light also appeared beneath his feet. This was the Wheel of Samsara. From the very start, Hang-Chi displayed the Wheel of Samsara. One could see from this just how highly he thought of Frostdream. This poor monk has heard of Fairy Frostdream's renowned name for a long time. But I have yet to have the good fortune of sparring with junior apprentice Frostdream. This time can be considered as a wish fulfilled. In Hang-Chi's eyes, a rare tint of fighting spirit shined. As an ascetic, Hang-Chi usually lived a modest and pious life. He had a naturally low-profile temperament that avoided disputes and grudges. But he too was a young heroic elite. To meet a similar opponent, that was something to feel excited over. This was what it meant to find a perfect rival. There was nothing better than that. Frostdream's entire body flowed with dreamy streams of water. She was using her divine dream space. Up until now, Frostdream had only used 3 moves to remain undefeated in the Divine Realm first martial meeting. One was illusions, the second was the ruling spirit art, and the third was the divine dream space. To deal with weaklings, Frostdream only needed to glance at them to have them be lost in illusions and achieve instant victory. But to deal with powerhouses like Xiao Moxian and Dragonfang, she merely needed to envelop them in the divine dream space to win. Whoo! A cold air began to lift upwards. The entire timeless god stone arena was covered with a shimmering layer of condensed frost. Frostdream's body floated in the air. Her feet were bare and her icy blue hair danced around her. The divine dream space had covered the entire arena. As long as one stepped in this space, that was the same as stepping into Frostdream's dream. Within this dream, Frostdream was God. All within it had to withstand the judgment of her will. Shio shio shio. Vicious nightmare beasts began to appear within the divine dream space, one after another, all of them madly roaring towards Hang-Chi. Hang-Chi gathered his palms together, a smile on his face. The divine dream space is truly magnificent. Then, this poor monk will make his move. As Hang-Chi spoke, the wheel of samsara beneath his feet shot outwards, turning into a massive dermic wheel that hurtled into the sky towards Frostdream. Ka. The dermic wheel rapidly spun. As it flew forwards, all of the nightmare beasts it passed were cut apart, their blood sprinkling down. If any of these nightmare beasts were chosen, any one of them had the ability to enter the top 20 rankings of the first martial meeting. But in front of Hang-Chi's wheel of samsara, they were nothing more than golems of mud, easily cut down. In an instant, the wheel of samsara had arrived in front of Frostdream. The wheel of samsara was both a material attack and soul attack. But Hang-Chi was well aware that soul attacks would have no effect on Frostdream. He could only rely on a material attack. As the audience saw the wheel of samsara about to cut Frostdream in half, many of her supporters, even though they knew that she had yet to reveal her true strength, cried out in sheer horror and alarm. This was still a transcendent divine might, and after being sent out by Hang-Chi, its strength could be imagined. In this critical situation, Frostdream simply stretched out her slender right hand. Infinite dreams, manifest a stone wall. In that instant, endless starlight gathered into Frostdream's hand and a common-looking stone wall rose straight from the ground. From the start, when there was nothing on the ground, it only took 1,000th of an instant for a 100,000-foot high wall to rise into the world. In that moment, A 100,000-foot high cliff had appeared in front of Frost's dream. This stone wall was impossibly high and dreadful. It emitted a vast and boundless aura. Atop this stone wall was a massive ghostly head that looked incomparably fierce. It looked down at the world and grinned demonically. Compared to this terrifying stone wall, the wheel of samsara looked like nothing but a tiny glass plate in front of a solid oak door. It was simply unworthy of mentioning. Bang! The wheel of samsara cut into the stone wall. The Dharmic wheel spun around, crushing stone and sending shards of rubble flying everything, causing a tooth-aching sound to echo outwards. Finally, as the Dharmic wheel cut in just over halfway, it lost all power and thoroughly disintegrated. As the audience saw this, they were all shocked. Just what kind of force was this? The power of Hang Chi's wheel of samsara was evident to all. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian had both lost to this move. But in front of Frost's dream, it was so easily broken. Frost's dream is too terrifying. Within her divine dream space, she is invincible. That divine wall was instantly created by her using the divine dream laws. If she can make a divine wall, she can also make divine swords, divine spears, and anything else she wishes. Whether it is attack or defense, she has reached the limit in all aspects. If I hadn't seen that wheel of samsara before, I would never have known how powerful it was. Even so, it is still useless in front of Frost's dream. Yes, the divine dream space is far too heaven-defying. Anyone that dares to fight Frost's dream within it is sure to lose. Hang Chi should have other methods, but I think that whatever he does is likely to be useless. In just the first exchange, Frost's dream had suppressed Hang Chi's transcendent divine might. As she did this, she had revealed the great strength of the divine dream space. It was simply a perfect offensive and defensive system. Chapter 13:19 A Dream Soul, Immortal Melody. Chapter 13:19 A Dream Soul, Immortal Melody. Domain-type martial skills were extremely rare for martial artists. To obtain just a single one could raise a martial artist's strength a great deal. However, to those extreme geniuses that were able to stand on the stage of the first martial meeting, having a single domain wasn't unusual at all. There was Hang Chi's Samsara domain, Ram Saber's Saber King domain, Lin Ming's Grand Mist space, and so forth. But until now, the undisputed number one domain was Frost's Dream's Divine Dream space. Just seeing it made one feel as if there was no way to rival it. This was also reasonable. Ignoring the fact that Frost's Dream had the deepest cultivation, in terms of ranks of transcendent divine mights, only Lin Ming's Grand Mist space was able to compare with the Divine Dream space. However, Lin Ming's Grand Mist space was incomplete and Frost's Dream's Divine Dream space was complete. From this alone, one could see the clear difference between the two. And Frost's Dream wasn't old either. She was still 3 years younger than Hang Chi. This left everyone confused. Just what sort of unique lucky chance did she encounter, or what sort of singular physique did she possess that allowed her to reach this step? Within the Divine Dream space, that 100,000-foot divine wall had already disappeared. Hang Chi looked at Frost's Dream and said with admiration, "The Divine Dream domain truly lives up to its reputation. This poor monk can only try his best and use the Lotus Heart Bodhi." As Hang Chi spoke, his hands formed a lotus sign. From between his eyebrows, a golden relic slowly appeared, finally solidifying with a sparkling light. As the Lotus Heart Bodhi appeared, Hang Chi's aura changed. His body began to rise upwards. Behind his head, 8 golden rings appeared. When combined with the brilliant golden light between his eyebrows, it was like Buddha had descended to the world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A golden shining pagoda fell down from the clouds, firmly suppressing the area around Hang Chi. Even the Divine Dream space fiercely trembled as if it would burst apart at any moment. This was Hang Chi's 8-section stupa. 8 deities rushed out from the divine pagoda, and a powerful domain space formed around Hangchi. This was the Samsara domain. However, the Samsara domain was too low in rank. It was suppressed by the divine dream domain and limited in scope. From the audience's viewpoint, even if Hangchi used the 8-section stupa, he was still worse than Frost Dream. It would be extremely difficult for him to win. Hangchi waved his staff, and the massive golden pagoda came pressing down towards Frost Dream. Like before, Frost Dream simply stretched out a slender hand. In that moment, when the 8-section stupa came crashing down, a faint blue haze appeared above Frost Dream's head. This blue light rapidly expanded, nearly instantly transforming into an extremely large icy blue divine hand. This hand was over a dozen miles tall. As it floated above the arena stage, it could be called a hand to cover the heavens. Bang! The 8-section stupa heavily crashed into the divine hand. But that hand steadily cradled the 8-section stupa. As the audience saw this, they all let out cries of shock. In the legends, it was said that a pagoda-carrying Empyrean existed, carrying a pagoda in a single hand. His supernatural might had been unrivaled. And now, Frost Dream's massive hand formed from the divine dream space was just like that pagoda-wielding Empyrean, with seemingly equal force. The 8-section stupa was blocked by Frost Dream's giant hand. Even so, Hangchi didn't panic. He began to murmur Buddhist sutras as the point between his eyebrows started to shine with a bright light. Buddhist symbols flew out from his body, recklessly dancing about in the air. These Buddhist seals did not fly towards Frost Dream, but towards the area around the giant hand. They settled down in the air like little flags, forming a great sealing array formation. What is Hangchi doing? I don't know. The heroic young elites present simply weren't able to understand what was happening. Even those older masters weren't sure. Although their strength far surpassed Hangchi's, in terms of perception and skill in observation, they weren't necessarily any better than an eternally talented youth like Hangchi. Hangchi linked his fingers together, instantly forming dozens of seals. These seals submerged into the void, and in that moment, the giant hand in the sky began to dim down. 8-section stupa, 8 gates golden lock. Hangchi shouted out loud. Then, those 8 deities on the 8-section stupa flew out, surrounding Frost Dream and turning into runic locks that sealed her within. For a time, the divine dream space violently trembled, as if it was about to be torn apart. There was even a fissure that ran down the giant hand, seeming as if it would burst apart at any moment. As Frost Dream saw this, her normally indifferent complexion finally changed just the tiniest bit. A trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. You have seen through my divine dream space. Frost Dream's voice was tranquil and calm, beautiful to the senses. Her face was surrounded by a hazy mist, similar to clouds that covered the night moon. It was an ethereal and breath-stealing sight. Junior apprentice Sister Frost Dream is too exaggerated. This poor monk does not possess the ability to see through the divine dream space. However, this poor monk believes that even though this divine dream domain is the dreamland of Junior Apprentice Sister Frost Dream, and although Junior Apprentice Sister Frost Dream is like a god within this space, it is still impossible for you to create anything you wish or manipulate the laws as you please. Otherwise, you simply would have needed to imagine an Empyrean, and this little monk would have instantly lost. Thus, this little monk carefully observed Fairy Maiden and discovered that whether it was nightmare beasts that were created, or divine walls, or massive hands, the truth is that these things do not come from thin air. Rather, you have used a special type of energy that exists within the divine dream space to form them. It seems this is called divine dream energy? And everything that surpasses the upper limits of this energy cannot be created. So, this poor monk used the 8-section stupa to force Fairy Maiden to use over 90% of the divine dream energy available to resist it, gathering it in a single location within the divine dream space. Then, by locking it with these 8 golden chains, the circulation of the divine dream energy has been sealed off. If so, this sealed-off divine dream space has lost all significance. Hang Chi's words were calm and unhurried. But after hearing this, the audience was completely dumbfounded. In just a few moves, Hang Chi had seen through the weakness of the divine dream space. The 8-section stupa he sent out just now was not meant to attack Frost Dream, because he had already expected that an attack of this degree would be useless. Rather, his goal was to force Frost Dream to gather that divine dream energy within the divine dream space, and then lock it with those 8 golden chains. If so, Frost Dream would be like a bird without wings, posing no threat at all. This seemed simple, but if one didn't possess the powerful abilities and sealing arrays of Hang Chi, then even if they knew the weakness of the divine dream space, they still wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. Everyone praised Hang Chi's calm and keen fighting sense. This ability came from over 30 years of hard work and training. So that's how it is. Senior apprentice Hang Chi's eyesight is indeed amazing. Even I have to admire your methods. However, my divine dream space is not limited to just this. As Frost Dream spoke, a lotus flower appeared beneath her feet. At the same time, she took out an icy blue zither from her spatial ring. This zither was crystal clear, shimmering with a faint light as if it were carved from the purest ice. This zither had 18 strings, and was also decorated with the carved image of a goddess. This was clearly Frost Dream's magic tool. Before now, Frost Dream had only used a lotus flower weapon. She had never taken out this zither. Frost Dream gently held the zither and sat down atop the lotus. Her slender fingers lightly caressed the zither strings. A divine zither sound appeared, rushing like rivers and lakes, like a song from the highest heavens, leaving one lost in dreams. This song is called the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. If I finish this song, I fear that senior apprentice brother Hang Chi will have no chance of winning. That is, unless you can end my song. Frost Dream was also a very low-key individual. If she dared to say that Hang Chi would lose once this song was finished, then she naturally had full confidence in it. Hang Chi smiled. Junior apprentice sister Frost Dream's zither skills are truly a wonder of the heavens. This poor monk would love to sit in repose and appreciate it, but if what junior apprentice sister Frost Dream says is true and I will lose once this song is finished, then I can only make the first move. I apologize for trying to destroy such a beautiful song. Hang Chi summoned the wheel of samsara once more. The golden light between his eyebrows burned even brighter. This wheel of samsara was 10,000 feet in diameter, able to block the skies. Downfall of the 6 paths. Hang Chi formed a lotus sign with his hand. The relic between his eyebrows floated into the wheel of samsara. In that moment, 6 figures appeared within the wheel of samsara. These 6 figures were all different. Among them, there was one who was covered completely in blood. Their body was broken and torn, and they revealed blood-stained bones in several places, as if they had crawled up from the depths of hell. There was one that had a fierce expression with 3 heads and 6 arms, the arms carrying a vicious halberd, large axe, copper hammer, iron needle, and other such cruel instruments of destruction and torture. There was even one whose body shined with a golden light and had a great golden circle floating behind them, just like a living Buddha. These 6 figures came from the path of hell, the path of hungry ghosts, the path of beasts, the path of Asura, the path of humanity, and the path of heaven. These were the 6 paths of samsara. As these 6 figures appeared, they all hurtled towards Frost Dream. Frost Dream's appearance was calm and unperturbed. Her hand stroked the zither and her fingers nimbly plucked at the strings. All sorts of incomparably marvelous and gorgeous sounds came into existence. These sounds gathered around Frost Dream, transforming into an extremely beautiful drawing. This was a lush, verdant forest. Snow-capped mountains appeared in the distance. It was the beginning of spring, and with the melting of snow and ice, streams of bubbling water flowed down into springs. At this time it was already night. A round full moon hung high in the skies, sprinkling the world with a cold and alluring moonlight, wrapping the universe in strands of mercurial silver. This beautiful scene was mesmerizing to the eyes, leaving one besotted. It was unimaginable that such a beautiful scene could be used to kill others. "This is the immortal melody Pure Lands," someone cried out from off the arena stage. In the mortal world, there were extremely skilled zither musicians who could use their songs to express the complex feelings and scenery of stories. They could use their music to depict beautiful images, making others feel fully immersed. But in the world of martial arts, a musician with a deep cultivation could truly possess the ability to transform that zither song into the most beautiful scenery. No longer was the imagination of the audience required. Rather, this scene clearly appeared. The zither music formed a domain, manifesting all the emotions and beauty of that song. This was the immortal melody Pure Lands. It's not that simple. This isn't just the immortal melody Pure Lands. Rather, Frost Dream has used the divine dream space and superimposed that with the immortal melody Pure Lands, creating a whole new domain, a domain that has a might which far surpasses the original divine dream space. This is a truly terrifying domain. Now, what Frost Dream is playing is not the sounds of the zither but sounds of the Tao. Among the spectators, there were many extremely experienced old masters. An old man sighed with emotion. The divine dream domain was originally a dreamland domain skill, except that it was able to substantialize those dreams into reality. As for the immortal melody Pure Lands, it was also the same. It was able to substantialize illusions. With both complementing each other, once combined, their strength was hard to imagine. Of course, wanting to fully fuse them together was extremely difficult. Unless one was extremely gifted, it was impossible to combine domain skills. Chapter 1320 The Final Pass. Chapter 1320 The Final Pass. For Frost Dream to possess such talent was simply unbelievable. The hundreds of millions of people present had no idea how Frost Dream was so powerful. If a normal extreme genius was born in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace and was personally guided by Empyrean Divine Dream, they still wouldn't be able to grow to such a degree. Frost Dream was far too mysterious. No one knew just what secrets she was relying on to grow. Standing deep within the immortal melody Pure Lands, Frost Dream seemed as if she was in a completely different space and time. Even though she was standing there, it was like she was separated by the vast river of time, simply unable to be touched. When Hang Chi's 6 phantoms broke into the immortal melody Pure Lands, water splashed into the skies. The phantoms from the 3 evil paths, the path of hell, the path of hungry ghosts, and the path of beasts, were all purified by these waters, their bodies instantly vanishing into nothing. As for the Azura phantom that was neither good nor evil, it completely paused. Its once wild eyes lost all their light. The phantoms of the path of heaven and path of mortals still rushed towards Frost Dream. As for Frost Dream, she simply switched her tune and a completely different sound emerged, turning into a brutal Buddha-slaying song, filled with murderous intent that rushed forth, splitting apart the earth and heavens. A terrifying killing intent filled this music, as wild and crazy as a rabid wolf. Even though the spectating young elites were dozens of miles away, in the face of this murder-filled sound, all of them found it hard to withstand this pressure. It was like their bodies could collapse and their organs break apart at any moment. After the phantom from the path of mortals entered the immortal melody Pure Lands, it emitted a sound like shattering glass as it was forcefully shattered by that savage dirge. As for the phantom from the path of heaven, it was clearly much stronger. It forcefully resisted that tremendous killing intent and shot towards Frost Dream. Frost Dream's expression was indifferent. As the phantom from the path of heaven rushed at Frost Dream, her hand swiped across the strings. Then 18 strings shot out, and with a popping sound the phantom was pierced through 18 times. It emitted a painful growl before disintegrating with a loud explosion. Like this, the 6 phantoms were all killed off by Frost's dream. The entire process appeared easy and simple, as if there hadn't been any difficulties at all. Moreover, when this was accompanied by the beautiful picturesque scene of the immortal melody Pure Lands, it was like Frost's dream wasn't killing these phantoms, but purifying evil. As all of this was done, Frost's dream's expression was calm. She still quietly played her zither as before. All of her energy was placed into playing her zither, as if nothing around her was able to influence her. She had played 2/3 of the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. After the final third, the song would be completed. Frost's dream said that as long as the Dream Soul Immortal Melody was completed, Hang-Chi would absolutely be defeated. Many people in the audience wanted to know just what would happen once the Dream Soul Immortal Melody reached its end. Does Hang-Chi have some other method to stop the Dream Soul Immortal Melody? Many people looked at Hang-Chi, waiting to see if he had another final last resort. He shouldn't. During Hang-Chi's battle with Lin Ming, he also used the Lotus Heart Bodhi. At that time, he could be described as going all out against Lin Ming. Now, he even used the 6 paths of samsara, a technique that is unique to the Lotus Heart Bodhi. I fear that even if Hang-Chi uses another move, he still won't be Frost's dream's match. I want to know just what will happen when the Dream Soul Immortal Melody is finished. Frost's dream said that once the Dream Soul Immortal Melody was over, Hang-Chi would definitely be defeated. It had to be said that when the Dream Soul Immortal Melody wasn't filled with a Buddha-slaying killing intent, it was extremely pleasant to listen to, just like blissful sounds from heaven. Moreover, the immortal melody Pure Lands that were created were as beautiful as a poem. Just looking at it was intoxicating to the senses. Everyone wanted to experience the complete immortal melody Pure Lands. However, Hang-Chi might not be able to persist until the Dream Soul Immortal Melody ended. 1,000 feet away, Hang-Chi's complexion was pale. In a situation where he used the Lotus Heart Bodhi along with downfall of the 6 paths, that created a tremendous pressure on him. After watching with his own eyes as Frost's dream's Dream Soul Immortal Melody began percolating with its final crescendo of killing intent, Hang-Chi smiled. "I admit defeat." These words were not loud, but they spread through the entire audience. The audience, although they had long expected this result, were still somewhat disappointed as they listened to Hang-Chi to not be able to listen to the complete Dream Soul Immortal Melody and see just what phenomenon would occur at the end was truly regrettable. Frost's dream is too terrifying. Hang-Chi actually couldn't persist until Frost's dream finished the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. Frost's dream's strength has already far surpassed those of her generation by an unbelievable degree. I really have no idea how she managed to cultivate to this state. I hear she is only 35 years old. 35 years. Compared to the 100 million years of life that an Empyrean lived, that was a time span unworthy of mentioning. If it were converted to mortal terms, that wouldn't even be a baby that was an hour old. Her future was limitless. In the contestant area, June Blue Moon quietly looked at Frost's dream, deep in thought. When he and Frost's dream fought, he had also been defeated. At this time, an old voice sounded out in June Blue Moon's mind. "Blue Moon, Frost's dream is no mortal. I fear that within the younger generation, there is no one that possesses the ability to defeat her. You do not need to think about it too much. Work hard and surpass Lin Ming and Hang-Chi. That is the orthodox path. Those two are people you should still be able to overtake. As for Xiao Moxian, she will be extremely difficult to overcome. She is someone who is loved by destiny and her talent has also reached an incredibly high degree. Even that Dragon Fong isn't someone you can underestimate. He may have lost to you this time, but that is because he has comprehended the 3 lives pupils far too recently and is only able to open the state of all existence to void. Given enough time, even he may surpass you. This old man apparently understood a great deal about every situation. He even knew about the 3 lives pupils. I understand, old sword. June Bluemoon nodded. For him to refer to someone as old sword, it was clearly the artifact spirit in his divine sword. Like this, the Divine Realm first martial meeting had basically ended. There was only a single match left in the tournament, that was Frost Dream against Lin Ming. However, most of the audience didn't care for this match. After all, to them this was nothing more than a passing match for formality's sake, not to mention that Lin Ming might not even wake up. Of course, there were also many people hoping that this match could be fought for several moves. These people were Frost Dream's diehard fans. They were willing to watch all of Frost Dream's matches, even if it was a match against Lin Ming that held no suspense at all. After Frost Dream defeated Heng Qi, her fame had finally reached its peak. Her mysteriousness, her holiness, her beauty, as well as her formidable strength, all of that together caused the countless young elites to go berserk for her. Of course, all of these young disciples, no matter what background they came from, could only secretly yearn for and admire Frost Dream from afar. No one was truly stupid enough to imagine they could one day obtain her favor. Frost Dream was an untouchable goddess in their hearts. They were all well aware that even if they were 10 times stronger or their background was 10 times deeper, it would still be impossible to match up to Frost Dream. The difference was simply too great. Big Sister Frost Dream, have you seen? They're going crazy outside. In the resting room of vast Universe Empyrean Palace, Xiao Maxian spoke with exaggerated gestures. The first martial meeting finals had ended, but people still hadn't left vast Universe World, in particular Frost Dream's fanatical fans. They gathered around the resting area hoping to see her beauty once more. Frost Dream only gently smiled. Towards all of these fans that were rabidly chasing after her, she had no feeling at all. She suddenly asked Xiao Maxian, "Little sister, how is Lin Ming doing?" Lin Ming? Xiao Maxian was startled. She had no idea why Frost Dream suddenly cared about Lin Ming so much. "I'm not too sure. He seems to be heavily wounded. He still hasn't woken up in the time enchantment." "Big sister, how come you're worried about him so much?" "No reason." Frost Dream lightly shook her head. The reason she asked about Lin Ming was only because her master Divine Dream had said to her that she must fight Lin Ming during this first martial meeting. And at this time, within the time enchantment, Lin Ming had already reached the final stage of his training. He had stayed here for 500 days, nearly a year and a half in total. When Lin Ming entered the time enchantment, he was under 32 years of age. Now that a year and a half had passed, he was 33 years old. Whether it was an unintentional coincidence or the hand of fate at work, the age of 33 years just happened to match with the number of the 33 layered heavens. 1 year for 1 layered heavens. Let's begin. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He had now completed all of his preparations. The only step remaining was the final pass. Within his mind, he had already deduced the divine seal art again and again. He was revolving all of his energy according to the divine seal art. The sphere of energy within his body formed from his true essence, and world power began to rapidly inflate. Heretical God Tree. Who? The phantom of the heretical God Tree appeared within Ming's inner world. The power of thunder and fire flashed atop the crown of the tree. Thunder, heavenly tribulation. Fire, heavenly tribulation. Lin Ming had used 2 types of heavenly tribulation at once, plunging them both into that sphere of energy. The power of thunder and fire were the wildest 2 of the 5 elements. Moreover, this was thunder, heavenly tribulation, and fire, heavenly tribulation. The sphere of energy was already extremely unstable. With a massive amount of energy contained within, if Lin Ming couldn't control it, then his inner world would be instantly destroyed. At that time, his fate could be imagined. But now, Lin Ming still wasn't satisfied with the amount of energy before that explosion occurred. He even added thunder and fire heavenly tribulation to the mix. Without a doubt, the explosion would be even fiercer. But Lin Ming had seen the formation of a black hole, and he knew that the more energy and matter contained within that star before it erupted, the more violent the explosion would be. But at the same time, after that explosion, the gravitational suction force of the black hole that formed would be even more terrifying. A black hole could swallow even a sun. After the power of thunder and fire was absorbed by that sphere of energy, it became increasingly unstable, as if it were about to go crazy and explode at any moment. Still not enough. Lin Ming's eyes sharpened. All of his muscles were pulled tight and great drops of sweat were running down his forehead. At this stage, even the smallest error would bring him beyond redemption. The Divine Seal art was a cultivation method created by Empyrean Divine Seal, so how could it be easy? If even someone with Lin Ming's talent was having so much trouble, then anyone else that attempted this would simply be committing suicide. The energy became increasingly brutal. The sphere of energy was about to lose control at any moment. 3 essences as one. In one breath, Lin Ming poured his astral essence and spirit essence into his inner world. 3 energies gathered as one, barely neutralizing the rampant energy and forming a delicate balance. This was already the final stage, and this balance would only persist for a few breaths of time. But to Lin Ming, this was more than enough. He took a deep breath, his eyes shining like stars burning in the deep dark night. Bloom in full, beautiful flower. Chapter 13:21 Cultivation, Great Success. Chapter 13:21 Cultivation, Great Success. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he released complete control of the energy sphere, allowing it to erupt. For a time, Lin Ming's dark inner world was filled with an endlessly dazzling brilliance, like countless golden divine swords tearing apart all. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A terrifying energy rolled out like turbulent waves, rushing towards the edges of Lin Ming's inner world. For a time, Lin Ming's inner world was forced to withstand an unimaginably great impact, nearly cracking in the process. Ka. Massive fragments of space were torn open. Lin Ming's inner world was brutally torn asunder by this energy, expanding outwards. An unspeakable pain spread through his body. In that moment, he felt as if he were dying. These changes were directly reflected on Lin Ming's sleeping body. His main body suddenly shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! The stone bed beneath Lin Ming collapsed, unable to withstand this power. Pieces of stone flew into the air. Within the time enchantment, the 4 young jade bunny girls were frightened. As they saw Lin Ming's face whiten, his body shake, and blood seep out of his mouth and nostrils, they were all panic-stricken. Lin Ming had originally been severely injured and had been sleeping for the last year and a half. And now, if anyone saw this, they would think he was on the verge of death. Lin Ming's situation became increasingly bad. His face had turned deep purple, and now blood was streaming from his ears and eyes. The 4 jade bunny girls were scared silly. Who hurry and report this to Senior Xian Shensi. Lin Ming is about to die. A young girl said. She nervously fumbled with a sound-transmitting talisman and lit it. Young girls of the Jade Bunny race were naturally good-hearted and gentle individuals. They had been watching over Lin Ming for the last year and a half, and now that they saw him have such an accident, they were certainly worried about him. Just as the light of the sound-transmitting talisman was extinguished, Lin Ming's body wildly shook. Because his clothes couldn't withstand the impact of his exploding inner world, they were all torn apart. These were top-grade saint artifacts, but under such an impact there was no possibility for these clothes to remain intact. As Xian Shensi heard this news, he was shocked. He resolutely reported this to Empyrean Vast Universe and raced towards the time enchantment as fast as he could. Lin Ming's current status was very special. If something were to happen to him, that would be a loss to the entire martial world. Deep within vast universe heavenly palace, the light of a sound-transmitting talisman flashed in front of Empyrean vast universe. Lin Ming is severely wounded and vomiting blood? His life is in critical danger? Empyrean vast universe thought that this message would be about Lin Ming awakening, but he never imagined this would happen. Divine Dream. Empyrean vast universe turned to Divine Dream. Divine Dream faintly pressed her eyebrows together before saying, "Let us go and take a look." "That's all we can do." Empyrean vast universe nodded. Lin Ming's situation was extremely complicated. It was hard to imagine just what was happening to him. The two Empyreans flashed, and in the next moment they had arrived in the time enchantment. They saw Lin Ming's entire body colored a deep purple with blood leaking from his head. The stone bed underneath him had completely collapsed. "Greetings, Honorable Master." "And greetings, Senior Divine Dream." Xian Shensi bowed towards Empyrean Vast Universe and Empyrean Divine Dream. As for the four jade bunny girls behind him, they all cried out in alarm at these words. How could they have expected that these two people that suddenly appeared in front of them would be two legendary Empyreans? Two Empyreans had come to personally see Lin Ming, and they even came together. The four young girls immediately kneeled on the ground, deeply bowing. The difference between an Empyrean and a revolving core or divine sea martial artist was even greater than the difference between an emperor and a commoner. It was reasonable for them to deeply bow like this. "What's wrong?" Empyrean Vast Universe frowned as he looked towards Xian Shensi. Xian Shensi said, "This disciple has just probed Lin Ming. His inner world is completely chaotic right now, and even seems as if it will collapse. This disciple is useless and does not know what is happening. Although this disciple can forcefully stop this change, I believe that would be the incorrect decision. Thus, I quickly enveloped Lin Ming in another time enchantment to delay the changes in his inner world as much as possible before Honorable Master was able to arrive. If a time enchantment could accelerate time, it could also decelerate time. Just as Empyrean Vast Universe was about to step forwards to check himself, Empyrean Divine Dream flicked a single finger and melted away Xian Shensi's time enchantment. Divine Dream. Empyrean Vast Universe was surprised. However, he also knew that Divine Dream had her own reasons for doing things. Empyrean Divine Dream shook her head, saying, "There is no need to panic. He should be fine." Empyrean Vast Universe was startled. He probed Lin Ming's inner world with his senses and only felt that there were some unknown changes occurring within him. His inner world had become unfathomably deep, even faintly seeming as if it would swallow his own senses. Although this attractive force was very weak on Empyrean Vast Universe, it was still enough for him to draw back his senses. This was also because Empyrean Vast Universe's divine sense was too strong. If it were a martial artist with a lower cultivation, then perhaps their divine sense really would be sucked in by this absorbing force. This inner world is... Empyrean Vast Universe was startled. Many martial artists had special bloodlines or physique. For instance, Xiao Maxian's Phoenix True Form or Hang Chi's reincarnated Buddha. And every so often, there would be those with strange inner worlds and souls. These variation souls and variation inner worlds weren't too rare. Empyrean Vast Universe suspected that Lin Ming was also in this sort of situation. Inner world variation. This thought instantly raced through Empyrean Vast Universe's mind. If so, then Lin Ming really was too heaven-defying. If a talent like him also had a variation inner world, how could other geniuses still live? At this time, within the samsara dreamland, Lin Ming was still meditating in that vast and boundless space of nothingness. His complexion became increasingly pale, but his halted breathing had subsided. His inner world had been swept over by a wild storm with everything left in a chaotic mess. Besides the heretical god tree, all of the mountains and rivers and lakes and plains were all utterly destroyed. However, above this region, there was an invisible anomaly in space. As light passed near a certain point in the void, it curved, bending around it. Unless one was skilled in the space laws, it would be impossible to see this, because this point was hidden in the void, twisting all light around it. This spot was the black hole seed that Lin Ming had condensed with the divine seal art. A black hole was the most terrifying celestial body in the universe. There was almost nothing that could destroy a black hole. If a black hole fell into a sun, it would eventually swallow that sun, ultimately causing an unimaginable explosion. Lin Ming had simulated the explosion of a fire star with his true essence, and then finally condensed it into a black hole seed. Although it was far from truly achieving the level of an actual black hole, as Lin Ming's cultivation rose, the total energy within that black hole seed would become higher and higher, and the traction force would become increasingly terrifying until the moment when all space and time would be sucked into it, finally evolving into an end point of all space and time. The moment that Lin Ming's black hole seed had truly formed, he seemed to have opened wide a great and mystical door before him. As this door opened, the aura of the great Tao blew towards him with indescribable glory. This aura of the great Tao had an essential difference from the baptism of the heavenly Tao laws one experienced during the crossing of Ninefall. This aura contained the concept of the 33-layered heavens and stood at almost the highest point of all laws. The aura of the endless great Tao surged into Lin Ming's inner world. Then, his inner world that was reduced to rubble and ruins by the explosion of true essence and energy began to glow with reborn vitality. The explosion of that sphere of energy had been far too terrifying. Even though Lin Ming's foundation was extremely solid, there were still all sorts of ruptured areas within his inner world. Now, all of these damaged places were being repaired by this strength. The fragmented rubble fused into the earth. New mountains rose and new rivers began to flow. An incomparably rich world power condensed, forming origin energy clouds in the skies. Because these clouds were too thick and heavy, they began to rain down with drops of origin energy. This origin energy rain gathered into the dry streams and channels as it fell, turning into fresh and wonderful currents. As the land was watered, plants began to sprout and colorful spirit flowers started to bloom. In that moment, Lin Ming's strength rapidly climbed, reaching unprecedented heights. Hoo! Afterwards, that vast aura swept out from Lin Ming's body, recklessly spinning around him like heavy mercury. As Empyrean vast universe felt this boundless aura, he was startled. This was clearly the aura of the 33-layered heavens great Tao. Empyrean vast universe had obtained the remnant soul of the ancient divine seal altar's artifact spirit. It was impossible for him to misidentify this aura. The two Empyreans as well as Exai and Shensi were naturally unaffected by this aura. At most, they were slightly amazed by the vast glory of it. But behind these three masters, the 4 young jade bunny girls that were kneeling were baptized by this aura. They fell into a trance, feeling reborn. In just several breaths of time, they had greatly benefited. They even faintly felt as if they would break through to the next boundary. This is... The 4 young girls flushed red. This was a tremendous lucky chance. It was no longer a question of helping them break through to the next realm, but instead caused the laws within their bodies to change on a qualitative level. This meant that in the future, their martial arts achievements would reach even further heights. They were all excited to the point of wanting to hop around, but with the presence of 2 Empyreans here, they stilled themselves. Exai and Shensi smiled in understanding. These last 500 days have been hard on you. This can be considered payment in kind, the cause and effects of this world. Exai and Shensi didn't know what happened to Lin Ming, but what he could be certain about was that Lin Ming had undoubtedly experienced a massive lucky chance. His strength had rapidly risen by leaps and bounds. This sort of lucky chance was bewildering. Just a faint aura from Lin Ming's breakthrough alone was enough to greatly benefit these 4 young jade bunny girls and increase their potential. Xian Shensi looked towards Empyrean Vast Universe, but Empyrean Vast Universe was actually looking at Divine Dream. He had no idea what was happening within Lin Ming. Is this because of the Divine Seal altar? Empyrean Vast Universe always had this guess in his mind. He had refined a replica of the ancient Divine Seal altar using a fragment of its artifact spirit, and this replica also contained the mystical charm of the concept of the 33-layered heavens. Now, it appeared that the comprehensions Lin Ming gained from mounting the Divine Seal altar finally began to transform into true strength today. Chapter 1322 Awakening and Exiting. Chapter 1322 Awakening and Exiting. Empyrean Divine Dream gently nodded, saying, when Lin Ming climbed up the Divine Seal altar's 33 steps, he withstood the baptism of the ancient concept of the 33-layered heavens contained within it. This baptism greatly affected him, but because the time was too short, the influence from the concept of the 33-layered heavens had to manifest. As time passed, this advantage will become increasingly obvious. Empyrean Vast Universe shook his head as he heard Divine Dream's confirmation. He said, "This is the flow of destiny. I am far from being able to compare to Lin Ming. Although I have luck, I lack destiny. The result is that my work was given as a gift to this junior Lin Ming." As Empyrean Vast Universe spoke of the concept of the 33-layered heavens, he couldn't help but deeply sigh. At the start, he really had been able to obtain a fragment of the ancient Divine Seal altar. In terms of luck, Empyrean Vast Universe was not bad at all. However, even though Empyrean Vast Universe meditated on the Divine Seal altar fragment for many years afterwards, he was only able to touch upon the threshold of the 33-layered heavens laws, and wasn't able to transform that into his own strength. As for the Divine Seal altar fragment, he had later taken that as a foundation to create an Empyrean spirit treasure. This harvest was not worthy of mentioning in comparison to Lin Ming. If one entered a treasure mountain and returned empty-handed, that was not because one's luck was bad but because one's destiny was lacking. Luck was only a part of destiny. Talent, will, perception, mentality, soul, all of those were equally important parts of destiny. Luck only provided opportunities. Whether one could grasp those opportunities depended on themselves. Empyrean Divine Dream slowly said, "Lin Ming's destiny is truly amazing. If this was in the past, then Lin Ming would eventually develop into a leader amongst Empyreans. And now, in this great world, Lin Ming even has the smallest of chances of surpassing the boundary of an Empyrean and becoming a true divinity." True divinity? That's too exaggerated. Empyrean Vast Universe had a great response as he heard this. Although he knew that Lin Ming possessed heaven-defying talent, the realm of true divinity was something that existed only in myths. Empyrean Vast Universe didn't even believe that someone like Xiao Maxian had the chance of becoming a true divinity in the future. Even if Empyrean Divine Dream said smallest of chances, Empyrean Vast Universe still couldn't accept this. Was becoming a true divinity really that easy? Throughout the endless epochs, how many Empyreans have failed to become a true divinity? Divine Dream, even you, someone who has achieved the peak in every aspect, aren't you also unable to take that final step into true divinity? Your praise of Lin Ming seems rather too high. Even for someone as talented as Lin Ming, I do not believe that in the past billion years, amongst the infinite lives born in the divine realm and the lower realms, there hasn't been someone similar to him. Aren't Xiao Maxian and Frost Dream also similar in comparison? Let alone the last billion years, even for the last 3 billion years there has never been a true divinity supreme being that has appeared. There have only been stories, and these stories are far too exaggerated, without any credibility at all. Empyrean Vast Universe was clearly very sensitive to the term true divinity. This was also reasonable. In the legends, it was said that those that stepped into true divinity could refine stars, crush planets, and there were even fables that said that true divinities could live as one with the world, living in everlasting immortality. The former wasn't considered much. Although the increase in strength seemed wonderful, it was still within the realm of acceptability. After all, a powerful Empyrean could already crush planet. Of course, that was only crushing planets. If they wanted to crush suns that were tens of thousands of times larger than a planet, even an Empyrean was far lacking. To chase after a stronger strength was the wish and drive of all martial artists. But what truly enticed an Empyrean was the promise that they could live in perpetuity. This attraction was simply too great to an Empyrean. When one cultivated to the realm of an Empyrean, they truly held control of a world and dominated the lives of trillions upon trillions of people. With all of these before them, how could they willingly accept the end of their own mortality and turn into dust? The path of martial arts was to struggle with the heavens. Every time one made a breakthrough, their lifespan would increase several times over. This was a tremendous lure to many martial artists, driving them to painstakingly cultivate, and also one of the greatest motivations that caused them to constantly risk their lives in the most dire of dangers. Divine Dream said, "In the past, there indeed might not have been this possibility. But now, in this universe, there truly exists this hope. Not only does Lin Ming have this hope, but so does Xiao Maxian. One could even say her hopes are much greater." As Divine Dream spoke like this, Empyrean Vast Universe seemed as if he wanted to say something, but eventually didn't. Even though he was an Empyrean, he always felt that speaking in terms of the universe seemed far too remote. A true divinity was that something that could truly be reached in this world. Empyrean Vast Universe was silent for some time before saying, "According to what you say, do you happen to think that Lin Ming might be able to defeat Frost Dream?" Empyrean Vast Universe also felt the mysterious and exceptional presence around Frost Dream. To every heroic young elite, defeating Frost Dream was a near impossibility. Divine Dream slowly said, "Frost Dream surpasses the younger generation by far too much. To compare Lin Ming to Frost Dream is unfair to begin with." She only spoke to hear before not speaking again. Frost Dream was personally raised by Divine Dream. As for what Frost Dream's limits were, only Divine Dream would know. Frost Dream had already surpassed the concept of young elites. At this time, on the ruined stone bed, Lin Ming violently coughed. Every cough was followed by fresh blood. Divine Dream glanced at Lin Ming and flicked a finger, tossing out a crystalline pill. This pill was glittering and transparent, exuding a cold air that made it seem as if it were carved from ice. The pill slowly flew in front of the 4 young jade bunny girls. Without any emotion in her voice, Divine Dream said, "Feed this pill to Lin Ming. Tell him that 2 hours from now, his match with Frost Dream will officially begin. Remember, he only has 2 hours." As Divine Dream spoke, she floated away. Empyrean Vast Universe also stepped forwards and disappeared. At this time, Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes. The first image to enter his eyes was those 4 curious jade bunny girls. During his 500 days of sleep, Lin Ming had a hazy understanding of what was happening outside. He hadn't fallen into the 100 cycles of samsara without being able to extract himself. Although Lin Ming hadn't been able to compare with Hang Qi, the difference hadn't been too great. He had the ability to resist the wheel of samsara, and although he had fallen unconscious, the truth was that he had voluntarily allowed himself to fall into such a state. Thus, Lin Ming knew that these 4 young girls had looked after him for these past 500 days. "Thank you," Lin Ming softly said. Young girls of the Jade Bunny race were docile and gentle, with a timid personality. As Lin Ming spoke to them, they were a bit nervous. What sort of character was Lin Ming? The difference between them was like the heavens and earth. They simply weren't able to accept this thanks. "As senior apprentice Brother Lin, please don't say that, You will scare us to death. A young jade bunny girl said, flustered, Yes, yes, that's right, Senior Divine Dream left you a message just now. You need to swallow this pill and 2 hours from now, you must go to the arena stage and fight with Senior Apprentice Sister Frost Dream. Fight with Frost Dream. Lin Ming rubbed his forehead. During that long dream, he felt as if he had lived a lifetime of tens of thousands of years. As he recalled it, even the first martial meeting seemed a bit distant in his mind. That's right. I still haven't fought with Frost Dream yet. Lin Ming clenched his fists together. He could feel that his own fists were wet with his sweat and blood, sticky and viscous. He could also feel that he had never been as strong as he was now. When Lin Ming woke up, a considerable amount of time had already passed since the conclusion of Frost Dream and Hang Chi's battle. Over 90% of the audience was still there, not yet having left Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. However, just under 10% of the audience had begun to leave, either having ridden their spirit ships or were preparing to leave Vast Universe World. And at this time, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace sent out news of Frost Dream's upcoming match. What? Frost Dream is coming on stage to compete once more? On a spirit ship that had taken off, some people heard this message passed down from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. That's too great. Let's return and watch the match before we leave. Many of Frost Dream's fans were crazily excited as they heard that Frost Dream was about to come back on stage. After Frost Dream and Hang Chi's battle, she had entered the palace and had yet to emerge. This left many of her fans that were crowding around the contestant palaces disappointed. But now that they learned they had the chance to see her again, they were definitely delighted. Who is she fighting? A middle-aged man lazily asked. He was the elder leading these young disciples. She's fighting against Lin Ming. The young elite from before said. Lin Ming? He's finally woken up? I heard that he's been in a deep sleep for over a year. If he wakes up now, then it won't be easy, the middle-aged man said, a joking tone in his voice. No one doubted Lin Ming's talent. But in joining the first martial meeting, he had damaged his soul because he was trying to show off. He had been unconscious for over a year now and almost didn't wake up. This caused everyone to feel that it was quite funny. If one were to describe this behavior in a pleasant manner, then they would say he didn't fear the strong and never gave up. If one were to describe this behavior in a coarse manner, then that would be forced to the edge by their own behavior and lacking in foresight. He had nearly died in a martial arts contest. Was there any genius so stupid? Luckily he hadn't died, otherwise that would really have been the greatest joke of all. Although Lin Ming had woken up, many people guessed that there were still some hidden wounds left over. Even with all the precious soul recovery medicines available at an Empyrean Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming had still slept for over a year. How could his soul wounds be light? He's just an impulsive little baby boy, and he also just started recovering from a severe injury. I think that Frost Dream should fight with someone from the older generation instead. If that happened, that might be worth watching. Hang Chi was much stronger than Lin Ming, but he had still lost to Frost Dream. He hadn't even been able to last until the end of Frost Dream's Dream Soul Immortal Melody before admitting defeat, let alone someone like Lin Ming. Lin Ming likely wouldn't even be able to block a few moves from Frost Dream in his peak state, and he was wounded now too. In the eyes of most people present, this battle would likely end before it started. This caused many of them to lose interest in seeing this fight. As for Frost Dream's fans, they went to see her, not the fight itself. The youth laughed, saying, "In any case, I'm going to look at Frost Dream, not her match. Then again, whoever Frost Dream competes with, it will still be the same. Who can possibly defeat her? I must say that I should thank Lin Ming. If he didn't wake up on time, then we wouldn't be able to see her fight again." Chapter 1323 Frost Dream's Identity. Chapter 1323 Frost Dream's Identity. News of Lin Ming and Frost Dream's upcoming match spread like wildfire. Many heroic youths that worshipped Frost Dream immediately rushed back to the martial arena in droves, hoping to see Frost Dream's figure once more. They would be satisfied with just a glance. Most of these people were young men. Very few were women or seniors. The latter people weren't in a hurry to return to the martial arena at all. They assumed that it would be a complete wreck. If a fight couldn't even last for 3 breaths of time, then there really wasn't any meaning at all. There were even some people that went to ride their spirit ships to return home. In their opinion, the first martial meeting had ended, and this last match was only going through the move. It could even be said that this final match would ruin the overall prestige of the tournament. Hang Chi's battle against Frost Dream had already been spectacular enough. After watching something like that, if they were to watch someone get immediately rolled over by Frost Dream, then that would leave a horrible aftertaste. Finally, only around a quarter of the people, around 100 million, were left in the arena. A great deal of the audience stands were empty. Lin Ming has finally awakened. Not too far from the stage, June Blue Moon looked at Lin Ming. He had felt it was strange and unexplainable that Lin Ming's soul had been damaged. His intuition told him that perhaps what happened to Lin Ming's soul wasn't something as simple as an injury. There was likely some secret to his soul. His aura is different. June Blue Moon was extremely sensitive to changes. Even if Lin Ming was hiding his strength, like a dust-laden divine spear not revealing the faintest glint of its sharp edge, June Blue Moon could still feel the difference in Lin Ming's body. He could even feel that Lin Ming's body was like a miniature universe, giving off a profound feeling beyond comprehension. That boy called Lin Ming is quite good. In this last year and a half, his body has truly changed. It seems he's managed to turn his misfortune into a blessing, but against that little girl Frost Dream, anything he does is useless. From within June Blue Moon's mind, the voice of an old man echoed out, his words full of whimsy. "Old sword, are you sure?" "Of course. Who do you think that Frost Dream is? Do you think any ordinary genius can reach Frost Dream's level of strength at the late Divine Sea Realm? Is Hang Chi not strong? He comes from Mount Patala, a sect with an inheritance greater than Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. In fact, you can even call it the strongest background of all. Moreover, he possesses the golden body of the reincarnated Buddha, something that appears only every several tens or even hundreds of millions of years. He has cultivated an unbreakable diamond Vajra body and even possesses the lotus heart Bodhi, the relic of Buddha. From his birth, he began training with all sorts of secret skills, and his body was washed and transformed with all sorts of precious medicines. In his 30 years of torturous cultivation, he abstained from sin and worldly desires and possesses a pure body. His temperament, his talent, his perception, there is nothing that isn't perfect. He can be considered at the peak of all geniuses, and yet against Frost Dream, he lost all the same. As the old man spoke to her, he curled his lips as if he wasn't feeling too well about something. Frost Dream is truly powerful. I am far from being comparable to her, June Blue Moon said. In the face of facts, he had to confess that the difference between him and Frost Dream was far too great. Humph, don't look down on yourself so much. As the apprentice of this old man, your future accomplishments will be at least at the peak Empyrean boundary. I even hope that you can borrow this tumultuous era to attack the realm of true divinity. Although it is hard, it is not impossible. Of the first martial meeting's top 6, only Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian just faintly surpass you in talent. As for everyone else, including even Hang Chi, you don't need to fear them at all. And for Frost Dream, well, if I'm not wrong, she is simply the same as Empyrean Divine Dream. In order to surpass her boundaries, Divine Dream took the sharpest blade and forcefully sundered her divine soul in half, allowing that half to reincarnate and thus producing Frost Dream. She wants to train Frost Dream to the peak Empyrean realm, and then the two of them can fuse back together. With the deep cultivations of two peak Empyreans condensed as one, she wishes to take that momentum and break through the boundary of true divinity in a single go. That woman is truly ambitious and courageous. As Old Sword said this, June Bluemoon's mind shook. Old Sword, are you saying that Frost Dream is the reincarnated half of Divine Dream's divine soul? Highly likely. Their soul fluctuations are nearly the exact same. However, unless Divine Dream is in front of me, I cannot confirm this. I was only able to sense her aura from behind a great enchantment. My current injuries are simply too heavy. Otherwise, if I still had the strength of my heydays, I wouldn't need to fear her at all. But, if my guesses are wrong, how can Frost Dream be so strong? She is simply a replica of Divine Dream during her youth. Moreover, because she had to take far less detours, her strength should even be greater than what Divine Dream was like during the same time of her youth. As Old Sword said this, June Bluemoon finally recalled that there were many people who said that Frost Dream was far too similar to Empyrean Divine Dream. The same temperament, the same mystical aura that surrounded them, the same perfection, and even their same formidable strength. If Frost Dream were to stand side by side with Divine Dream, then if one ignored the difference in their cultivations, they would seem like a pair of twin sisters. So that's how it is. If Frost Dream is a young Divine Dream and even possesses all of Divine Dream's memories, then no one can compare with her. In terms of just understanding the path of martial arts and the height in laws, she has already surpassed all boundaries of logic. If she had the memories, then she would be greater than this. Old Sword shook his head. That reincarnation technique that Divine Dream used is a double-edged sword. When Frost Dream reincarnated, she had to experience the confusion of rebirth, and thus her previous memories were forgotten, like treasure deeply buried in her mind. She will have to slowly restore these memories over time. Even so, Frost Dream's strength will increase like she's cheating, all the way up in a straight line. For a junior to contend with her? That is difficult. 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 Old Man said difficult 3 times in a row. He wasn't a humble person, but even he didn't believe that his own apprentice, June Bluemoon, had even the slightest chance of defeating Frost Dream. At least, before June Bluemoon became an Empyrean. Rather, it should be said that June Bluemoon could only compete with her once he reached the peak Empyrean realm. Only then would he possess the ability to surpass Frost Dream. Of course, Frost Dream might even have fused back together with Divine Dream at that point, immediately stepping into the realm of true divinity. So that's how it is. It seems this battle between Lin Ming and Frost Dream wasn't fair to begin with. I can't imagine that any sort of miracle will occur. June Bluemoon said, regretfully. If Lin Ming and Hang Chi fought again, then Lin Ming might be able to defeat Hang Chi, but to defeat Frost Dream? That was far too difficult. Old Sword sneered. If breaking through to the divine transformation realm is equal to a mortal's ceremony of adulthood, then this tournament itself is nothing but a gift that Divine Dream prepared for Frost Dream for her to become an adult. Frost Dream was destined to become the leading heroine of the first martial meeting from the start, and you are only a supporting actor to make her shine even brighter. There was still an hour until the match began. For this final match, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace opened one final gambling bet. Frost Dream's victory had a compensation rate of 101, and Lin Ming's victory had a compensation rate of 80. This compensation rate wasn't an exaggeration. If one bet on Frost Dream, they would only earn 1% of their bettings if they were correct. This was truly a speechless and paltry rate. Moreover, there was also a limit on this gambling bet, so one couldn't raise it to an unlimited degree. But that was how things were. Nearly everyone bet on Frost Dream to win. Although they wouldn't earn much, something was better than nothing. Returning only 1%? Isn't this just the welfare of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace? It seems that they won far too much wealth during this first martial meeting. That's right. Because of Lin Ming, I already lost a great deal of violet sunstones. That fellow's fight with Xiao Maxian truly ruined many people's pockets. However, even if it's only 1% profit this time, I will still bet on Frost Dream. In the view of many people, this gamble was in truth just vast universe heavenly palace giving back some of the incalculable wealth they had earned. This could also be considered a tiny gift given back to the spectators at the conclusion of the first martial meeting. 1 hour 80 minutes? That seems a bit too exaggerated to me. Lin Ming traced his chin, a self-deprecating smile on his face. Before this, he had already bet a great deal that he would end up in the top 3 rankings. This time, he didn't mind having a little fun with a few more 9 Sun Jades. Lin Ming finally put down 2 9 Sun Jades on his own victory. Even he didn't have full faith he could defeat Frost Dream. 2 9 Sun Jades was enough for a lucky bet. If he lost, then he lost, it wouldn't be much at all. The full 2 hours soon passed. Lin Ming stood on the arena stage, his breath steady, his hands gently caressing the phoenix blood spear, and his mind as calm as a placid lake. Not too far away from him stood Frost Dream. She was only casually standing there, but her entire body seemed wreathed in a cold smoke. Her temperament was ethereal and otherworldly, beautiful without flaw. She was like a lotus of ice floating in the fog. Just looking at her, one could feel a cold energy rush towards them. Lin Ming, you can do it. That's right. Lin Ming, you've got to try your best. Try and continue for at least 3 moves. If you lost immediately, then that would be too boring. Many of Frost Dream's fans were shouting out words of encouragement towards Lin Ming. They hoped that Lin Ming could fight longer so they could see Frost Dream more. Lin Ming ignored all of these cheers. He only lightly bowed to Frost Dream in accordance with the conventions of the Divine Realm first martial meeting. Then, he raised his spear. Frost Dream's expression was serene. Beneath her feet, countless ice crystals gathered together, forming an illusory ice lotus. This ice lotus slowly revolved. As Lin Ming looked at this ice lotus, he felt as if his thoughts were being sucked into its gentle spinning. This ice lotus was personally created by Empyrean Divine Dream, ruling spirit art. As vast cosmos announced the start of the match, the ice lotus beneath Frost Dream's feet instantly scattered. Every petal was composed of 7 ice crystals, each as thin as a cicada's wing. However, they shined with a cold light, overflowing with a thick killing intent. This was Divine Dream Heavenly Palace's battle spirit technique. By manipulating objects with one's battle spirit, one could attack from afar with weapons. Whoosh! Countless ice lotus crystals joined together in the air, forming 3 divine swords that chopped towards Lin Ming. Although this was only a casual attack from Frost Dream, it contained a terrifying might. It was weaker than Hang Chi's Wheel of Samsara, but it wasn't that much worse. It wasn't easy to defend against at all. Everyone thought that Lin Ming would begin to summon the phantom of the heretical god tree or would use heavenly Tao judgment. Only like that would he be able to suppress Frost Dream's ruling spirit art. But at this time, Lin Ming simply took a step backwards as a brilliant flame lit up on the phoenix blood spear. Fire laws. No one thought that Lin Ming would use just his fire laws alone to resist Frost Dream's ruling spirit art. That was too brazen a move. At the moment the ice crystal swords arrived, Lin Ming thrust out his spear. The first 5 levels of the fire laws completely fused together. This attack even contained a hint of yang flames. The 6th level concept of the fire laws, yang flames. Even if Lin Ming had barely traced upon this threshold and was still incomparably far from truly stepping into it, this still allowed the might of his strike to reach near infinite proportions. Bang! With an explosive sound, the spear light exploded. But Frost Dream's ice crystal swords were also destroyed. He blocked it? The audience was incredibly astonished. It wasn't strange for Lin Ming to block those ice crystal swords, but what was amazing was that he had done this by just relying on just the fire laws. If I'm not wrong, then, Lin Ming's fire laws have touched upon the 6th level concept. How is this possible? Chapter 1324 Two Unrivaled Geniuses. Chapter 1324 Two Unrivaled Geniuses. When Lin Ming fought with the Monster Prince and Dragon Fang, his fire laws had reached large success of the 5th level concept. In terms of laws, Lin Ming was inferior to Dragon Fang. In fact, if it weren't for the existence of the heretical God Tree, his laws would be even worse than the Monster Prince's. After all, what he comprehended were the strong space and time laws. Now, after just several days of time and a deep slumber of a year and a half, Lin Ming's laws had reached perfection of the 5th level, and he had also traced upon the threshold of the 6th level laws. This was a simply inconceivable accomplishment. Moreover, he had been sleeping within a time enchantment where the laws were all in chaos. In this situation, how could he even comprehend the laws? The large success of the 5th level concept was only a single step away from reaching perfection. There were countless Divine Lord powerhouses who had failed to cross this step in their lifetimes. What happened to Lin Ming? Was he hiding his strength before? He lost to Hang Qi so miserably, so how could he possibly have hidden his strength? He must have rapidly improved in this short period of time. That's impossible. His soul was injured before this, and he had even fallen into a deep slumber, so how could he still cultivate? Many people found this hard to believe. Lin Ming's talent had already aroused the envy of many heroic young elites. When Lin Ming had fought Hang Qi, many of these people believed that he was trying to show off. Thus he received a deep injury which caused him to sleep for a year and a half, and even possibly left behind hidden wounds. Because Lin Ming did something too stupid, these envious young elites all looked at him in a joking light. After a year and a half, Lin Ming appeared on the arena stage, and he had even made a breakthrough in the laws. How could any of those who envied him accept this? Someone suddenly said, Lin Ming's laws might have been close to reaching perfection in the 5th level to begin with. With so many top-tier geniuses in the first martial meeting, his comprehension of laws was among the most disappointing. Now that he finally managed to catch up to everyone else, this isn't strange at all. Although these words were said with a sour taste, the facts were laid before them all. Lin Ming had indeed been weak in the aspect of laws, but now his laws were comparable to Dragon Fang's. Just wait and see. His laws have improved, but it won't change the result of this battle. Lin Ming's disparity with Frost Dream is too great. Let alone perfection of the 5th level laws, even if he reached perfection of the 6th level laws, he still wouldn't be able to make up for their difference. Besides a few Empyreans of the highest levels, no one else knew of Frost Dream's identity. But of those people that came to watch the first martial meeting, there were always those old fellows with an immeasurably deep vision and judgment. Although they didn't know that Frost Dream was the reincarnated half of Divine Dream's primordial spirit, they could confirm that Frost Dream had some unique secret. She was an invincible enigma. In this battle, no one believed in Lin Ming. Even June Bluemoon's Master Old Sword, Vast Universe, or even Lin Ming himself, didn't have full faith that he could win. On the arena stage, Frost Dream's eyes flashed with slight surprise. Although she knew that Lin Ming's recent deep sleep was not as simple as it seemed, she never imagined that his strength would suddenly rise to such a degree. You have been cultivating for this last year and a half. An ephemeral true essence sound transmission spread to Lin Ming's ears, like a clarion hosanna sung from an immortal paradise. Yes, Lin Ming confidently replied. Cultivating in a 1:100 time flow time enchantment. Frost Dream was thoughtful for a moment. If one cultivated in a time enchantment, there wouldn't be a problem if they gathered true essence to make a breakthrough. However, there would be distortions in the laws they comprehended. This was the difference from cultivating outside. Moreover, one's age would increase all the same within the time enchantment, and the person would use up their life. Unless there was a unique circumstance, geniuses would not cultivate in a time enchantment. Junior apprentice Brother Lin is truly special. Allow me to experience the achievements of your cultivation. Frostdream said. Then, she lifted her hand. From her palm, a rippling wave surged out, changing the world. Countless ice lotuses seemed to bloom all around Frostdream. The arena vanished. Lin Ming and Frostdream arrived above a beautiful paradise. This was the Divine Dream Space. After her first probing move, Frostdream displayed her signature domain, the Divine Dream Space. Within the Divine Dream Space, who could fight with her? Within this space, Frostdream held absolute control. Frostdream is finally being serious. Everyone looked at Lin Ming. They didn't think Frostdream would use this move so early, but would hold back for the first several moves against Lin Ming. But now, after just a single probing attack, Frostdream had released the Divine Dream Space. Perhaps this even signaled that the match would end soon. This is the Divine Dream Space. I see, so the feeling of standing within the Divine Dream Space is like this. Although Lin Ming had seen the Divine Dream Space in action before, this was his first time experiencing it himself. After standing in the Divine Dream Space, Lin Ming felt illusions grow thick in his mind. With just the slightest thought, what he feared the most or what he longed for the most could appear at any moment. If a sexual deviant were to stand here, they would fall into an incomparably romantic dream, unable to ever escape. If a miser were to stand here, they would see endless mountains of treasure, all of it belonging to them. If a person with an unsteady will was to face Frostdream here, Frostdream wouldn't even need to form anything in the Divine Dream Space. They would simply be directly defeated. Roar, roar, roar. With a loud growling roar, that empty dreamland energy condensed together, forming into nightmare beasts within the Divine Dream Space that barreled towards Lin Ming. At the same time, Frostdream gathered her hands together, forming a purple cage around Lin Ming that completely trapped him within. This cage was also formed from Divine Dream energy. It would not be torn apart easily. Frostdream caged Lin Ming in with Divine Dream energy so that he wouldn't be able to dodge the attack of these nightmare beasts. These nightmare beasts were incomparably fierce. Even someone on the level of Ram Saber would have trouble dealing with several of these nightmare beasts, much less dozens of them. Facing this attack of the Divine Dream Space, Lin Ming poured all of his energy into his inner world. At that moment, an enchanting blood-red lotus slowly bloomed behind him. This was the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower. The Prime Emperor Lotus Flower released the vast and boundless breath of the great Tao that recklessly struck the Divine Dream Space. In that instant, for a radius of 100 feet around Lin Ming, all of those blooming ice lotuses rapidly shattered, turning into countless shards. Even the cage around Lin Ming wildly trembled, as if it would break apart at any moment. With his strength, Lin Ming had shoved open a space within the Divine Dream Space. Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of nightmare beasts broke into the Grand Mist Space. Within the domain of the all-annihilating Grand Mist laws, they began to rapidly weaken. Some smaller nightmare beasts even let out miserable cries. Nightmare beasts were strong, and even Lin Ming would find it hard to deal with dozens of them. But, as long as these nightmare beasts left the Divine Dream Space and entered the Grand Mist Space, they were weakened to a near negligible level to Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming took a step forwards. The Phoenix Blood Spear in his hands swept out. In that moment, the Phoenix Blood Spear was like a red dragon wildly raging around. Spear light shot out, and with several popping sounds, dozens of nightmare beasts were all killed by Lin Ming, their blood splashing all around. After killing all of these nightmare beasts, Lin Ming's long spear returned. Chila. The Divine Dream energy cage around Lin Ming was also torn apart by him. The Grand Mist Space constantly radiated outwards, forcibly pushing away all of the divine dream laws within 100 feet of him. Although this was only a radius of 100 feet, this was still amazing enough. The audience was shocked as they saw this. With his own domain, Lin Ming had stiffly opened up his own dominion within the divine dream space. From start until end, the divine dream space had been the top domain of the first martial meeting. No one had been able to contend with it, not even Hang Qi. Now, Lin Ming was using the Grand Mist space to resist the divine dream space. Although the Grand Mist space was clearly suppressed, this was still an exceedingly rare event. At least before now, this situation had never appeared. How is this happening? Why did Lin Ming's strength increase so much? At this time, no one thought that the reason Lin Ming and Frost Dream's battle had reached this stage was because of his luck. Perhaps his strength truly had rapidly risen. Wasn't he unconscious in a deep sleep? Who was the one who said his soul was injured? If his soul was injured, causing him to fall unconscious for a year and a half, how could his strength have grown so much? When Lin Ming was wounded and in a deep sleep, many people had laughed at him and called him a fool who only knew how to show off and didn't know just how deep he could go. But now, everything indicated that what happened to Lin Ming wasn't some simple soul wound. Rather, he had experienced some unimaginable transformation. He might have even experienced a sudden enlightenment or made a breakthrough. Those people that called Lin Ming a fool were the ones who felt like fools now. And in the honored seating section, some holy lord and world king level old men had already realized that a change had occurred within Lin Ming's body. From the moment he appeared, his aura had been different. This Lin Ming isn't simple at all. There were some people before this who said that if it weren't for Frost Dream, his talent would only be inferior to Xiao Maxian's and even comparable to Hang Qi's. But now it seems that they all underestimated him. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian, those are truly the two unrivaled geniuses of this generation. Yes, but what a pity! Frost Dream is simply too strong. She may have displayed the divine dream space, but this isn't her true strength. Frost Dream isn't someone that you can apply common sense to. Even if Lin Ming displayed an even greater strength, it would be nothing but an illusion in front of Frost Dream. On the arena stage, Frost Dream looked towards Lin Ming. No matter how much she pushed the divine dream space, she was only able to suppress Lin Ming's Grand Mist space. She wasn't able to fully crush it. Frost Dream slowly raised her right hand. Beneath her, more and more ice lotuses condensed, blooming in full glory. They spread out, covering the entire arena stage with endless flowers of ice, just like some fantastical dream. These ice lotuses were difficult to destroy and even slowly permeated Lin Ming's Grand Mist space. Lin Ming's eyebrows show up. He could feel that in this instant, Frost Dream's aura had risen once again. She was truly worthy of being called the #1 genius amongst the junior generation. She was an unfathomable existence. In that moment, mystical dreamland energy gathered in front of Frost Dream, condensing together into a thick tome. As she gently opened this tome, Frost Dream clearly said, "Dream Interpretation Scripture." Dreams represented a person's desires. The power of divine dream was in truth a type of the power of faith. When the power of faith of all living beings came together, this power would be terrifying. Chapter 13:25 Dream Interpretation Scripture. Chapter 13:25 The Dream Interpretation Scripture. In that instant, an incomparably powerful strength of the divine dream law enveloped Frost Dream. Divine dream marks flew out from her body, spinning around, wildly dancing in the air. Frost Dream floated in the skies, the dream interpretation scripture in her hands. An unbelievable strength wildly surged outwards, flooding the entire martial field. Many of the spectators couldn't help but be affected by this strength. The older masters were somewhat better off. With their deep cultivation, the effects weren't too great on them. But for those juniors with weaker cultivations, as they heard the sounds of the dream interpretation scripture, all of them developed infinite admiration and trust towards Frost's dream in their hearts. At this moment, to them, Frost's dream seemed like a true god living in the world. Many of those young elites at the early divine sea realm and below fell to their knees, lying prostrate in worship towards Frost's dream. Those that were able to step foot in this arena were mostly geniuses from World King-level Holy Land. But when facing Frost's dream's dream interpretation scripture, they had no strength to resist at all. In their hearts, deep within their spiritual sea, there was a thread that was resonating with Frost's dream. This power of their thoughts emerged from their bodies, gathering towards Frost's dream. This was the power of hope and also the power of faith. When people believed in an existence without reservation, they would devote their power of faith to it. Even a mortal's power of faith could not be underestimated. Several mortals gathered together naturally weren't worthy of mentioning, but with trillions of mortals gathered together, their collective power of faith was no less than that of a holy lord or world king. Many people were willing to bow and worship Frost's dream, offering their own faith power to her. Endless amounts of faith power began to gather towards Frost's dream. This faith power came not just from the heroic young elites present, but also from the countless lives from different planes and worlds, all of them drawn in and catering to Frost's dream's voice. Dreams are your thoughts. What you experience in your dreams is something that you will never forget in your life. Dreams are your desires. What you experience in your dreams is the bitter outcomes you chased in your previous incarnations. At this time, on this day, I shall borrow this power of faith from all living beings. And on the day that I step into the realm of God, then I shall interpret your dream for you. As Frost's dream spoke, all of the power of faith gathered completely into her hands. At this moment, many of the holy lords and world kings present paled. Frost's dream was actually using the dreamland laws to gather the power of faith from all living beings, all of them willing to worship at her feet and devote their life's energies to her. For a single person to command the devotion of all beings, just how terrifying an ability was this? Frost's dream was at the late Divine Sea Realm, and she was able to affect all young elites at the early Divine Sea Realm and below. Then, what about Divine Dream? She was a peak Empyrean. Did that mean that all powerhouses at an early Empyrean cultivation and below would be affected by her? In other words, everyone present here would come under Divine Dream's influence. This caused all of them to fear Empyrean Divine Dream even more. Divine Dream Heavenly Palace is too terrifying. What is terrifying is the Divine Dream Law, a law just like an enigma. This law is the sole possession of Empyrean Divine Dream. With just what has been revealed so far about the Divine Dream Law, we've seen the Divine Dream Space, the Dream Interpretation Scripture, and the Dream Soul Immortal Melody, three incomparably powerful abilities. No one here ever knew that such techniques could exist. Divine Dream Heavenly Palace was incomparably mysterious, with an unfathomable background. No, just that, but there were very few disciples within Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, and they were often hidden in their own world. At this first martial meeting, there were many world king powerhouses who were experiencing the Divine Dream Law for the first time. A tremendous power of faith gathered together into a phantom in front of Frost's dream. This phantom had faintly similar features to Frost's dream, exuding a holy aura from all over, just like a profound immortal goddess from the highest heavens, looking down at the world with contempt. This was a spiritual god formed from the power of hope from all living creatures, condensed from their very thoughts. Ka. As this spiritual god of thoughts and faith stepped forwards, Lin Ming felt his grand mist space violently tremble. Cracks began to appear within the grand mist space, rapidly spreading outwards. The grand mist space would soon break apart. At this time, the grand mist space was not just suppressed, but disintegrating. Lin Ming was using the incomplete primordial martial intent to resist the complete divine dream law. He was finding it difficult to resist. Bang! This spiritual god stepped into the grand mist space, creating a crack in the dome of the grand mist space. Lin Ming's body shook as he was forced backwards, his face wan. This is a spiritual god formed from the power of thoughts. Carries with it a terrifying will. Ordinary laws and domains simply cannot resist the force of it. Yes, and Frost Dream hasn't even used the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. When she fought Hang Chi, she hadn't completed the Dream Soul Melody. If she can play it to completion, it should be far more terrifying than the dream interpretation scripture. Frost Dream's methods are endless. She is simply invincible. There is no junior that can hope to compare with her. The only difference among them is who can last longer before capitulating. Many masters present didn't understand the divine dream law. But, when Frost Dream had truly used the divine dream law, they were all able to see just how powerful it was. Hang Chi pressed his palms together, sighing deeply with emotion. Their Buddhist faith had countless followers, and a Buddhist Empyrean could also gather the power of faith from all living creatures, displaying a truly heaven-shaking force. But those in the Buddhist faith that could do this were all Empyreans. An ordinary divine sea or divine transformation powerhouse could at most add the power of faith to their technique. The combat strength they could display with this was extremely limited. It was far from being able to compare with someone like Frost Dream. It was unimaginable that she could reach this boundary at just the late divine sea realm. The spiritual god formed from faith power took another step forwards. More and more cracks appeared in the grand mist space. It had reached its limit. In that moment, Lin Ming grasped the phoenix blood spear and poured all of his energy into his inner world. Within his inner world, the energy spun around the black hole seed, forming a nebulous vortex of stars. All sorts of mystical runes flowed out, attaching to this vortex. In an instant, Lin Ming formed thousands of seals. These seals spread through all space in an area of 10 miles. Divine Seal Art, God-forbidding seal. With a loud shout from Lin Ming, all of those divine seals flew towards that spiritual faith god. Lin Ming actually wanted to use his own strength to seal away the spiritual faith god. However, just what sort of existence was a spiritual god formed from the power of faith? This was the power of faith that Frost Dream gathered from all living beings in numerous planes and worlds. By creating this spiritual god with the divine dream law and her own supreme cultivation, how could it be sealed away so easily? As for those divine seals that Lin Ming shot out, all of them seemed dim without any terrifying fluctuations of energy at all. In fact, they looked rather plain and common. Right now, no one believed that Lin Ming's god-forbidding seals would be able to do anything to that spiritual faith god. This included Frost Dream herself, Hang Chi, June Blue Moon, and even Old Sword. Bang! The spiritual faith god took a third step, thoroughly stepping into Lin Ming's grand mist space. At this time, Lin Ming had already severed contact with the grand mist space to prevent a backlash injuring him. And at the same time, those god-forbidding seals he sent out fell onto that spiritual faith god. There were a total of 3,600 seals. As they fell onto that spiritual faith god, they completely submerged into that shimmering being, vanishing out of sight. That spiritual faith god didn't seem to have been affected at all. It took a fourth step. Now it was within reach of Lin Ming. Shua! From within its body, that spiritual faith god extracted a divine sword. Just as it was about to cut down at Lin Ming, its body suddenly shook as it violently trembled. Within its body, those 3,600 god-forbidding seals that had sank into it began to change. Those seals looked common and simple, but after they sank into the spiritual faith god, they were like a pack of ravenous animals, recklessly eating up the power of faith. The seals seemed as if they could swallow all of existence. Even the power of faith from all creatures was no exception. 3,600 points formed 3,600 energy black holes, wantonly swallowing everything nearby. As for the energy they swallowed, it passed through some invisible channels that completely converged within Lin Ming's body, gathering into that black hole seed. The divine seal art represented the laws of sealing as well as the laws of swallowing. It would swallow all into that black hole and then thoroughly seal it away. Under the gazes of all, one could only see innumerable lines of energy forming between Lin Ming and that spiritual faith god. All of that power of faith was being swallowed up by Lin Ming. As the audience of over 100 million saw this, all of them didn't dare to believe their own eyes. What sort of cultivation method is this? How can this be? He can actually absorb the faith power of all creatures? How is he doing this? The faith of all creatures cannot be subdued. Unless they believe in you, you will only experience a backlash from this power. Some of the wizened old men present had some understandings into the power of faith. The reason that people were willing to devote and offer their power of faith was because they believed in that indistinct spiritual God in their hearts. But against an evil god that dared to try and kill the spiritual God they believed in, they would naturally resist it, rather dying than surrendering. Is this the power of the faith of all creatures? At that moment, Lin Ming could feel the energy within his black hole seed rapidly increasing. The strength of the black hole seed also rose. However, this was the power of faith. After leaving that spiritual faith god, this energy immediately became incredibly wild and violent, as if it wanted to strike back at him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A great deal of the power of faith exploded within Lin Ming's inner world, wishing to perish with him. But Lin Ming simply coldly snorted. The black hole vortex spun at a crazy rate, swallowing all. No matter how wild or tyrannical this power of faith was, all of it was sucked into the black hole vortex and thoroughly crushed. The black hole was the end point of all space and time, and also the end point of all matter and energy. Although the power of faith was strong, it was still a type of energy in the end. It couldn't resist the terminal end of energy that was this black hole seed. After swallowing a massive amount of the power of faith, not only did Lin Ming's aura not fade, but it grew without the slightest hint of backlash. This caused many people in the audience to be shocked speechless. He could swallow the power of faith without any backlash at all? That was far too abnormal. None of them could imagine just how Lin Ming was able to accomplish this. On the arena stage, the spiritual faith god roared out louder and louder. However, no matter how much it struggled, it was sealed tighter and tighter away by Lin Ming's God-forbidding seals. You can actually seal away and refine the faith power of all living creatures? Frost Dream looked deeply at Lin Ming, a look of surprise on her face. She thought that once she brought out the dream interpretation scripture, this battle would be finished. She never imagined that Lin Ming would use some inconceivable cultivation method to seal away that massive faith power. However, even though the dream interpretation scripture was suppressed by Lin Ming, Frost Dream didn't seem panicked at all. She still had that indifferent expression on her face, as if nothing in this world was able to move her. She flicked a single finger, and that spiritual faith god scattered away, turning into countless lines of faith power. Since the black vortex was recklessly swallowing and sealing away the power of faith, then Frost Dream would separate all of that energy and bombard Lin Ming with it instead. At this time, 90% of that faith power had been sealed away by the divine seal art. But the remaining 10% still gathered in a mighty surging wave that rushed towards Lin Ming. In that instant, because Lin Ming had used the God-forbidding seal, he had yet to recover himself. Now that he saw such a sudden change occur, he sank his thoughts into his spiritual sea. Grand Mist Battle Spirit! Whoosh! With a clarion cry, a dark gold Grand Mist Battle Spirit rushed out from Lin Ming. After Lin Ming's deep sleep for the last year and a half, The Grand Mist Battle Spirit had already faintly touched upon the threshold of becoming a blue soul battle spirit. Within that dark golden hue was a faint touch of the deepest blue. Although this blue color was extremely faint, it still added an ineffable charm to the Grand Mist Battle Spirit. The Grand Mist Battle Spirit formed a sword of will, welcoming the power of faith. Both sides were forces formed from the power of will. On one side was Lin Ming's will, and on the other side was the power of faith from all living create. Both strengths brutally crashed together. Gotcha! For a time, the brilliance of will spread through the void, with the power of faith being crushed into nothing. At the same time, Lin Ming's sword of will also broke apart. During this intense collision of wills, a powerful spiritual storm was stirred up. All of those young elites that offered up their power of faith felt as if they were drowning in a trance within this wild storm. As for those stronger martial artists, even they were stunned. Perfect gold battle spirit. Lin Ming also has a perfect gold battle spirit? It isn't just a perfect gold battle spirit. It's more accurate to say that this battle spirit is making great progress into entering the blue soul boundary. Before too long, he should be able to make a breakthrough. How terrifying! This battle spirit is even superior to Frost Dream's. Frost Dream's battle spirit was at gold perfection. But compared to Lin Ming, it was still lacking the charm of a blue soul battle spirit. It had to be known that Frost Dream originated from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Those from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace originally surpassed all others in the aspect of soul and will. It was normal for their battle spirits to be outrageously strong. As for Lin Ming, he only came from an ordinary Holy Land background and he had no fierce master that anyone was aware of. Even so, he managed to train his battle spirit to such a boundary. Just what the hell was going on here? His battle spirit was strong, his perception was strong, his defense was strong, his endurance was strong, he possessed a powerful domain, had reached perfection in the 5th level fire laws, his foundation had reached the peak of stability, and his cultivation method was strong to the point that it was even able to refine the power of faith. With so many strengths together, how could other geniuses still live? Lin Ming's existence was something that many people couldn't summon the courage to chase after. What secrets does Lin Ming have on him? His battle spirit is able to reach such a degree, and he also has such a terrifying sealing technique. That sealing technique is definitely at the level of a transcendent divine might, even at the peak of all transcendent divine mights, otherwise it is impossible for it to seal away the power of faith. Yes, that sealing technique that Lin Ming used just now was not used during his battle with Hang Qi. If he knew it, he would definitely have used it then. In this last year and a half while his soul was injured, was he actually cultivating instead? His soul was injured? Does anyone here still believe that Lin Ming's soul was injured? How ridiculous! Just think about it. If Lin Ming was truly in a deep sleep because his soul was injured, how could his strength rise so quickly? It wasn't known which old man said this, but everyone couldn't help but gulp. If Lin Ming's soul wasn't injured for this last year and a half, then just what was he doing during his sleep for all that time? Chapter 13:26, Eternal Darkness. Chapter 13:26, Eternal Darkness. When Lin Ming fought Hang Qi, not only was his soul not injured, but when facing the wheel of samsara he made a breakthrough and gained new comprehensions. During his sleep in the time enchantment, he was digesting all of these new understands. This was only the old man's guess, but it was very close to the truth. However, the martial artists present found that hard to believe. What you're saying is impossible. What sort of comprehensions could Lin Ming have gained that allowed his strength to reach this degree in just a year and a half? This is just far too exaggerated. Moreover, in a time enchantment you can only increase your cultivation, not your understanding of laws. Lin Ming's current cultivation has only risen by an extremely small amount and he's still at the middle divine sea, but his laws and techniques are completely different. Another old man said, unable to accept the previous point. But the first old man said, what you're saying is reasonable. But, if Lin Ming entered sudden enlightenment, the truth is that it's possible for his strength to have rapidly risen in the time enchantment. Everyone was shocked by this old man's astonishing words. Sudden enlightenment? The state of sudden enlightenment was something that could only be discovered through a stroke of serendipity. But even so, geniuses with decent martial talent would experience this state several times in their long lives, so entering into sudden enlightenment wasn't strange at all. However, when one entered into sudden enlightenment, that was usually for several quarter hours or several hours at most. To enter into sudden enlightenment for a year and a half was simply unheard of. All of these young elites had complex feelings as they heard this. Because of Lin Ming's injuries, many of them had been gloating over his misfortune. There were even many of them that thought their disparity with Lin Ming wasn't too great. Only now did they realize that all their previous assumptions were simply laughable jokes. Under the arena stage, Hang Chi was watching Lin Ming and Frost Dreams fight. His palms were pressed together as he recited Buddhist chant. Hang Chi originally thought that something strange had occurred in his battle with Lin Ming. He felt that Lin Ming shouldn't have been severely wounded by him. Only now did he realize that not only was Lin Ming's soul not injured, but he had instead been cultivating during this deep sleep of a year and a half. He was biding his strength like a divine spear waiting for the right time to appear. On the arena stage, Frost Dream looked at the scattered light of wills in the skies, a strange color flashing in her bright eyes. She used a true essence sound transmission to say to Lin Ming, "Before I came on stage, Honorable Master already warned me that I must pay attention to this battle, because this battle will temper my will. I had thought otherwise, but now I know that what my master said is true. I have indeed underestimated you. That mysterious cultivation method you showed is in no way inferior to my divine dream law." The divine dream law was the transcendent divine might of divine dream heavenly palace. But what Frost Dream didn't know was that the divine seal art that Lin Ming used was in fact incomplete. This was because the divine seal altar that Lin Ming mounted was only a replica created by Empyrean Vast Universe. Empyrean Vast Universe had obtained a fragment of the ancient divine seal altar in the past and not the complete inheritance of Empyrean divine seal. After Lin Ming climbed up the 33rd step of the divine seal altar, he had obtained a tiny fragment of Empyrean divine seal soul. The divine seal art was also incomplete because of this. If it were the complete divine seal art, then the level of it would surpass the boundaries of an Empyrean cultivation method. After Frost Dream spoke these words, she quietly took out an ice-blue zither from her spatial ring. The shimmering translucent zither seemed as if it were carved from the purest crystal. 18 strings were tightened on the zither, gleaming with a cold light. This zither exuded a mysterious and unspeakable aura, as if the soul of a sleeping goddess were hidden within it. My zither is called Dream Soul, and this song is called the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. Frost Dream's words were clear and calm, but as the audience heard this, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Frost Dream was finally going to use the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. Hurry and inform Senior Master and the others. This is a peak battle that has to be seen. Hurry and tell them to return as soon as possible. Hurry up and pass a message to High Master. If they miss this match, then that will be too unfortunate. Only a quarter of the entire martial field was seated. Most of them were youths that were Frost Dreams fans. As for the others, they thought that this match would finish almost immediately, thus they weren't excited to see it. Since there was no value in watching this match, they simply didn't come. At this time, on board a spirit ship, a middle-aged man was looking at a flame that lit up in front of him. This was the light of a sound-transmitting talisman. Frost Dream's match against Lin Ming has reached a white-hot stage, and there isn't a sure winner or loser. And Frost Dream has taken out her dream soul zither? After obtaining this news, the middle-aged man was amazed. What did you say? Other people on the ship were shocked. If the person delivering this message wasn't one of their juniors who had no reason to trick them, then they simply wouldn't believe that the message of this sound-transmitting talisman was real. No matter what happened, let's go back and take a look. According to the sound-transmitting talisman, Lin Ming wasn't injured at all. Instead, his deep sleep was a state of sudden enlightenment, and this state also continued for a very long time. Previously, news had come from vast universe Heavenly Palace that Lin Ming had entered a 1:100 time flow time enchantment. If Lin Ming had really been in a state of sudden enlightenment for this entire time, then that was far too terrifying. As more and more people received this message, the skies above the martial field were filled with countless masters flying back at a breakneck speed. From dozens of miles away, these hundreds of thousands and millions of martial artists looked like a mass of spots against the sun, just like a rapidly approaching swarm of locusts. The seats were rapidly being filled. For 100 miles around the massive arena stage, 1,000,000 people could seat themselves in just a single breath of time. There were also many people who had already left on their spirit ships that turned around, quickly trying to return. As for whether or not they could return in time, that was still uncertain. On the martial field, a melodious song reverberated through the air. The Dream Soul immortal melody was being played. All around Frost Dream, a picturesque landscape had appeared, just like the most beautiful drawing. This was the immortal melody Pure Lands. Meanwhile, the divine dream space came shrouding down once more, directly enveloping Lin Ming. As Frost Dream displayed the immortal melody Pure Lands, she also used the divine dream space. At this moment, the immortal melody Pure Lands and the divine dream space fused together as one. From above the arena, one could only see an unending number of flower petals sprinkling down. A fresh fragrance greeted the senses. As for Frost Dream, within this domain, she sat cross-legged high in the skies. Her light blue clothes fluttered in the wind as the Dream Soul's zither lay across her legs. At this time, she was like an immortal goddess from the highest heavens exiled to the mortal world. Her zither tunes were pleasing and symphonious. As she parted her cherry-red lips, the sound of a long-desired wish seemed to come from her mouth, echoing through the arena like the arriving ring of destiny. I wish to become an Empyrean. The day I become an Empyrean, the myriad paths of the great Tao shall be revealed before me. In the 3,000 great worlds, all living beings, my every follower, all shall seek my great power, pursuing the road of immortal perpetuity. I wish to become a true divinity. The day I become a true divinity, the heavenly Tao laws shall be grasped in my hands. Underneath the 33 heavens, all spirits and all existences shall speak my name. All shall realize their dreams, all shall break apart the shackles of their destiny and tear free from the cycle of samsara. As Frost Dream's voice echoed in the arena, in her words she wanted to become an Empyrean. She wanted to become a true divinity. For her to become an Empyrean, no one doubted that. Frost Dream was destined to become an Empyrean, and an outstanding one at that. As for becoming a true divinity, that was something that had not happened for billions of years. But now that these words came from Frost Dream's lips, they seemed to be filled with an unquestionable momentum, as if this were not a long-cherished wish she desired, but her future fate. Her zither tune turned and a Buddha-killing melody filled the air, causing the void to tremble, filling the world with a thick killing intent. Those songs from the Dream Soul's zither were not normal sounds, but the true sound of the great Tao. If a normal martial artist were to hear these sounds, their hearts would shatter and all of their life's cultivation would be destroyed. The everlasting sound of the Tao plunged towards Lin Ming like a surging tide. Lin Ming closed his eyes, energy erupting from his body. His long hair recklessly flew in the wind as his clothes flapped about him. In that instant a black crystal floated out from within his body. This crystal was only the size of a bean, but when it appeared, from that point in the void, the space around it was directly torn apart. This was truly tearing apart the void, tearing apart the space of the divine realm. This was no longer twisting or shaking, this was truly ripping it asunder. As the audience saw this, all of them were shocked speechless. It had to be known that the divine realm space was stable. Many geniuses could cause space to shake and leak out power with space distortions. This wasn't strange at all. But to truly tear open the void of the divine realm, that was incredible. And Lin Ming had managed to do so at the divine sea realm. What is that black crystal? I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. The black crystal Lin Ming summoned forth was the black hole seed that he had created through his torturous cultivation. Empyrean divine seal was someone that had existed 3.6 billion years ago. The divine seal art was also an ultimate martial art long lost to time. Disregarding holy lords and world kings, as well as even Empyrean level masters, such as the richly experienced Old Sword or 3 Lives Old Man, none of them knew about the divine seal art. This is, deep within vast universe heavenly palace, the normally calm and indifferent Empyrean divine dream's complexion slightly changed. Even she didn't know just what sort of cultivation method Lin Ming was using. As the black hole seed appeared, in that instant, all of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy in the world flew towards it at a dizzying speed. The energy within the divine dream space was no exception, and even the immortal melody Pure Lands was swept up by this maniacal strength. Flower petals withered and waned as the Pure Lands began to collapse, the earth disintegrating. If you wish to become a true divinity, then I shall seal away your divinity. Swallow all power, swallow all matter, fall into an infinite abyss of time. Within this cage of space you shall never emerge, sink forever, perish through the sands of history. Divine seal art, swallow all of existence, eternal darkness. To use the black hole seed to simulate a true black hole of the universe, this was truly swallowing everything. Even the sound of the great Tao was swallowed up by Lin Ming's black hole seed. However, using this move placed a tremendous burden on his body. His blood vessels stuck out and blue veins popped up all over him as if they would erupt at any moment. With Lin Ming's cultivation, he was just barely able to display the divine seal art's God-forbidding seal. But, using eternal darkness actually surpassed his limits. Ka. The immortal melody Pure Lands were constantly torn apart. The sounds of the dream soul zither struggled to free themselves from this swallowing force. Frost Dream's dream soul immortal melody would soon be broken. It's breaking. Can Lin Ming actually break the dream soul immortal melody? I can't believe this. Is Lin Ming going to win? To win against Frost Dream? She is known as being an unrivaled character amongst all juniors. This cultivation method, Frost Dream looked at Lin Ming's black hole seed and was unable to maintain her previous calm and indifferent expression. Your techniques have surpassed my imagination, then. All I can do is play the final chapter of the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. Let me warn you, I cannot control the strength of this final chapter. Even I am unable to fully grasp its might. Chapter 1327, Final Chapter of the Dream Soul. Chapter 1327, Final Chapter of the Dream Soul. The final chapter of the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. After hearing Frost Dream's words, all of the heroic young elites present held their breaths. When Frost Dream fought with Heng Qi, she had said that once she completed the Dream Soul Immortal Melody, he would lose without a doubt. That meant that the final chapter of the Dream Soul Immortal Melody must contain some indescribably powerful force. The final chapter of the Dream Soul can eliminate all laws of this world and wash away even the great Tao. Try your best to withstand this. Frost Dream was unable to fully grasp the might of the Dream Cell's final chapter. Lin Ming might be able to defend against this move, but he might even be severely wounded. Perhaps he could even die here. With the fighting having reached this stage, it was impossible for Frost Dream to tell Lin Ming to give up. They could only fight this out. At this time, deep within vast universe Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Divine Dream's expression stirred. She seemed as if she wanted to stop Frost Dream, but after hesitating for several breaths of time, she finally shook her head. No matter how Frost Dream and Lin Ming's battle went, she believed that Lin Ming's destiny was so great and dreadful that he wouldn't die here in such a simple manner. And as her reincarnation, Frost Dream was also the same. The zither melody changed once more. That Buddha-killing harmony with its profound killing intent once more returned to a peaceful tune. No one imagined that the final chapter of the Dream Soul, with its vast and boundless momentum that seemed to look down at the world with disdain, would actually return to such a gentle quietness. For a time, within the immortal melody Pure Lands, countless crystal-clear flower petals fell from the air, lightly landing on Frost Dream's long hair, shoulders, and even her icy blue dress. As she sat down in the immortal melody Pure Lands, her image seemed carved into eternity. At this time, a mysterious black crystal began to emerge behind Frost Dream, becoming larger and larger. Within the Dream Soul Immortal Melody's final chapter, a black crystal finally gathered. This black crystal was shaped like a cube with 6 even sides. It looked common, and even slightly plain, but as Lin Ming saw it his mind violently shook. This was the magic cube. In this final moment, Frost Dream had summoned the phantom of the magic cube. On this black cube was carved countless dark inscriptions. Lin Ming had seen these markings before. He had a profound impression of them. In the past, when he first obtained the magic cube had these black traces carved on it, each one different and unique. Even now, Lin Ming still didn't know what they meant. Lin Ming never thought that in Frost Dream's final chapter of the Dream Soul Immortal Melody, she would actually use her own energy to condense a phantom of the magic cube. Is the magic cube not in my body? Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. His thoughts immediately touched upon the magic cube space within his body. He found that Mo Eversnow and Fishy were both safely dwelling there. The magic cube was still in his body. He could not be wrong about this. I understand. Frost Dream's magic cube phantom has the aura of the magic cube, but it is still far from being able to compare to the true magic cube. The magic cube was a divine tool of the soul. It complemented Divine Dream Heavenly Palace's Divine Dream Law perfectly. If so, then Divine Dream Heavenly Palace must have some inheritance related to the magic cube. Could they possess a replica of the magic cube? This thought immediately flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Although the magic cube phantom that Frost Dream summoned had a completely similar appearance to the true magic cube, its aura was far lacking. If it was said that Divine Dream Heavenly Palace had a replica of the magic cube, that was highly possible. For a time, Lin Ming felt the magic cube within his body restlessly stirring, as if it wanted to swallow the black cube above Frost Dream. Lin Ming wasn't able to summon the magic cube on his own initiative yet, but if the magic cube began to move by itself, Lin Ming could use his own energy to move it and have it launch an attack. If this happened, then the magic cube would undoubtedly attack Frost Dream. Once the magic cube attacked her, that would be the true magic cube against the phantom magic cube formed by Frost Dream's own energy. The result of that match-up could be imagined. The magic cube was a divine tool. Or, to better put it, it was a supreme spiritual object that surpassed the limits of a divine tool. From the universe's essence, energy, and divine, this was a spiritual object produced by the divine of the universe. The magic cube was deeply sleeping within Lin Ming, and no one was able to discover its existence. Even when Lin Ming traveled deep underneath immemorial Imperial City and met the artifact spirit of the ancient Elysium seal with its 3.6 billion years of experience, even that artifact spirit didn't know of the magic cube's existence. Only when Lin Ming summoned it did it find out. As long as the magic cube was within Lin Ming's body, then he would be safe. But once he took out the magic cube to launch an attack, its existence would be revealed to the hundreds of millions of people present. Most people didn't know what the magic cube was, but it was impossible for Empyrean Divine Dream to not know. Moreover, the hidden Tianmingzi would inevitably recognize the magic cube. If he were to reveal the existence of the magic cube, then he would be locked down and hunted by Tianmingzi. This was something that Lin Ming couldn't help but consider. Even if it was Empyrean Divine Dream, Lin Ming still didn't fully trust her. Empyrean Divine Dream was someone that dual cultivated energy and soul. She also possessed a replica of the magic cube. If he exposed Empyrean Primordius's inheritance in front of her, then she wouldn't care. Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Primordius were both characters at similar levels. There was no way she would give up her own laws to inherit Empyrean Primordius's legacy. But the magic cube was different. It was an extremely precious treasure, especially to someone like Empyrean Divine Dream. The ancient Elysium seal's artifact spirit was not a human. It also had a mission to fulfill, and its eventual death was arriving soon. If it obtained the magic cube, then it wouldn't find it of much use. But Empyrean Divine Dream was different. If she obtained the magic cube, she might even have methods to use it to directly become a true divinity. Lin Ming didn't dare to risk such a danger. At the very least, using the magic cube to attack Frost Dream wasn't his own true strength. Frost Dream had played the Dream Cell's final chapter and condensed the magic cube replica phantom with her own energy, displaying the absolute limits of her strength. But if Lin Ming were to counterattack with the magic cube, this simply wouldn't be meaningful to him. June Blue Moon was also in a similar situation with the Yin Yang Soul Sword. When June Blue Moon fought Lin Ming, because he had used the power of the Yin Yang Soul Sword instead of his own, he had admitted defeat on his own initiative. Otherwise, both Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian wouldn't have been his match. June Blue Moon didn't do so, and Lin Ming also made the same choice. Lin Ming took a deep breath and poured all of his energy into the black hole seed. By exceeding the limits of his body to revolve the divine seal art to the limit, the blood vessels on Lin Ming's arms seemed ready to burst open. Lin Ming was well aware of just how strong Frost Dream's final attack was. Even after he used Eternal Darkness, she had still begun playing the final chapter of the Dream Soul. This proved that Frost Dream was confident she could break through the Eternal Darkness. Heretical God Tree! Lin Ming shouted out loud. Behind him, the phantom of the Heretical God Tree appeared. In that instant, the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation contained within the Heretical God Tree completely erupted forth, weaving together into a sea of red and purple energy around Lin Ming. Heavenly Tao Judgment! Lin Ming suddenly thrust out his spear. The power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation gathered together, wrapping around the black hole seed in a nebula as it hurtled towards Frost Dream. Puff, puff, puff! The blood vessels on Lin Ming's arms exploded, spilling forth blood. Many of his meridians tore apart and even his organs broke in multiple places. This was Lin Ming's strongest attack, and also an attack that exceeded the bearing capacity of his body. With this strike, Lin Ming's attack violently collided with the magic cube phantom produced by Dream Cell's final chapter. In that instant, the space within an area of several miles of the divine realm was completely torn apart. This was no longer shaking, but true tearing. A blinding divine brilliance flooded the entire arena, causing everyone to shield their eyes. A brutal and terrifying energy wildly surged outwards. Vast Cosmos personally took action and used his own domain to melt away the violent fluctuations of energy and avoid disaster in the spectator stands. Otherwise, those young elites with weaker cultivations simply wouldn't be able to withstand this. This is too terrifying. It's unimaginable. I can't believe Lin Ming is powerful to such a degree. Just who won in the end? Everyone peered towards the center of the martial stage. But above the arena, the eruption of the dark black hole had formed a special dark void area that isolated everyone's sight. It was impossible to know what the situation was like. Within that void of darkness, Lin Ming knelt on the ground, supporting himself with the phoenix blood spear. His clothes were already dyed red with blood, and blood was dripping down both of his arms. His meridians and organs were broken in several places, and he had lost nearly all of his combat strength. And in front of Lin Ming, Frost Dream had already lost support of her body. Although she was still floating in the air, and hadn't yet fallen down, she was also severely wounded. From the start of the first martial meeting until now, this was Frost Dream's first injury, and it was a heavy one too. Because of her severe injuries, the mist that concealed her expression had dispersed, revealing an unrivaled appearance as beautiful as the moon. Her snow-white skin seemed like perfection formed by the heavens, like a newly budded ice lotus on top of a snow-capped mountain, without the slightest hint of the mortal world. But now, her enchanting complexion was slightly pale, and her icy blue hair was also scattered down about her. Blood spilled out from the corners of her lips, giving her a point of pity and tenderness that moved the heart. "You!" Frost Dream wanted to use an illusion technique to conceal her appearance once more, but because the backlash from the Dream Sowl's final chapter was too great, the energy movement within her caused her injuries to erupt again and the blood dripping from her lips to be an even deeper red. Changing methods, Frost Dream covered up her face with a sheet of fine gauze. Her eyebrows were furrowed. Her beauty was lovely and moving, even during her weakness. Chapter 1328. The Final Result. Chapter 1328. The Final Result. The enchantment of darkness created by the black hole seed lasted for a long time. In truth, the reason light was isolated outside was because of the chaotic space and time distortions. It was only after several dozen breaths of time that people were able to clearly see what was happening on the arena stage. Lin Ming was propping himself up with the phoenix blood spear. His body was wet with blood. It was clear that he was heavily injured. But in front of Lin Ming, Frost Dream had a veil of gauze covering her face, her long hair wildly dashed about. Her breathing was also weak. It was clear that she too had been injured. Frost Dream was injured by Lin Ming. From the start until now, this is the first time that Frost Dream has been injured. Whether it was the Dream Sowl's final chapter that Frost Dream played or Lin Ming's eternal darkness, both were moves that overdrew their strength by summoning the limits of their energy. Even so, the collision between the two had been evenly matched, and both of them had suffered a deep backlash. Their true essence was in chaos, and their meridians were torn in several places. It would be difficult for them to continue fighting. If this were a true life or death battle, then this would not be the end. They would be able to sacrifice the very foundation of their bodies as the price to continue fighting. But this was just a martial arts tournament. There was no need to harm their own cultivation and fires of life just to obtain victory. "I cannot defeat you." Frost Dream gently shook her head, putting away her dream soul zither. "Same here, in fact. My wounds are heavier than yours." Lin Ming's injuries were indeed heavier than Frost Dream's. One could see this from the amount of blood that covered his body. Lin Ming's bones were broken all throughout his body and his organs were torn in many places. In truth, Lin Ming's defensive abilities were much stronger, but his wounds were heavier than Frost Dream's. This meant that in that final collision, Lin Ming's moves were faintly suppressed by the Dream Sowl's final chapter. Although that was so, being suppressed was one matter and obtaining final victory was another. This was because Lin Ming's endurance and ability to resist attacks were far greater than Frost Dream's. If he received this level of injuries he could still withstand it, but if Frost Dream were to suffer his injuries, she would collapse. You have opened the gate of life. If this were a true life or death slaughter, then perhaps you would be the one to persist until the end. Let us end this match. I also have this intent. Lin Ming had fused together Heavenly Tao Judgment and Eternal Darkness to release the strongest attack possible to him. Even so, he had been faintly suppressed by the Dream Cell's final chapter. Lin Ming knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Frost Dream if his strongest attack didn't work. Although he still hadn't burnt his blood essence with the Gate of Life, he had already exhausted everything else available to him. If he were to burn the Gate of Life's blood essence in this situation, then he feared his body would collapse. His strongest strike couldn't obtain victory, and he had also suffered tremendous injuries. Fighting was no longer necessary. As the audience saw that Frost Dream and Lin Ming no longer planned to continue fighting, they all looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to say. This is a draw. The last match of the first martial meeting, the Ultimate Peak Showdown, actually resulted in a draw. At this time, many sect elders and Holy Lord level characters finally returned from their spirit ship. As they flew back to the arena stage and saw the result of the match, all of them were surprised. What? It's over? The fight is over? Is this a joke? I just came back. Many Holy Lord level characters were incomparably sad and depressed. These people were characters with fame and glory in their own domains, and some were even overlords of their own world. But after obtaining the news of what was happening in the match, and hurrying back as soon as possible, they still missed out on all the action. There were even many others who had ridden spirit ships and left the main continent of vast universe world. Even if they were able to tear through space and used void shuttling, they still wouldn't be able to return in time. A draw? It's actually a draw? Lin Ming was able to fight Frost Dream to a draw? As these holy lords heard that the result was a draw, all of them drowned in regret. If the battle had been a draw, that definitely meant it would have been impossibly intense and fierce. Both sides were geniuses that rarely appeared even in hundreds of millions of years, and yet two of them were fighting here in the same era. Moreover, to see them battle on the same stage was something that one could only come across with luck. To be able to watch this match was an eternally great honor and joy. And yet, these people had managed to miss this battle that happened just underneath their noses. It was unlikely that they would ever have the opportunity to see such a battle in the future. Wasn't this just a pity? As these great figures realized this point, all of them had increasingly ugly complexions. And what was worse was that they had to listen to everyone else in the arena fervently discuss Frost Dream and Lin Ming's match. This really left them all sad and down in the dumps. Someone tell me just what the hell happened? How can Lin Ming suddenly be so fierce? If I knew this earlier, I would have just waited in the arena. Who would have thought that after sleeping for a year and a half, Lin Ming's strength could actually increase by such ridiculous proportions? Even in his battle with Frost Dream, there was no clear distinction of who was stronger or weaker. Battle array discs. Are there battle array discs that recorded the match? Take them out so we can see. The first martial meeting tournament had every match recorded with battle array disc. But it was impossible for the battle array disc recordings to perfectly capture and reproduce the fluctuations of laws. Looking through these battle array discs didn't feel as good as watching the match in person, but it was still better than nothing. It's over. Vast Cosmos stepped on the arena stage. As he looked at Lin Ming, his heart was filled with an endless complication of emotions. This young man's future was incalculable. Without a doubt, Lin Ming would surpass him and even surpass his master. Lin Ming, my master has bid you to enter vast universe heavenly palace. 2 hours from now, you may go. Lin Ming wasn't surprised to be summoned by an Empyrean. When the first martial meeting started, It was stated that the top 3 of the Earth Proclamation would be able to enter vast universe heavenly palace and obtain the guidance of vast cosmos. But now, it was clear that vast cosmos was lacking in qualifications. The most he could do was offer direction to geniuses of some great world king holy lands. The first martial meeting had thus thoroughly ended. Even so, the audience was still bubbling with excitement and didn't leave. Rather, they stayed in the arena, fiercely discussing the match. There were almost 300 million people still milling about the arena. Those that had been waiting since the beginning were rejoicing from their hearts. As for those that appeared during the middle of the battle, they didn't regret too much. It was only those that arrived after the match had ended that were wallowing in sadness. The last round of gambling bets was declared null. All bets for that match were returned. 1 hour later, the final rankings of the first martial meeting came out. 10th, Ram Saber. This person had reached first place in the second tier and defeated Hua Xian, who only managed to enter into the first tier due to luck. By defeating Hua Xian, he successfully entered the top 10. 9th, Shirku. He narrowly defeated Ram Saber, saving his spot in 9th place. 8th, White King, the Monster Prince, 7th. White King lost to the Monster Prince in battle. Although White King was defeated, this was well within the expectations of everyone else. As for the Monster Prince, he wasn't weak, but the people in front of him were simply too strong. In this first martial meeting, he could only rank 7th. 6th, Dragon Fong, 5th, June Blue Moon. The two of them were similar in strength. As for who emerged victorious during their battle, luck had been a major factor. 4th, Xiao Maxian. For a young girl with a skeletal age of 26 to stand at this position, in terms of talent only, Xiao Maxian was high enough to look down at the world with disdain. There were no problems in sorting 4th to 10th place. It was only in the top 3 that some questions appeared. If this were according to the rules of the tournament, then Hang Qi, who lost one match and won all others, would have been placed second. As for Lin Ming, he lost one match and tied in another, thus he should have been placed third. However, if Hang Qi was truly ranked in front of Lin Ming because of the tournament rules, that couldn't be justified at all. Hang Qi wasn't willing to accept this either. He was well aware that his victory over Lin Ming in truth shouldn't have counted. Hang Qi's strength had indeed surpassed Lin Ming's before his deep sleep. But against Lin Ming after his deep sleep, it was clear who was weaker and who was stronger. Thus, Hang Qi was ranked third. As for Frost Dream and Lin Ming, both were similar in strength. In the last match, it was impossible to determine victory and defeat. Thus, the results deferred to the tournament rules. Since Frost Dream had one more victory than Lin Ming, she took first place. As for Lin Ming, he took second. Patriarch, Lin Ming's ranking has been passed down. He is second place. The ancient Phoenix clan had specifically been given battle array discs that recorded all of Lin Ming's battles, as well as a jade slip with all of his results. To reach second place in the first martial meeting was simply a myth, especially in this first martial meeting where powerful rivals rose from all over. This first martial meeting had far surpassed all previous versions. Upon hearing about such an exaggerated result, even Hua Violent Stone, who was known for being loud and boisterous, wasn't able to laugh. He held a jade slip in his hands, unable to regain his composure. It was like everything that happened so far was a dream. This was the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, a tournament that gathered all geniuses of the Divine Realm. In the past, the ancient Phoenix clan had participated in this event countless times, but let alone second place, they didn't even dare to have such wild hopes like entering the finals. The best result of the ancient Phoenix clan had been around rank 8,000. Even for geniuses like Yen Little Moon and the others, he had only asked them to try their best to enter the top 100,000 rankings. But compared to second place, that difference was greater than the heavens and earth. In truth, before the preliminaries started, let alone Hua Violent Stone, Even Mo Evers now, who had an extremely profound understanding into Lin Ming's strength, still didn't think he could reach this step. At that time, Lin Ming indeed didn't have the capital to stand on the stage of the finals. When the first martial meeting began, Lin Ming had only been at the early Divine Sea realm, and he had only reached perfection of the 4th level fire laws. He didn't train in the soul forging system, and he certainly didn't know how to fuse together his essence, energy, and divine. In this situation, even if Lin Ming were to attend the finals, it would be far too difficult for him to enter the top 10. However, as he went through the preliminaries, semi-finals, and even the finals, Lin Ming made breakthroughs during every stage of the tournament, his strength constantly increasing. Finally, after deeply sleeping for 500 days, he managed to fight Frost Dream to a draw. Soon, Lin Ming and Frost Dream's battle was spread out and glorified by the hundreds of millions of people and countless attending influences. In just several days, descriptions of their battle filled the entire divine realm. Now, unless one lived on a desolate planet where there weren't even any divine transformation powerhouses, then even if they were in a small dimension or world, they would still know of Lin Ming's name. The battle arrays disc containing Lin Ming and Frost Dream's battle were also reproduced billions upon billions of times over. If one was a reasonably large influence, they could purchase their own copy. And in the arena of the first martial meeting, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace replayed Lin Ming and Frost Dream's match again. For many people present, this was not their first time watching this replay. And for those that had missed the match, they could only watch these reproductions. Of course, all of these were events that happened later. At this time, deep within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming was guided by vast cosmos until they reached Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Vast Universe. Facing a junior like Lin Ming, the two Empyreans restrained their pressure. Even so, Lin Ming could feel a terrifying aura from them that caused his heart to race. "Lin Ming, do you have any questions you wish to ask me?" The first to speak was a white-clothed woman. Lin Ming didn't doubt that she was Empyrean Divine Dream. There were certainly many questions he wanted to ask. He wanted to ask if he could enter Divine Dream Heavenly Palace to study their transcendent divine might. He wanted to ask what the Great Calamity 3.6 billion years ago was, and he also wanted to ask what happened 100,000 years ago, why Empyrean Primordius would be at the Sky Spill planet, and why he would wage war with Empyrean Thunder Punishment and finally fall from the skies. Chapter 1329 Secret of the Great Calamity. Chapter 1329 Secret of the Great Calamity. Junior Lin Ming greets Senior Empyrean Divine Dream and Senior Empyrean Vast Universe. Lin Ming first respectfully bowed. Then, he said, "If seniors allow, this junior has some matters that he hopes two seniors can provide guidance with." "Speak." Divine Dream casually waved her hand, and the surroundings rapidly changed. The three of them immediately arrived in a charming spring prairie with fragrant flowers and trees all about. Springs trickled, beautiful to the eyes. This was an enchantment that Empyrean Divine Dream laid down. Within this enchantment, it was impossible for anyone else to spy on their conversation. "Seniors, this junior would like to ask about a previous matter first. As long as this junior has been able to enter the top 3 of the Earth Proclamation, then I should have gained the rights to enter an Empyrean Heavenly Palace and study a transcendent divine might. This junior would like to inquire whether or not I have the option to choose." "Oh." Empyrean Divine Dream faintly smiled. "What do you want to choose?" What this junior wishes to choose is the Divine Dream Law created by Senior. Empyrean Divine Dream was not surprised by Lin Ming's honest words, but Empyrean Vast Universe smiled. He heartily laughed. "Young man, it seems that you don't have a liking for my Vast Universe Heavenly Palace's transcendent divine might." "Senior, this junior certainly does not mean that. The transcendent divine might that senior vast universe established is wonderful, able to open multiple inner worlds and allow a martial artist to have an amount of true essence far surpassing all others of their level. This junior also wishes to study it, but it's only that relatively speaking, the divine dream law is more useful to this junior. According to what I can see, you have quite a few transcendent divine mights on you. Empyrean vast universe suddenly said, ignoring the elementary transcendent divine might that Lin Ming had created as well as the tiny bit of the divine dream law that he had comprehended earlier. He had 3 different sets of transcendent divine mights. He possessed the heretical God force, primordious martial intent, and also the extremely high-level but very incomplete divine seal art. Lin Ming replied, "This junior's luck has been good, thus I have been able to acquire the inheritances of some seniors thanks to some accidental opportunities. You have a good number of transcendent divine mights. If you study too many then you won't be able to bring them to a high enough level. Choosing to develop 1 or 2 of them is the wisest choice." Every transcendent divine might was enough for a genius to cultivate all the way to the Empyrean realm. If one studied too many, although one could comprehend more laws and enhance their strength, they might lack too much time and energy. For instance, Heng Qi had in fact only learnt a single transcendent divine might. From the time he stepped onto the road of martial arts, he had been thoroughly studying the wheel of samsara all the way until now. Although Lin Ming knew this, he would still walk the path he had chosen. This was just like how he chose to dual cultivate in body and energy, and then chose to triple cultivate in essence, energy, and divine. The divine dream law, you may learn it, but I shall not accept you as a disciple. As Empyrean divine dream spoke, Empyrean vast universe was a bit surprised on the side. Lin Ming was such a good apprentice and he also delivered himself to their gates, so why wouldn't she accept him? Divine dream, are you not accepting Lin Ming because it is the custom of your divine dream heavenly palace to not accept male disciples? I don't know when you decided on these rules, but isn't Lin Ming worth breaking them for, at least once? Empyrean vast universe directly said. In his opinion, Lin Ming's potential future achievements were limitless. If he joined Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, then with Frost Dream also there, who could still hope to compete with them? The only thing worth considering would be the fact that Lin Ming and Frost Dream were 2 absolutely proud geniuses of heaven. If they were to stay together for a long time then they might form feelings between each other that would multiply. The resulting consequences might violate Divine Dream's ultimate taboo. The truth was that Empyrean Vast Universe also had a faint guess regarding Frost Dream's status. If Frost Dream was truly the reincarnated half of Divine Dream's primordial spirit, then the previous matter would truly be a grave issue. Of course, he couldn't directly speak about this. Empyrean Divine Dream shook her head, saying, "I have a different reason for not accepting Lin Ming as my disciple. In addition, there is another matter that I will be honest about. Lin Ming, you are not suited to study the Divine Dream Law because you do not possess Spirit Source. Think about your decision carefully." Spirit Source. Lin Ming was startled. He had also heard this term before, but as for what Spirit Source truly was, he still wasn't sure. Empyrean Divine Dream said, "A human has essence, energy, and divine, and the universe also possesses essence, energy, and divine. The essence of the universe is all the matter that exists, the energy of the universe is all the myriad energies that exist, and the divine is represented by the heavenly Tao laws. All 3 of these aspects have a source which represents their very beginning. Do you know of Grand Mist energy?" Lin Ming nodded. He was familiar with Grand Mist energy. It was the foundation of his Grand Mist space. Yes, a great part of the reason that Empyrean Primordius was able to wield the Grand Mist laws was because he possessed a tremendous amount of Grand Mist energy. Grand Mist energy is the source of all matter. Besides Grand Mist energy, There are also two other kinds of sources in this world. They are Genesis energy and spirit source. The two of them correspond to energy and divine respectively. The reason that I could create the divine dream law was by relying on spirit source. My divine dream heavenly palace has a very small number of people, only several hundred disciples. As for the disciples I have personally accepted, for all these millions of years there have only been 10. The reason is because of a limitation in my requirements. All of my disciples must possess spirit source. However, you do not, thus you are destined to make no progress in the divine dream law. As Empyrean Divine Dream explained this, Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened. No wonder there were so few people in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Grand Mist Energy, Genesis Energy, Spirit Source, these were the three foundations that represented the essence, energy, and divine of the universe. This was the first time Lin Ming had heard of this. Now, are you still determined to study the Divine Dream Law? Empyrean Divine Dream slowly said as she looked at Lin Ming. I am. Lin Ming replied without hesitation. The triple cultivation of essence, energy, and divine was related to the laws of the 33-layered heavens. He certainly couldn't give up on it. Very well, Empyrean Divine Dream no longer opposed. Since you insist, I will not refuse you. I only hope that you do not waste your time. As the one who founded the Divine Dream Law, Empyrean Divine Dream could confirm that it was impossible to cultivate it without spirit source. However, she also didn't wish to meddle in Lin Ming's growth. She believed that Lin Ming had his own wonderful destiny to follow, and if he were subject to the intervention of others, he would never have reached this step. I thank Senior Divine Dream for the help, Lin Ming happily said. He only wished to learn the Divine Dream Law. He didn't care whether or not he formed any good relations with Divine Dream's disciples. Senior Divine Dream, this junior has a question concerning the Great Calamity 6 billion years ago. This junior would like to ask. Just what is the Great Calamity? On the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming had seen some remnant scenes of the Great Calamity. Empyrean Divine Seal had stood atop the Divine Seal altar. With Empyreans as generals and holy lords as soldiers, the god beasts that soared through the universe had blocked out the heavens like massive celestial bodies. This scene had left a tremendous impact on him. The Great Calamity, upon mentioning this term, there was an ethereal tone to Empyrean Divine Dream's tone. Countless years have passed since the birth of the universe. No one knows just how old this world is. Could be 1 trillion years or even 1 quadrillion years or more. And during this time, martial arts civilization has been destroyed many, many times, with countless worlds being destroyed and reborn. If this universe was truly destroyed, then even a true divinity would not be able to escape. If one looks back through the trillion-plus years of the universe's history, there have been many instances of this so-called Great Calamity. Facing the vast universe, even Empyreans are nothing more than ants. Empyrean Divine Dream suddenly emitted a deep feeling. Lin Ming was silent, respectfully listening to her. Now, the Great Calamity of 6 billion years ago should be referring to the fading of the barriers of the 33-layered heavens. Empyrean Divine Dream softly said. But as Lin Ming heard this, he felt a chill run up his spine. Barriers of the 33-layered heavens? What is that? The concept of the 33-layered heavens was part of the laws that Lin Ming cultivated. But as to what the 33-layered heavens truly were, he had no idea even now. Empyrean Divine Dream said, You should know that there are countless divergent mystic realms in the divine realm, right? Lin Ming nodded. He had gone to 2 divergent mystic realms before. One was the God-Beast mystic realm governed by the 4 God-Beast clans, and the other was the Red Desolate mystic realm governed by Carefree Island. In these 2 mystic realms, Lin Ming had harvested a supreme dragon bone one time and obtained a massive wealth the second time. The barriers that Senior refers to, are these the barriers that separate the divergent mystic realms? Lin Ming suddenly asked as he recalled something. Within the divine realm there were countless divergent mystic realms, each with tremendous amounts of wealth. However, wanting to enter them was difficult. This was because there existed barriers between the divine realm and these divergent mystic realms. In order to pass through this barrier, one had to go through specialized transmission arrays and also consume a massive amount of violet sunstones. Also, the person transmitted couldn't have too high a cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the more energy was required to transmit that person. It was also because of this reason that no matter if it were the 4 God-Beast clans entering the God-Beast mystic realm or Carefree Island entering the Red Desolate mystic realm, they had to consume a considerable amount of resources each time. Yes, the barriers of these divergent mystic realms are in truth the barriers that divide the 33-layered heavens. The divine realm's endless divergent mystic realms are in truth the gaps between the divine realm and these other realms. There are 33 layered heavens and the divine realm is only one of them. Its name is the divine shifting heavens. Empyrean Divine Dream's words were slow and calm, but when she spoke them they struck Lin Ming's mind like a titanic steel ball. The heavens had 33 layers, and the divine realm was only one of them. Lin Ming was completely mind-boggled. He had already felt that the divine realm was vast to the point of being incomparably terrifying, but now he learned that the divine realm was only one realm of these 33 realms. He never knew just what the legends of the 33-layered heavens meant, but now he knew just what the 33-layered heavens were. The heavens meant other realms altogether, not the skies above. Empyrean Divine Dream continued. There are barrier walls that separate the 33-layered heavens. These barrier walls can separate all existences. The more powerful an existence is, the more difficult it is to cross. However, periodically, like the tide, these barrier walls will weaken to the point that they vanish altogether. The great calamity of 3.6 billion years ago was also because these barrier walls vanished. Beyond the divine realm there are alien races that are the mortal enemies of humanity. Moreover, they covet the resources of the divine realm beyond all reasoning. This leads to great wars between the different races. In the past, a bloody war swept through the entire divine realm, and nearly all martial arts masters died because of it. The leader of the martial arts world at that time, Empyrean Divine Seal, also perished because of this. As Empyrean Divine Dream spoke, Lin Ming could feel various emotions surging within him. Alien races. Yes, these alien races possess different laws and cultivation methods from humanity. In truth, the concept of the 33-layered heavens that you practice is said to be amongst the highest of concepts because it is suitable for all worlds within the 33-layered heavens. This means that it is also suitable for the alien races. Empyrean Divine Dream's words were astonishing. As Lin Ming heard this, he was incomparably shocked. So that's how it was. This was the true face of the 33-layered heavens laws, and what Empyrean Divine Seal cultivated in the past were these 33-layered heavens laws. Chapter 1330. The Mysteries of Empyrean Primordius. Chapter 1330. The Mysteries of Empyrean Primordius. Senior Divine Dream, when this junior participated in the first martial meeting preliminaries, I once killed a red-furred monster and saw some of the images in its mind. It seemed to have come from a soul world. Within the Divine Dream world, Lin Ming had killed a red-furred monster and absorbed the elementary spirit source in its body. Along with this spirit source, he had also absorbed some of the red-furred monster's memories and knew that it was a soul life form imprisoned by Divine Dream. At that time, Lin Ming had felt that all of this was strange. The soul world didn't seem like a part of the divine realm at all. Yes, the soul world is one of the 33-layered heavens. As for that nightmare beast, it belongs to the Spiritas, the soul race. Within the 33-layered heavens, the three races with the most individuals are the human race, saint race, and soul race. Among them, humanity primarily cultivates the essence gathering system, the saints primarily cultivate the body transformation system, and the Spiritas primarily cultivate the soul forging system. These three races have existed for a long time. In the endless years of the past, each race has had their own golden era where they shined the brightest. The human race also prospered once, flourishing in brilliant splendor and even occupying half the territories within the 33-layered heavens. However, for the last 10 billion years, humanity has been growing increasingly weak and our domains have been constantly encroached upon by the other two races. Now, several heaven domains that belonged to humanity have been occupied. Our fellow humans that live there have been slaughtered or turned into slaves. It's even possible that the only heaven domain still belonging to humanity is our current divine realm. Thus, the Great War of 3.6 billion years ago concerned the survival of humanity itself. Even though there are differences between the various Empyreans, they are all able to lay down their prejudices and conflicts at the critical moment when their race is in danger and unite together against an external threat. Divine Dream calmly stated the history of 3.6 billion years ago. As Lin Ming listened, he felt emotions surge in his heart. He found it hard to imagine just how tragic that great war was, and as the leader of humanity, just what strange experiences did Empyrean Divine Seal go through? Senior Divine Dream, this junior also has one more question concerning Empyrean Primordius. This junior would like to know just what happened 100,000 years ago. Why would he go to the Sky Spill planet? If it was said that Empyrean Primordius and Empyrean Thunder Punishment's brutal war was waged because of the demon bead, Lin Ming could understand that. But what he couldn't understand was why they chose to fight on the Sky Spill continent. In the divine realm, that was nothing but a world of the lower realms unworthy of mentioning. Empyrean Divine Dream said, the reason that Primordius chose the Sky Spill continent is because he himself was a martial artist that ascended from the lower realms. As for the Sky Spill planet, that was his home, the world he originated from. What? Lin Ming was shocked speechless. Empyrean Primordius was actually a martial artist that ascended from the lower realms, and he even came from the Sky Spill planet. I am not too clear as to what Primordius' situation was like. What I know is that 8 million years ago, he ascended from the lower realms and rose like a comet. His growth was incredibly fast, and he became an Empyrean soon after, even becoming one of the several strongest peak Empyreans of the divine realm. After that, he returned to the Sky Spill planet to establish his own samsara path. Primordius controlled Grand Mist energy, and by practicing it to the peak, he was able to directly draw upon the strength of the celestial bodies in the universe. As for the Sky Spill planet, it was Primordius' homeland and he held a marvelous connection to that planet. By using the Sky Spill planet, Primordius was able to fuse his aura with it and greatly increase his own combat strength. So that's how it was, Lin Ming said, suddenly aware. Grand Mist energy was the source of all matter from before the formation of the universe. All of the celestial bodies in the universe, whether it was a fire star, planet, meteor, nebula, or anything else, all of it was evolved from Grand Mist energy. Since Empyrean Primordius had cultivated the Grand Mist laws to the extreme, it was well within reason that he was able to borrow the power of celestial bodies to fight. Lin Ming guessed that the reason Empyrean Primordius' strength rose so rapidly was likely due to the demon bead. After that, the reason that the magic cube passed through a spacetime storm and landed on the Sky Spill continent was likely because there was some unknown attraction between the demon bead and magic cube. Thus, this was the reason why Lin Ming was able to obtain the magic cube, the reason why he met Mo Eversnow, and also the reason why he rose. As for Lin Ming's rise, It just happened to coincide with the upcoming calamity that was finally arriving once more after 3.6 billion years, allowing him the possibility of becoming one of the leading actors in this era. Although all of these events seemed like coincidences, it also seemed like the hand of fate at work somewhere. In this great era, it was destined that numerous heroes would rise up together and countless spirit treasures would be born. This also signaled that the great calamity would be arriving like a torrential storm, washing away all. After figuring out all of these things, some of the puzzles Lin Ming had in his mind ever since he was at the Eternal Demon Abyss finally disappeared. But at the same time, Lin Ming also had new questions. Lin Ming said, "Senior Divine Dream, this junior has a point that he is confused about. In the past, Empyrean Primordius was already an extreme Empyrean. You said that with the support of the Sky Spill planet, his strength was even greater. In this sort of situation, who would dare to attack him? And this person seemed to be Empyrean Thunder Punishment? Was he also an extreme Empyrean?" In Lin Ming's opinion, even if everyone under the heavens knew that Empyrean Primordius possessed the demon bead, and they also knew just how valuable it was, there would still be no one that would have the courage to move against Empyrean Primordius. However, the reality was different from what Lin Ming expected. Not only were there people that fought Empyrean Primordius, but they even succeeded in their mission. Lin Ming didn't know whether or not Empyrean Primordius had truly perished, but even if he hadn't, he would have surely paid a deep price for his loss, such as falling into an eternally deep sleep. Divine Dream said, "I am not too sure about those events in the past. There are still many mysteries surrounding the disappearance of Empyrean Primordius. Thunder Punishment was indeed one of the people that attacked Empyrean Primordius in the past, but he was only one of them. In terms of strength, Thunder Punishment was naturally inferior to Primordius. However, what happened had gone beyond my expectations. I suspect that in that great war, there were some dark powers participating from the shadows and manipulating events. For instance, alien races of the 33 heavens." Lin Ming was stunned. Alien races of the 33 heavens? If the barrier walls that separate the heavens haven't been broken, do they still have the ability to enter the divine realm? This is only my speculation. But, even if they did possess the ability to do so, they would surely have to pay a deep price for it. This is proof that Empyrean Primordius had something on his body worth them paying such a grievous price. "I understand." Lin Ming took a deep breath, his mood somewhat heavy and gloomy. Although there were many details still unclear about this matter, he had his own guesses. If he wasn't wrong, then the reason the alien races did all of this was because of the demon bead. Even an extremely powerful Supreme Elder like Empyrean Primordius had drawn a fatal disaster upon himself because of the demon bead. Then, if someone like Lin Ming, who was nothing but an ant in front of an Empyrean, was to expose the secret of the magic cube, then the results would be disastrous. Lin Ming was increasingly happy that he had suppressed the movements of the magic cube during his fight with Frost Dream. Otherwise, Lin Ming could only have passed the magic cube to Divine Dream. He simply wouldn't have been able to handle the consequences of possessing it. "Lin Ming, if you have truly made the decision to return with me to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, then I will not be able to guide you during your stay there. After I return, Frost Dream will break into the Divine Transformation realm, and I must close up with her." Frost Dream was the reincarnated half of Divine Dream's primordial spirit. Each time she made a breakthrough was extremely important to Divine Dream because it concerned whether or not she could become a true divinity in the future. For Frost Dream, Divine Dream would certainly go all out. Yes, this junior does not require Senior Divine Dream's personal guidance. Having a copy of the Divine Dream Law Jade Slip is more than enough. You wish to study on your own? Studying the Divine Dream Law by yourself is very difficult. Moreover, you do not possess your own spirit source, so it will be even more difficult for you. I hope that you won't make too many detours on your path. Let me ask you one last time, is this your final decision? Yes, Lin Ming said without hesitation. Divine Dream lightly sighed and said, if you insist, then let it be so. I shall give you 3 days to bid farewell to your family and friends. Afterwards, you will return to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace with me. Like this, the first martial meeting had ended. Within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, there were still many spectators that didn't seem ready to depart just yet. In the contestant area, June Blue Moon was holding a little white bunny and softly stroking it. He whispered, "What a pity! It's about time for us to go." The road of martial arts was an endless journey. He still had a long path laid out before him. "Benefactor June, please wait." Just as June Blue Moon was about to leave, Heng Chi called out to him. Heng Chi was dressed in loose white burlap robes, his palms pressed together in prayer. "May I inquire as to what plans Benefactor June has for the future? I will wander the endless world seeking my road of martial arts." Benefactor June is indeed suited for living such a dashing and carefree life. However, walking alone, the resources you can obtain will always be limited. I wonder if Benefactor June has any interest in coming to Mount Potala and becoming a layman disciple of my Mount Potala? Enter a Buddhist sect. June Blue Moon's heart moved as he heard Heng Chi's words. He had lived an extraordinary life filled with wonders, but his life had also been filled with absolute sadness and tragedy. The dark events that shaped his life had made him give up all earthly desires and wishes, and even formed his current silent and melancholic personality. Perhaps the Buddhist faith was a good destination for him to go to. Let me consider it. Of course. The great gates of Mount Potala will remain wide open for Benefactor June. Heng Chi bowed with a smile. In the top 6 individuals of the first martial meeting, Lin Ming and Dragon Fong did not suit Mount Potala. Only someone like June Blue Moon with his personality was perfectly suited for the Buddhist faith. Thus, the Buddha of Mount Potala had thoughts of receiving him as a disciple. After June Blue Moon left, Dragon Fong also departed Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. He carried the Dragon Fong blade on his back, the setting sun sprinkling the last dying rays of light on his back, casting a long shadow behind him. At this time, Dragon Fong's back seemed incomparably desolate and lonely. He refused the invitations of all Empyrean influences. He was like a lone wolf, embarking on his path by himself. A lonely road, wandering the galaxies seeking greater battles, that was his everything. "Have you made your decision?" An old voice resounded in Dragon Fong's ears. This voice came from 3 Lives Old Man. Dragon Fong's master was 3 Lives Old Man. In terms of inheritances and resources, Dragon Fong was no worse than any other Empyrean descendant. Dragon Fong said, "I have. My strength is far from enough. If I do not risk everything I have, then it is impossible for me to stand tall in these chaotic times." The old man sighed. To step onto the Azura Road is to die 9 times and live once. It is a place that does not belong to the divine realm. I can deliver you there, but I cannot bring you back. There are many alien races there that will kill humans if they see them. There are also other alien races that are hundreds of times more powerful than you. If you wish to survive, you need not only strength but also luck and destiny. Are you sure you won't change your decision? Yes. Good, since that is the case, I will not stop you. In the last 300 million years, you are the only disciple that I have accepted. I do not believe that my legacy will end with you. Try your best to live. Chapter 1331 Holy Land of Women. Chapter 1331 Holy Land of Women. Divine Dream gave Lin Ming 3 days to reunite with his family and friends. During these days, the ancient Phoenix clan lived in Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. In front of their palace, countless visitors came each day. Spirit boats, spirit ships, all of them hovered in the skies above, blocking out the sun. Without a doubt, they were all here to see Lin Ming. In the inner courtyard of the palace, Lin Ming was together with Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan. He was about to leave soon, and this time he simply didn't know how long he would be gone for. He naturally wouldn't waste his time entertaining those people outside who he didn't know. Of course, these people also knew that if Lin Ming didn't perish in the future, he would certainly become an Empyrean. Treating them a bit coldly was normal. They didn't need to see Lin Ming in person. Rather, greeting the high-level figures of the ancient Phoenix clan and leaving behind some congratulatory gifts was more than enough. During this period, the bank president of True Martial Great Worlds Starbind Bank also came to visit. He directly waived Lin Ming's debt of 7 trillion violet sunstones and even returned the dragon bone relics that he had pawned. This person was the only one Lin Ming received. After all, when Lin Ming had borrowed violet sunstone crystals from Starbind Bank, that had allowed him to buy the Boundless World pill. In turn, that had saved Lin Ming a great deal of trouble. Seeing the bank president was also a sign of thanks. In truth, Lin Ming wasn't short of money anymore. With dozens of 9 sun jades in his hands, buying another Boundless World pill wasn't anything at all. These 3 days rapidly passed. Lin Ming soon bid his farewells to everyone and left Vast Universe Heavenly Palace by himself, going to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace with Empyrean Divine Dream. Although Lin Ming had seen many stunning immortal paradises during his years in the Divine Realm, he was still shocked upon seeing Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Between the boundless sea of clouds floated countless celestial mountains. These celestial mountains were covered with all sorts of beautiful spirit trees and spirit flowers, each one of them treasures of the heavens and earth. Innumerable springs gushed out from these floating celestial mountains, sprinkling between the clouds like endless threads of infinitely long white silk. The elusive Divine Dream Heavenly Palace was located within these celestial mountains. It was like a mirage, a sight so beautiful and tempting that it could be a dream. Entering into Divine Dream Heavenly Palace was like stepping into a different world. Here, rays of shimmering light flowed about, illuminating countless heavenly materials. These mountain streams were not water but immortal spring nectar. A single drop could prolong the life of a mortal for hundreds of years. Even the soil here was perfect for breeding treasures. If weeds of the mortal world were planted in just a handful of this soil, they could eventually grow into wonderful materials to refine pills from. Divine Dream Heavenly Palace didn't seem too large from the outside, but the truth was that the size within was no smaller than a greater dimension. Every disciple of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace possessed their own area that was thousands of miles wide, as large as a mortal nation. As for direct disciples and Heavenly Palace elders, the areas they occupied were even larger. These independent worlds were all rich with flowers, with spiritual plants growing everywhere. The heaven and earth origin energy here formed a fog that eventually turned into clouds that ended up raining down over the world. Eventually, it formed the lakes and rivers of these worlds, each filled with its own spiritual energy. Every separate world had its own palace. These were the palaces of the disciples from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. The style and design of these palaces were all arranged according to the preferences of the disciples. They were luxurious and carved from the purest jade, each one of them dozens and hundreds of times greater than mortal imperial palaces. Countless pavilions dotted the palaces, with winding rock gardens all around. Those that preferred simpler settings could have a few small bamboo houses, each one of them fragrant and infinitely fresh. This was Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, a true immortal paradise. Although there were only several hundred disciples, each one of them was an extraordinary being, able to compare to normal Empyrean descendants. Correspondingly, each disciple of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace was able to use a quantity and quality of resources that would leave others dumbfounded. These resources were dozens or hundreds of times greater than what a genius from a World King Holy Land could ever hope to afford. Haha, Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, you are the only male to enter Divine Dream Heavenly Palace in the last several tens of thousands of years. The senior apprentice sister leading Lin Ming was named Frost Dew. She was several years older than Lin Ming but still retained a fresh and beautiful aura. Her milky white bosoms were full and plentiful, and her round buttocks were thick and upturned, just like a ripe peach. Divine Dream Heavenly Palace could be called a holy land of women. Although there were only several hundred true disciples and elders, there were also several thousands of maids that took care of these disciples. Moreover, within Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, there were some spirit flowers, immortal plants, or spirit birds that could take on human form, all of them women. This caused there to be even more women in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. It was said that a person was raised by the soil and water. In exquisite locales of the mortal world there would be beautiful women born, much less an immortal paradise like Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. The women here breathed the purest heaven and earth origin energy, drank immortal nectar and spirit spring water, and ate precious plants. All of this gradually and naturally removed all impurities from their bodies, causing their skin to be pure and flawless. Their appearances were enchanting, and each woman here also had a wonderful degree of talent. They were able to practice all sorts of cultivation method. Each woman here had an otherworldly temperament, just like a goddess descended from the heavens. This holy land of women rarely had a man enter every tens of thousands of years. Now that Lin Ming suddenly arrived, it naturally attracted the curious gazes of many young women. As Lin Ming was walking past an immortal fairy pond, two beautiful little red fish suddenly leapt out of the water, turning into two attractive young girls with the appearances of 16 to 17-year-olds. Their bodies were wrapped in a layer of fine gauze that seemed formed from flowing moonlight. Underneath this gauze was revealed perfectly round and slender pale thighs. Because of the thin gauze, the breasts of these two mischievous and cute girls loomed right in the eyes. These two girls were part of the monster race. In their lives, they had never seen a man before. They usually wore this type of clothing in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. As they played with each other, this thin gauze was often lifted by the wind or even pulled down by their naughty friends, revealing a beautiful spring scene. They were as innocent as the clearest crystal. They simply didn't know that it was a loss to be seen by a man like this. The two young girls looked at Lin Ming with curiosity. Their dark eyes shined with a bright light, blinking like a newborn baby. This simply confused Lin Ming to the point of being embarrassed. He didn't know where to direct his eyes. He never thought that after Empyrean Divine Dream ordered senior apprentice sister Frost Dew to guide him to choose a dwelling place, he would encounter such a scene. Aya! Ling Hong, Ling Yu, you two must want to die. Frost Dew didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. She was responsible for some of the internal affairs of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. It had to be known that Divine Dream Heavenly Palace had their own industries, and a great number of them at that. These were sources of wealth that Empyrean influences had to manage, otherwise there simply wouldn't be anything to eat. Thus, Frost Dew often left Divine Dream Heavenly Palace to go outside and deal with mundane business matters. With her experience, she wasn't like these two monster race girls that were purer than white paper, who didn't even know of the matters between men and women. The two young girls still stared at Lin Ming with their large bright eyes. As they looked over Lin Ming, they tittered, just like extremely excited little children seeing something new and strange. To them, a young man was truly far too strange an existence. You two, I just have no idea what to say to you. Frost Dew simply didn't know what to say, instead quickly shooing the two young girls away. However, the two young girls naturally didn't feel as if they had suffered a loss by being seen in this way by Lin Ming. Instead, Ling Yu chuckled and said to Lin Ming with a smile, "My name is Ling Yu and this is my big sister Ling Hong. Our family lives in this pond. If you have any free time, come and play with us. After saying this, the two young girls were forced back into fish form by frost dew, returning to the water. They naughtily jumped in the clear spring water, slapping their tails on the surface and splashing silver beads of water in the air. These water drops even splashed on Lin Ming as if they wanted to play with him. I'm really embarrassed by this. These young children have never gone outside, thus they have never seen a man before. As Frost Dew said this, his complexion became increasingly awkward. He traced his nose and said, "The one who should be embarrassed is me. I presumptuously entered into the residences of two fairy maidens and caused offense to them." Seeing Lin Ming have such a reaction, Frost Dew smiled and said, "The truth is that they probably thought you were new and fun. I'm sure they didn't mind at all. What I meant to say just now was that there hasn't been a man entering Divine Dream Heavenly Palace for the last several tens of thousands of years. Even then, they would only go to the main hall to greet Honorable Master or an elder before leaving. There has never been a man who was permitted to live in an inner palace of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. There was once a young man with outstanding talent who wished to do obeisance to Honorable Master and take her as his master. But Honorable Master did not accept him as a disciple. From this alone, one can see that junior apprentice Brother Lin is truly an exception amongst exceptions. It is clear that Honorable Master sees you in a different light. Frost Dew said with some envy. To be treated like such by Empyrean Divine Dream was truly a stroke of good fortune. The truth was that in Empyrean Divine Dream's eyes, Lin Ming would likely become one of the leading characters in the upcoming Great Calamity. He might even be an important figure concerning the survival of the human race. Divine Dream would naturally treat such a character with special care and satisfy his requests as much as possible. She would want Lin Ming to grow as much as he could so that he could raise his strength as high as possible. Compared to the great calamity of 3.6 billion years ago and the survival of humanity, Lin Ming entering Divine Dream Heavenly Palace and seeing the naked spring scenes of all these young girls was truly a minor matter not worth mentioning. In fact, when Divine Dream allowed Lin Ming to enter Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, she hadn't even warned him to not form relationships with any of the disciples here. In a sense, this was Empyrean Divine Dream's way of tacitly consenting for Lin Ming to develop emotions for the young disciples here. At the very least, she wasn't too opposed to this matter. As Lin Ming thought of this, he felt somewhat helpless. In truth, if a normal hot-blooded male were placed in such a holy land of women, surrounded by so many young girls, all of them beautiful and incomparably pure, and also having no emotional or physical guards, that was truly a titanic test of one's self-control. Senior Apprentice Sister Frost Dew, I heard that Divine Dream Heavenly Palace does not allow their disciples to become married and they must maintain their purity for their entire lives. Is there such a matter? Lin Ming suddenly asked. In truth, he felt that this rule was a bit too harsh. Although it wasn't ruinous to these women, it definitely wasn't the most humane stipulation. He didn't understood just why Empyrean Divine Dream would have such rules. There were probably young women born in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace who had never seen a man before. As he imagined it, if a boy was born in a world of man and reached old age without ever seeing a woman, that would truly be a tragedy. Chapter 1332 Lin Ming's Decision. Chapter 1332 Lin Ming's Decision. The rule that the disciples of Divine Dream Palace are unable to marry, in fact, has an extremely long history. As Frost Dew spoke of this rule, she had an indifferent expression as if she didn't mind at all. In the past, Honorable Master Divine Dream came from a great world king-level influence, Illusion Palace, where they studied illusion technique. The disciples of Illusion Palace were also mostly women. At that time, the rules were that core disciples could not marry. If an outer court disciple were to form a relationship with a core female disciple, then the consequences would be serious. Afterward, Honorable Master Divine Dream surpassed all others, evolving the illusion arts to the limit. At the same time, she also established the Divine Dream Law, and by using that as a foundation, she became an Empyrean. With the original Illusion Palace as the basis, she founded Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. But the rule that core disciples could not marry continued onward. This was because for studying the Divine Dream Law, maintaining one's primordial Een allows for the best cultivation state. At the same time, since the disciples of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace had some degree of spirit source, if they were to have sex with a man, then their spirit source would be drained away along with their primordial Een, even causing their cultivation to suffer. This is the reason that the rule has continued. If a disciple truly insists on marrying, then that isn't impossible. But they must leave Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. So it's like that. Lin Ming nodded. There were many cultivation methods that required one to maintain their primordial Een or primordial Yang. In the martial world, there were those who never touched upon the relations between men and women because they pursued the road of martial arts with their everything. Although it sounded inhumane for a woman to never be married or experience romance with men, there were many sects in the divine realm that were similar. For instance, Mount Patala only accepted male disciples, and they were also disallowed from touching women. They had to maintain their pure virgin bodies. As Lin Ming was led through by Frost Dew, he ran into several thinly clad girls. All of them looked at Lin Ming with blatant curiosity, making him feel a bit awkward. At this time, an old voice sounded out, "All of you, how can you be so improper in front of an outsider?" With this loud voice, several young girls were scared silly. It was clear that they feared this voice. Lin Ming turned around to see an old woman with a walking stick slowly walking towards him. She was thin and her steps were steady. Her entire body exuded a strangely angry momentum, making anyone feel weaker when facing her. As for all those young girls that were happily talking to Lin Ming just now, all of them hid their bright smiles, each one of them remaining silent. You are all young, and this is exactly the best time for you to cultivate. Stop diverting your attention to some nonsensical matters. All of you return to your training areas and close up for a year. As the old woman said this, all of the young girls looked like smashed eggplants. Several of the young girls also had extremely heavy hearts upon hearing this. To go into seclusion for a whole year and not be able to play, that was truly a sad and lonely life. Are you Lin Ming? The skinny old woman asked Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission as she coldly looked him up and down. Beside him, Frost Dew hastily explained, "This is Granny Mirage. In the past she was the great world king of Illusion Palace, but now she has reached a half-step Empyrean cultivation and is a highest elder of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace." In order to prevent Lin Ming from offending this person, Frost Dew immediately informed him of the old woman's identity. If this old granny was the past great world king of Illusion Palace, then she was likely over 10 million years old. She probably didn't have much longer to live. As for breaking through into the Empyrean realm, that was obviously impossible for her. When a martial artist reached the fading years of their lives and were unable to make breakthroughs, with their lifespan also reaching its limit, they often developed strange personalities and were subject to rapidly shifting moods. Lin Ming naturally wouldn't go out of his way to offend such a person. He bowed and said, "Junior Lin Ming greets High Master. Come with me." Frost Dew draw back. As the old woman spoke, she waved her sleeves. In the next moment, she and Lin Ming had arrived in a separate space. This space didn't replicate other independent realms with wonderful world treasures everywhere, but was rather a bit desolate and bleak. Granny Mirage turned around, her old and gray eyes shining as she stared at Lin Ming. "You don't seem to possess spirit source." "Yes." Granny Mirage faintly frowned. You do not possess spirit source and you still wish to study the divine dream law. In her opinion, Lin Ming was doomed to be unable to study the divine dream law. Thus, if he had come to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, his motivations for doing so naturally had to be impure. For instance, there were many men who regarded Divine Dream Heavenly Palace as a paradise with beautiful women floating about like clouds. Moreover, taking the primordial een of a disciple here could also assist in the growth of a man's cultivation. It was a tremendous benefit. Granny Mirage hated men like this. If she saw one, she would kill one. Of course, Lin Ming was different. Even if he came here for such reasons, there was nothing she could do to him, because he was someone that had the support of Empyrean Divine Dream. In fact, Granny Mirage herself had no desire nor need to flatter Lin Ming. She didn't have many years to live remaining, and it was also impossible for her to break through to the next boundary. By the time Lin Ming became an Empyrean, she would have long been buried. Lin Ming crossed his eyebrows as he saw the open hostility in Granny Mirage's eyes. What he relied on to study the divine dream art was not spirit source but the magic cube. It wasn't a problem for him to study it. This junior has already been given permission by Senior Divine Dream to study the divine dream law. Lin Ming didn't want this old woman to create any obstacles for him, so he directly invoked Empyrean Divine Dream's name. Humph, you don't need to take out Divine Dream's name to pressure me. I don't know why she agreed to your request and even allowed you to enter Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, which is supposed to forbid all men, but since she agreed to this, there is nothing else for me to say. Starting today, you will practice in this independent world. I will give you the first-level jade slip of the Divine Dream Law to study. Moreover, I must also remind you that Divine Dream Heavenly Palace is filled with women. So, besides the main hall and martial field, don't randomly burst into other places. If you wish to go to the library pavilion, then you may inform me, and I will have a disciple deliver to you any texts that you need. Also, you should be aware of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace's rules. 10 million years ago, when Divine Dream Heavenly Palace was still known as Illusion Palace, there was once a male disciple and core female disciple who developed feelings for each other. If the punishment is light, then that is expulsion from the sect. If the punishment is heavy, then your cultivation will be destroyed. If there was sex involved, then there is only one fate awaiting you, and that is castration. Of course, these rules have been loosened a great deal over time, and since you aren't a disciple of my Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, I naturally cannot punish you as I please. Even so, I hope that you take care of yourself and mind these rules. Granny Mirage's words were filled with the meaning of warning. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up as he heard this. Although he wasn't like some high Buddhist monk that was pure in heart and body, he could still maintain restraint when faced with women. Even here in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, where beautiful women were like clouds, he could still retain his sanity. Granny Mirage, I do not intend to stay at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace and train. As long as I can remember the full contents of the Divine Dream Law Jade Slip, then I can leave and practice on my own. What Lin Ming said was also a decision he had been thinking over for the last several days. He had one matter that he wanted to attend to now, and that was returning to the Sky Spill planet and entering the Eternal Demon Abyss. As for cultivating the Divine Dream Law, Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry. He could take his time in doing so. Moreover, with Divine Dream closed up together with Frost Dream, she naturally couldn't guide him. If so, then staying at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace wasn't too important to him. Moreover, Lin Ming also had the magic cube in his possession. If he stayed at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, then there might be some clues that appeared about it. He didn't want to take this unnecessary risk. Because of all these reasons, Lin Ming decided to memorize the entire Divine Dream Law and then leave Divine Dream Heavenly Palace to go to the Eternal Demon Abyss. Granny Mirage looked at Lin Ming with some surprise. You don't have any spirit source and you still wish to train on your own. Do you think that the divine dream law is so easy to cultivate? Moreover, to cultivate a transcendent divine might without the jade slip in hand is making difficult matters even more difficult. Facing Granny Mirage's suspicions yet again, Lin Ming started to become a tad annoyed. All I need is Empyrean Divine Dream's Divine Dream Law jade slip. After I memorize the contents, I will naturally leave of my own volition. Then do as you like. Granny Mirage sneered. 3 days from now I will have someone come to you with the Divine Dream Law jade slip. You will have 100 days to remember it. As Granny Mirage finished, she turned around and left in a huff. Still, she was true to her word. 3 days later, a direct disciple of Divine Dream delivered the Divine Dream Law jade slip to Lin Ming. The complete set of the Divine Dream Law jade slip actually consisted of 3 separate jade slips. These 3 jade slips were placed in a jade chest, seeming as if they were locked away in a different spacetime. Layers of law runes shimmered on the jade slips. These were the Divine Dream Law jade slip. They were personally recorded by Empyrean Divine Dream in the past. These jade slips were forged with all sorts of rare materials and were also supported and bound together by the laws. Even a World King powerhouse would find it impossibly difficult to destroy them. These jade slips possessed the complete accumulated knowledge and experience of Empyrean Divine Dream's laws. Lin Ming, since you plan to leave Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, do you intend to go back to the Sky Spill Planet? Lin Ming nodded. The enchantment that Empyrean Primordius left behind in the past is able to lock out all martial artists above the Divine Sea Realm. If so, then perhaps entering the Eternal Demon Abyss at the Divine Sea Realm is my best chance to do so. If I go in now, my abilities should be enough. After all, whether it is Empyrean Primordius inheritance or the riddle of the Demon Bead, both are amazingly significant to me. Lin Ming sank his thoughts into the Divine Dream jade slip. He felt a slight aching pain in his spiritual sea, as if he were being stabbed by needles. This feeling was because the thoughts contained within the Divine Dream jade slip were far too fierce. Lin Ming didn't doubt that even if one didn't cultivate the Divine Dream Law, just reading through this Divine Dream jade slip would be greatly beneficial exercise to the Divine Soul. The energy within the Divine Dream jade slip was similar to a tiny shock that prodded the growth of one's soul. If one read over this jade slip for a long time, it would help boost one's soul and will. The Divine Dream jade slip was divided into many sections. The first section was mostly related to illusions arts. These illusions ranged from attacks to concealment skills to even illusory magic arrays. It included all topics. Among them was a concealment skill called the bodily rebirth technique. If a Divine Lord Realm martial artist were to use this ability, not even a great world king would be able to recognize him. In fact, this was no longer solely an illusion. Rather, it was combined with all sorts of changes of the body and soul. This appearance-changing technique didn't have any striking power, but it was still very practical. Then, there was the ruling spirit art, Divine Dream Space, Dream Soul Immortal Melody, Dream Interpretation, and all sorts of other top cultivation methods that Frost Dream had displayed during the first martial meeting. All of them were recorded in clear detail on the Divine Dream jade slip. It could be said that this jade slip was a compilation of the top core inheritances of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. In this aspect, even if Granny Mirage didn't do anything, she still didn't plan on hiding anything from Lin Ming. This was because Granny Mirage knew that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to learn much, if anything at all, during the 100 days he was given. The Divine Dream jade slip was comprehensive, involving all sorts of incomparably complex laws and runes. If one didn't have a certain level of understanding already, it would be extremely difficult to remember all of this. Even a divine sea realm martial artist with photographic memory wouldn't be able to do so. This was just like a mortal chess master being able to clearly note and remember every move he made. He would be able to recall every movement and location of the chess pieces, reproducing them all in his mind. But someone who didn't understand chess would find this impossible. Even if they were to see it over 10,000 times, they would still find it impossible to recall. This divine dream jade slip is truly profound and all-encompassing. Although I can remember the contents in 100 days, I will be destined to have many things that I am confused about. Lin Ming was very grateful to Empyrean Divine Dream. She didn't mind allowing Lin Ming to read through the complete core inheritance she had passed down. This was not a small favor. Perceiving the laws was a very boring process. However, Lin Ming wholeheartedly sank his mind into the process, rapidly enlightening himself on the laws. In terms of diligence in torturous cultivation, Lin Ming was no worse than Hang Qi. A true martial artist needed an essential morality and ability to resist loneliness. After all, even a mortal couldn't withstand going into seclusion for several years or even dozens of years. Like this, Lin Ming sat down and pondered. From time to time he would wander back and forth, and sometimes he would even draw imagines in the air. Slowly, the divine dream law in Lin Ming's mind became increasingly clear. I see, so the divine dream space is an enchantment created by a martial artist, flooded with divine dream energy, and then controlled with spirit source. Lin Ming touched the soul marks in his spiritual sea. He could sense the dreamland energy he absorbed from within the divine dream space come scattering outward. Underneath Lin Ming's control, all sorts of changes occurred. Because of the existence of the magic cube, Lin Ming could clearly see the circulation path of divine dream energy. In fact, his sight was even clearer than that of the disciples of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. The magic cube itself was a world treasure of the highest level, condensed from the divine of the universe's essence, energy, and divine. If one had the ability to truly move the magic cube to kill others, then even an Empyrean might be instantly killed. But as he was, Lin Ming could only use a small portion of its strength. Even so, using it to train was greatly beneficial to one's divine soul. Unconsciously, a layer of enchantment began to appear around Lin Ming. As for Lin Ming, he fell into a deep trance, ignoring all, thoroughly entering into a sea of the divine dream law. He was like a dry seabed, greedily absorbing the rain. Time passed. Training had no time or rhythm. When Lin Ming forgot time, 100 days was far too short. It's been 100 days. As Lin Ming was deep in contemplation, the voice of an old woman suddenly resounded in his ears. This voice was a bit crude as well as a bit overbearing. Lin Ming opened his eyes. In front of him, streams of light gathered together, eventually forming into an old woman drowning in voluminous robes. Her skinny figure was completely mismatched with the clothes that draped all over her. She was Granny Mirage. "Have you finishing looking through it?" Granny Mirage said with a ridiculing smile. She didn't think that Lin Ming could have truly seen through and remembered the contents of the divine dream jade slip in this time. The reasons were twofold. First, Lin Ming didn't possess spirit source, and second, he didn't have a teacher to guide him. In this situation, if Lin Ming was able to learn the divine dream law, then he truly was bizarre. Let alone learning it, it would be impossible for him to remember the contents of the divine dream jade slip. This was because the things inside were simply far too complex. If one didn't under the laws governing it, how could they possibly remember all of these extremely complex law runes? Lin Ming shook his head, honestly saying, "I haven't." 100 days was enough for Lin Ming to glance over the entirety of the divine dream jade slip. But to unconsciously comprehend the laws within and deduce them to perfect levels in his mind, 100 days was far from sufficient. Hee. Granny Mirage sneered loudly, with an expression on her face saying that she already expected this. Granny Mirage believed that Lin Ming had nefarious reasons for coming to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. She believed that he wanted to capture the young women here. After all, every girl here was an outstanding individual. If he could take their primordial een, that would be greatly beneficial to him. If this wasn't what he was doing here, then why would he choose to study the Divine Dream Law, something he couldn't possibly hope to understand? She couldn't figure out just why Divine Dream had agreed to this young boy's request. But, since Divine Dream had agreed, she couldn't oppose her decision. After all, Divine Dream was the true master of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Good, then I shall give you 100 more days. This is also the final 100 days. The Divine Dream Jade Slips are extremely limited in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. There are 3 sets, 2 of them copies and 1 of them the original. It is impossible for me to let you hold onto it forever. This point was not Granny Mirage trying to make things difficult for Lin Ming. The situation was the same in any sect. The inheritances of transcendent divine mites were extremely precious, and every disciple was given a very limited time to study them. Lin Ming was disinclined to bother with Granny Mirage's rude attitude. He said, "I'm not in a hurry to perceive the Divine Dream Jade Slip. I have many areas I am still confused about. For the next 100 days I would like to borrow the texts in Library Pavilion." Before, Granny Mirage had said that if Lin Ming wished to read something from Library Pavilion, he could send for someone to deliver the books to him. However, only he knew what he truly wanted to read, thus it was more convenient for him to go himself. Granny Mirage frowned. She originally wanted to refuse this, but upon thinking of something, she mockingly said, "If you wish to go to Library Pavilion, you may." Chapter 1334 Soul Shifting Art. Chapter 1334 Soul Shifting Art. Divine Dream Heavenly Palace's Library Pavilion was located in a separate world within Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. There was a giant signboard written with the 2 words of Library Pavilion in the language of the ancient divine realm. This signboard exuded the charm of long-lost years. After Lin Ming arrived at Library Pavilion, he felt a faint divine sense washing over him. If it weren't for the senses of his divine soul becoming increasingly sharp after cultivating the Divine Dream Law, he simply wouldn't have been able to sense this. He knew that there were some people secretly spying on him. Lin Ming didn't bother with this. He walked into Library Pavilion and looked around. There were rows upon rows of bookshelves, carefully lined with countless jade slips. If any one of these jade slips were picked up, there would be a tremendous amount of information contained within. Not only did they include all the various arcane skills of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, but they also recorded the history of the entire divine realm, geography, customs, and regional situations of the 3,000 great worlds. There was also information on every influence that occupied these lands. As Lin Ming was casually looking through the jade slips, his footsteps suddenly paused. Lin Ming discovered that when he wanted to enter deeper into Library Pavilion, there was actually an invisible enchantment blocking him. This layer of enchantment was similar to Frost Dream's Divine Dream Space, but there were also some differences. The enchantment in Library Pavilion was countless times stronger than Frost Dream's Divine Dream Space. However, it had no killing intent or offensive capability at all. Its sole purpose was to prevent Lin Ming from continuing forwards. So that's how it is. There's something this strange in Library Pavilion? Lin Ming recalled Granny Mirage's cunning smile and finally understood just what she felt was so amusing. This Library Pavilion was not easy to enter. If one couldn't unravel this enchantment, then it was impossible to go deeper. It wasn't strange for this type of situation to occur. In any other sect, core inheritances could not be casually taught to whoever wished to learn them. Moreover, the higher a disciple's cultivation, the greater authority they had. But to Lin Ming, this enchantment wasn't anything at all. As long as one understood the divine dream law, they could easily part this chaotic divine dream energy and walk in unimpeded. With just a thought, the divine dream energy around Lin Ming parted like a current of water around a rock. He strode deeper into library pavilion. He went in? Granny Mirage, who had been secretly observing Lin Ming this entire time, was surprised. If one wished to enter this enchantment, they had to rely upon their ability to utilize the divine dream law. Otherwise, if one were to use brute force to rush in, they would receive a counterattack from the enchantment. She thought that Lin Ming would rely on his deep foundation and formidable strength to hurl himself deep into library pavilion. If he did so, he would be ruthlessly ejected backwards by library pavilion's array formation. But she never imagined that Lin Ming would revolve the divine dream law and easily enter deeper into library pavilion. For 100 days, Lin Ming had studied the divine dream jade slip by himself. Without a teacher to guide him and without any spirit source, he was actually able to understand some of the intricate mysteries of the divine dream law. Granny Mirage felt this was unbelievable. Were there people in this world that had talent of such a degree? As Lin Ming slowly walked through, he would look at the jade slips around him. Every now and then he would stop and meditate over one for some time. Soul-shifting art? On one jade slip, Lin Ming found an arcane skill called the soul-shifting art. This technique was used to seize the bodies of others. It could help a soul that had lost its mortal shell to seize a new body. To a soul that lost its body, seizing a new body was not the best choice at all. This was because the body and soul would not fit together, and if the two were forcibly fused, both the body and soul would suffer damage. Thus, seizing the body of another was something that couldn't be casually done. And this technique was to support the seizing of a body. It could reduce the negative side effects of seizing a body to a minimum. This was an arcane skill developed by an ancient Empyrean. Although it didn't have any striking power, it didn't have any supportive effect on cultivation, and it definitely wasn't on the level of a transcendent divine might. The rank was still extremely high. In particular, to a soul that had lost its mortal body, this was a priceless treasure. Lin Ming certainly didn't need it, but he knew two soul forms that did, Demon Shine and Mo Evers now. Lin Ming held gratitude towards both of them. In the past, he had also promised to help them find a suitable mortal body. This soul-shifting art had simply come at the perfect time. Miss Mo. I understand. Let's both remember this cultivation method. When we return to the Sky Spill continent, you can fulfill your promise to Demon Shine about restoring him to a body. The situation with Mo Eversnow's body was not easy to solve, but Demon Shine's situation was much easier. Demon Shine's cultivation wasn't too high in the past. Lin Ming guessed that in human terms, Demon Shine had once been between the Divine Transformation and Divine Lord realms. Looking for a body for Demon Shine in the Divine Realm wasn't difficult at all. Although the soul-shifting art was a very high-level ability, it wasn't complex at all. Lin Ming was able to fully understand this technique in about a dozen days. Then, Lin Ming continued walking deeper into Library Pavilion, perceiving more and more the deeper in he went. A month later, Lin Ming finally entered the middle regions of Library Pavilion. Here, the divine dream enchantment was even more formidable than the one on the outer edges. Still, with Lin Ming's understandings of the divine dream law, unraveling it wasn't difficult at all. All of this fell into Granny Mirage's eyes, making her even more surprised. She simply couldn't imagine how Lin Ming had managed to learn the divine dream law to such a degree. What the hell? This brat can actually enter the middle regions of Library Pavilion. After Lin Ming entered the outer area of Library Pavilion, Granny Mirage had been forced to admit that Lin Ming's talent was amazing. She had convinced herself that he had entered due to his ridiculous perception. Even so, she never thought that after entering the outer areas of Library Pavilion, Lin Ming would proceed to casually stroll into the middle regions. This perception was much higher than what she had assumed before. He had been able to reach this level of understanding by studying the divine dream law on his own? Was this the degree of perception that a true genius possessed? 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. From the outer region of Library Pavilion, to the middle regions, and finally nearing the central region, Lin Ming continued to walk deeper and deeper. By reading the various jade slips in Library Pavilion that were filled with a wealth of unimaginable knowledge, and also simultaneously resisting the divine dream enchantment all around here, this was a form of tempering Lin Ming's divine soul. Who? Lin Ming stepped into the third-level enchantment barrier of Library Pavilion. This was also the central region of Library Pavilion. Here, Lin Ming could feel a deep pressure on him. Even so, he only needed to adjust himself for some time before continuing onwards. In order to avoid being too exaggerated, Lin Ming deliberately faked a weakened appearance. His forehead was wet with sweat and his breathing was also loud. Even though Lin Ming was intentionally putting on an act, as if he found this enchantment difficult to resist, Granny Mirage still found this hard to accept. At the start, Granny Mirage had been surprised. But now, she was shock-numb. She could only sum all of this up to Lin Ming's monstrous talent. Even though Granny Mirage didn't like Lin Ming, she couldn't help but acknowledge his talent. Within the entire divine realm, perhaps only Xiao Maxian could compare with him. Like this, Lin Ming stayed in Library Pavilion for 150 days. With the additional 100 days of perceiving the Divine Dream Jade slip again, nearly a year had passed in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. He began to prepare himself to leave Divine Dream Heavenly Palace and return to the lower realms. After reaching the Divine Sea Realm, making a breakthrough in his cultivation wasn't something he needed to hurry. Entering the Divine Transformation Realm at 40 wasn't too late. The most important things he needed to do now were to consolidate his foundation and understanding of laws. With that, his future cultivation would be a flat road, smooth and unimpeded. Granny Mirage, this junior bids his farewells. I thank Granny Mirage for attending to me for the past year. As Frost Dream and Divine Dream were still closed up in seclusion, Lin Ming could only say goodbye to Granny Mirage. Granny Mirage's withered face twitched several times, her complexion not too good. Facing this monstrous genius Lin Ming, she simply didn't know what to say. Before, she had thought that Lin Ming had come to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace because he was some pervert with a dastardly plot, but only later did she realize that he really was studying the Divine Dream Law. His talent had far surpassed her level of understanding, it was simply indescribable. In truth, Granny Mirage also felt that Lin Ming had other secrets on him. But, no matter how rich her imagination was, she would never have thought about the magic cube. After all, the magic cube itself was an enigma. She only guessed that Lin Ming had some special treasures on his body that increased his perception several times over, otherwise this was too unbelievable. Clenching her teeth, Granny Mirage removed a ring from her finger and coldly said, "This is for you from Divine Dream." Lin Ming's thoughts stirred and he directly took the ring. Since Empyrean Divine Dream wanted him to take this, he wouldn't be rude. As he couldn't see her, Lin Ming bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior, and please thank Empyrean Divine Dream on behalf of this junior. This junior will leave now." As he said this, Lin Ming turned into a beam of blue light and flew away. Granny Mirage was left behind in a stunned daze. It was only after a long time that her dour expression reappeared. She mumbled to herself, "The youths of this era are becoming increasingly dreadful. This Lin Ming is a devil come to life. This perception is simply unimaginable." Chapter 1335. Primordial Epoch Spirit Root. Chapter 1335. Primordial Epoch Spirit Root. After leaving Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming sank his thoughts into the spatial ring that Granny Mirage had given him. There was only a single jade card within. This jade card was marked with the aura of Empyrean Divine Dream. Upon further inspection, he could confirm that this was a protective talisman. Lin Ming's talent was amazingly high and his future achievements were without limit. The only problem was that he had yet to grow. Thus, Empyrean Divine Dream had used a bit of her own aura to make a protective talisman in order to help Lin Ming defend himself in certain situations. But, this sort of protective talisman could only be used once. Even so, a talisman that could get him out of a dire situation just once was more than enough. At other times, Lin Ming had to rely on himself to survive the trials and tribulations he had to pass. This was how a genius had to grow. They had to rely on themselves to slaughter their way along the bloody path that led to the peak of all martial arts. If they lost, they would perish and turn into ash. Empyrean Divine Dream is quite generous to me. Lin Ming was grateful. Empyrean Divine Dream was not his friend or family or much related to him in any other way. For her to treat him in such a manner was already an extremely high form of benevolence. Of course, Lin Ming also knew that the reason Empyrean Divine Dream had done so was because of the upcoming great calamity. Now, before Lin Ming returned to the Sky Spill continent, he first had to look for a body for Demonshine. This wasn't difficult for the current Lin Ming. Demonshine was originally a demon beast of the demon race. All he needed to do was find a suitable vicious beast of the demon race and then help fuse them together with the soul-shifting art. Miss Mo, where in the divine realm are there the most demon beasts and also the strongest demon beasts? Lin Ming asked. If you are looking for demon beasts, then that would be Demon Dawn World. That is also the world which Empyrean Demon Dawn rules over. There are the most demon races there. Ogres, imps, Goliaths, if they are added together, there are more demons than there are humans in Demon Dawn World. Even Empyrean Demon Dawn himself has some blood relationship to the demon race. Demon Dawn World, isn't that the great world Tianmingzi is at? Lin Ming recalled that the Skydark Holy Lands which Tianmingzi founded was located at the Demon Dawn World. Yes, he is the great world king of Demon Dawn World. Even though Mo Evers now usually had an indifferent character, she found it hard to remain tranquil when speaking about Tianmingzi. She hated him to the marrow of her bones. Demon Dawn World, during these past years, Lin Ming had looked up materials on the Skydark Holy Lands. The Skydark Holy Lands had a population of around 2 trillion disciples. 2 trillion disciples sounded like an extremely high number, but the truth was that with humanity's ability to multiply, in addition to the long lifespan of martial artists, populations grew at an exponential rate. To break through 2 trillion people was easy. Among these people, those with poor talent were sent out to handle the various countless industries of the Skydark Holy Lands. Only those with superb natural talent were able to stay at the true Skydark Holy Lands. A great world king Holy Land was similar to a super-massive divine kingdom. It was unimaginably huge. Let's go to Demon Dawn World first and look for a body for Demonshine. Lin Ming had already purchased his own spirit ship. As long as he used enough violet sunstones, he could use void shuttling. Going to Demon Dawn World would only take several months. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry. He used his travel time to digest the many comprehensions he gained during his stay at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Like this, Lin Ming entered a deep ethereal state. All sorts of divine dream marks flowed around his body. With all of his concentration invested in training, Lin Ming couldn't sense the passing of time. Soon, 3 months passed. It was only when Lin Ming had a sudden feeling in his mind that his eyes flashed. It was as if certain changes were occurring in his body. Lin Ming, what is it? Mo Evers now asked Lin Ming, soul to soul. Miss Mo, I feel that after using the magic cube to comprehend the divine dream law for so long, there seems to be some special relation that has formed between my divine soul and the magic cube. I might be able to barely borrow the strength of the magic cube, maybe just a little bit. Before now, Lin Ming had never been able to activate the magic cube. Only Mo Evers now had this ability. But all that was left over of Mo Evers now was her divine soul. If she were to stimulate the magic cube just once, that would consume far too much of her remaining soul force. It would cause her to fall into yet another deep slumber. If the consequences were serious, she would burn through her soul and die. You can prompt the movement of the magic cube. Mo Evers now was shocked and then immediately overjoyed. If Lin Ming could feel a tiny bit of the magic cube's strength during the Middle Divine Sea realm, then once he entered the Divine Lord or Holy Lord realm, he would be able to stimulate even more of its strength. This meant that during an all-out life or death battle, Lin Ming's killing ability would be incomparably terrifying. At that time, perhaps even a World King powerhouse could be directly torn apart by Lin Ming's magic cube, with their souls shattered for all of eternity. Putting forth the magic cube to kill my enemies is impossible at this moment, but I can change some of the circulating energies within my divine soul with it. Although this was only a little progress, it was still a good start for Lin Ming. As more time passed, Lin Ming would be able to develop more and more of the magic cube's strength. As Mo Evers now and Lin Ming were talking, the spirit ship suddenly shook. They arrived at Broad World. This was the Demon Dawn Great World. As one of the few first-order worlds of the Divine Realm's 3,000 Great Worlds, the central continent of the Demon Dawn Great World was 10 times larger than the central continent of the true Martial Great World. In front of this massive mainland, even a planet was nothing more than a tiny speck of sand, not worthy of mentioning at all. Above this great mainland were countless martial arts sects and martial arts families. Moreover, the Empyrean-level influence, Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, was also situated here. This could truly be called a land of countless masters. The background of this land was unimaginable. Demon Dawn Great World was one of the several absolute strongest great worlds in the Divine Realm. It was only inferior to some worlds, such as the Buddha Glory Great World where Mount Patala was located. Of course, these countless top sects had no relation to Lin Ming. His goal for coming here was only to enter Demon Dawn Jungle. Demon Dawn Jungle was filled with countless demon beasts. Lin Ming wanted to capture a dog-type demon beast that was far more formidable than Demon Shine's original body. He also wanted the demon beast's martial talent to be much higher. This could be considered his thanks to Demon Shine for all of his help. If it weren't for Demon Shine, then Lin Ming would never have been able to pass through the ancient transmission array and go to the Holy Demon Continent. Even during his adventures at Skysplit Tower, he might have perished when facing the Polaris Tower Master's plot to plant a slave seal in him. However, wanting to find a demon beast in Demon Dawn Jungle with high martial talent that wasn't too old and was also suitable to Demon Shine wasn't easy at all. Lin Ming spent 5 days searching without any harvests at all. There were only some demon beasts of lesser quality that he didn't bother choosing. On the 6th day, Lin Ming was still searching for a dog-type demon beast. But at this moment, from not too far away, he could feel some strange true essence fluctuations faintly coming out from some distance in the jungle. These true essence fluctuations did not come from vicious beasts but from humans. Within Demon Dawn Jungle, there were often many martial artists that came to adventure and temper themselves. Some came to enhance their fighting ability, and some came to kill vicious beasts to use their bodies' materials. Lin Ming had encountered this situation many times already. But because of his excellent soul strength, he had always discovered the other party ahead of time. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, there are 8 people in total, all at the Divine Sea Realm. They are separated by the thick foliage and atmosphere in this jungle, but I can still clearly feel their auras and hear their words. Lin Ming had spent over a year cultivating the divine dream law. As the divine dream law grew stronger, his three essences as one also reached new heights, and his senses had already become increasingly sharp and wide. In the future, if Lin Ming was able to train all of his cultivation systems to a similar height, then that would usher in a qualitative change in his strength. Of course, this wasn't easy at all. Empyrean Divine Dream had said that within the 33-layered heavens, there were three major races: humanity, the saints, and the spiritas. Among these three races, humans were most suited to the essence-gathering system. In the divine realm this was especially so. Those who attempted to practice the soul-forging system would be beset with all sorts of difficulties. Lin Ming quietly hid himself away. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to have any contact with people from Demon Dawn Great World, lest there be complications that came up. Senior Apprentice Brother Luo, we've searched for a month and yet we haven't found a hint of the primordial epic spirit root. I think that we are just doing nothing at all. Demon Dawn Jungle is too big. For us to look for something the size of a palm here is no different from looking for a tiny needle in the vast ocean. Don't complain. Although the chances of us finding it aren't too great, there are still many of us looking together. This is the reason why our Skydark Holy Lands sent out 1 million disciples all over Demon Dawn Jungle to carefully search for it. For those that can find it, unimaginable rewards and glorious merits await. You should know that this primordial epic spirit root contains a trace of chaos energy. Using it to temper the body is extremely beneficial. I really have no idea who this thing would be used for once it's found, but my guess is that it's for Senior Apprentice Brother Nether Limitless. As this Senior Apprentice Brother Luo spoke, his face was full of envy. He was only an inner court disciple. The difference in status between him and Nether Limitless was like the heavens and earth. I don't think that's true. The elders might have another use for it. But what I think is strange is that for the last 1,000 years, Master Ancestor has been collecting all sorts of heavenly materials, and over 90% of them have been body transformation type medicines. I wonder what they are for. Could Master Ancestor be thinking of dual cultivating body and energy? The inner court disciple blabbed. Without a doubt, the one he was speaking about was the true master of the Skydark Holy Lands, Tian Mingzi. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming felt his heart turn cold. People from the Skydark Holy Lands? It seemed that enemies truly did cross paths often. Primordial epic spirit root? Could it be the rare heaven and earth spirit root that is said to contain a hint of primal chaos energy from the forming of the universe? This sort of spirit root has unimaginable advantages to those that cultivate the body transformation technique. If I can obtain it, then perhaps I can open the gate of death in a single go. At that time, I will have opened all of the 8 inner hidden gates and can finally start walking towards the boundary of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. But what I find strange are the words that disciple just said. Tian Mingzi has been searching for body transformation medicines all this time? Could it be that he wants to switch into dual body and energy cultivation? Although Mo Evers now hated Tian Mingzi to the bone, even she couldn't help but give him a high appraisal. Whether it was his ruthlessness, his talent, or his machinations, all of it left others dreading in his wake. In the past, Mo Eversnow's grandfather, a great world king of no trifling status, had also been plotted to death by Tian Mingzi. Tian Mingzi shouldn't be dual cultivating body and energy. Mo Evers now immediately denied this possibility. Those that choose the path of dual cultivating body and energy must start as early as possible. Otherwise, once one forms their spirit body during life destruction, wanting to start the process would be beyond difficult. Lin Ming, You have had a great deal of lucky chances, and you even started dual cultivating body and energy at a very early time during your road of martial arts, and yet you have encountered all sorts of difficulties to reach where you are now. Tian Mingzi would never do something so difficult and thankless. Then who is he searching for body transformation medicines for? Could it be Nether Limitless? That's an even greater impossibility. Mo Evers now immediately refuted. I have an extremely deep understanding of Tian Mingzi. In his heart, there was no one more important than him. Even the lives of thousands or millions are less important than a single fingernail. If he were to waste so much time and effort to do something, it has to be for himself. Then Lin Ming frowned. He never imagined that during this trip to Demon Dawn Jungle, he would run into disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands. Moreover, he had even obtained news of the primordial epic spirit root. With such a precious worldly spiritual object before him, how could he miss it? Chapter 1336, 9 Stars Heaven Pill. Chapter 1336, 9 Stars Heaven Pill. Lin Ming found it strange that the Skydark Holy Lands had bin searching for body transformation medicines for such a long time. Even when he joined the Divine Realm first martial meeting, the number of body transformation martial artists he saw was unbelievably low. There was actually only Shirku. Shirku had a tremendous fortuitous encounter in a mystic realm and managed to eat a dragon turtle egg. This was something even superior to Lin Ming's supreme dragon bone. But by just relying on body transformation technique alone, it wasn't able to give him the ability to defy the heavens' will. He eventually lost his battle against White King. When cultivating body transformation technique, the rewards were disproportional to the amount of resources and effort required. But to Lin Ming this wasn't a question at all. He was someone who cultivated the concept of the 33-layered heavens as well as triple essence, energy, and divine. He would have to cultivation the body transformation technique sooner or later. As Lin Ming was thinking out loud, a sound-transmitting talisman lit up in front of the several Skydark Holy Land disciples. After hearing the message, a disciple frowned. Those wandering cultivators are in trouble again. Another group was devoured by demon beasts and annihilated. Another disciple who received the message said, "This is what happens to those casual cultivators. What do you expect? Demon Dawn Jungle is too dangerous for the likes of them, but there isn't anything else that can be done. Demon Dawn Jungle is simply too big. By just relying on us alone, it is impossible to search for what we're looking for. There is no choice but to recruit some scattered cultivators to help. At the very least, they can serve as cannon fodder for us." As these people spoke, Lin Ming's thoughts moved. He had originally been thinking of quietly following these people, but now that he discovered they had hired scattered cultivators to assist them, he could mix in with them honestly and openly. Lin Ming began to quietly revolve the appearance-changing technique he learnt at Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Then, his appearance began to change. He became shorter, skinner, and his handsome appearance became much more ordinary. As for his cultivation, there was no need to conceal it. There was no way a middle divine sea realm cultivation could attract anyone's attention. Like this, Lin Ming began to walk towards the others. "Halt, who goes there?" The head disciple was a skinny and bald youth. After he saw Lin Ming, he directly extracted his weapon. His appearance could be considered handsome, but there was a long scar across his face, lending him a somewhat fierce appearance. Lin Ming glanced over the clothes of these disciples. The disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands all wore similar unified robes. Lin Ming cupped his fists together and said with a smile, "So it's the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands. I am a wandering cultivator that just happened to hear that the Skydark Holy Lands has been recently searching for wandering cultivators to search for a treasure. I was wondering if there is such a matter? The bald youth looked over Lin Ming. Lin Ming was at the middle divine sea realm, but because he was hiding his inner world on purpose, it was impossible to tell how solid his foundation was. This was standard procedure for wandering cultivators. The bald youth's eyes flashed with a hint of contempt. He took out an identification plate from his spatial ring and tossed it towards Lin Ming. Take this identification plate. You'll receive daily missions, and you can also find the others to work with them. This identification plate will record your day's trip, and then you can go to a branch division of the Skydark Holy Lands to receive your rewards. If you discover the primordial epic spirit root, then this identification plate will automatically disintegrate and send a message to us. At that time, you'll have done a great merit and you will be generously compensated. Don't try to play any tricks either. The primordial epic spirit root has a mind of its own. It's not something that you can control. The bald youth lazily said. Towards a wandering cultivator like Lin Ming, he didn't care too much. If this sort of person entered Demon Dawn Jungle, chances were they would die soon enough. In other words, they were cannon fodder. Search well. If you work hard enough, then perhaps you can even enter the Skydark Holy Lands and become a caretaker disciple. The bald youth put out another enticing reward. To many cultivators, this was a fatal attraction. The bald youth believed that this alone would leave Lin Ming extremely excited and energetic. Caretaker disciple. Lin Ming traced his nose. A caretaker disciple was honestly speaking a servant. This sort of person wouldn't receive any resources at all. Even if one was a caretaker disciple of the Skydark Holy Lands, what use would that be? They would simply be worked to death. At this time, Mo Eversnow said to Lin Ming, "The Demon Dawn Great World has powerhouses like clouds. Moreover, because the majority of people here are from the various demon races, the situation is very chaotic. Even a divine transformation powerhouse wouldn't dare to openly go out in the wild. Killing someone and stealing their goods is far too common. As for those wandering cultivators and those from small sects, it is extremely difficult for them to maintain their lives. As for cultivating, that is even more difficult. To most people, they simply do not possess the wealth required to travel to different worlds, thus being able to join the Skydark Holy Lands is something worth celebrating. At the very least they will have some sense of safety. And even if they are only given the lowest level inheritances of the Skydark Holy Lands, those are still incomparably precious treasures. The vast majority of people have no decent inheritances at all." I see. Lin Ming sighed with emotion. It was truly challenging for a low-level martial artist of the divine realm to cultivate. He only had to think of Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's experiences to understand a little of it. As a result, Lin Ming suddenly put on an extremely happy expression of joyful anticipation. He said to the bald youth, "Then I will have to ask senior apprentice brother to guide me." The bald youth was satisfied by Lin Ming's reaction. He beckoned with his hand, "Then come with us. Consider yourself lucky today. We'll lead you for now." As Lin Ming was searching for the primordial epic spirit root in Demon Dawn Jungle, deep within the Skydark Holy Lands, in a sealed dimension realm, there was a pale-skinned man sitting on a blood-colored altar. His hair was inky black and his looks were very delicate and pretty. He looked just over 20 years old. The blood-red altar he sat on was towering above a red sea. Angry waves surged about the altar, splashing crimson water drops into the air, as thick and heavy as blood. Within the endless sea of blood all around, there were actually countless bizarre and grotesque creatures trying to struggle free. Of these creatures, some had wings, some had curved horns, some were covered with scales, and some were patterned all over with mystical runes. They looked just like the monstrous demons of countless legends. The endless demons struggled in this sea of limitless blood, roaring about. This scene truly left one's scalp tingling with fear. As for the man sitting atop the stone altar, he was as still as a statue. After some time, the fog suddenly condensed in front of this man, forming into a man in a black robe. This man was wrapped in a black cloak, making it impossible to clearly make out his appearance. His entire body exuded a strange aura, like he wasn't a human at all. Tianmingzi, it's been such a long time, and yet you still haven't refined the 9-star heaven pill? The black-cloaked man's voice was icy and heartless, as hard and grating as metal. The youthful-looking man opened his eyes, revealing blood-red dual pupils as bright as the stars. He had 2 pupils in each eye. These were the inborn dual pupils. In history, legends stated that those born with inborn dual pupils were often great figures of their time. Sometimes they were heroes, and sometimes they were villains. 9-star heaven pill. Tianmingzi's lips curved up in a smile. From looks alone, Tianmingzi looked like a delicate and pretty youth in his prime, not some old monster that had already lived for 100,000 years. 6 billion years ago, the 9-star heaven pill was able to help humans break through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. How could such a pill be easy to refine? Even if you put forth the complete list of materials, many of them would be nearly impossible to find. There hasn't been enough time. Even so, I have prepared the primal chaos pill for you to open the gate of death. Tianmingzi's voice was pleasant, just like a soft spring breeze. 9-star heaven pill. 6 billion years ago, that was the wondrous medicine that helped humanity break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. But now, under the suppression of the divine realm's heavenly Tao laws, even with the 9-star heaven pill, it was impossibly difficult for a human to break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. But this was not a problem to the black-cloaked man, because he wasn't a human to begin with. And the reason he wanted the 9-star heaven pill was not to break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Primordial chaos pill is still insufficient to restore my strength. In order to pass through the God-lamenting wall, I had to damage my cultivation, and I must take pills on the level of the 9-star heaven pill to restore myself. Tianmingzi, do not forget that it is I who gave you all that you have today. 50,000 years ago, you failed in your mission to capture the magic cube. I hope that there will not be another accident now. The reason I failed to obtain the magic cube was not because of me. At that time I already warned you that the time was not yet right, and yet you insisted on acting. As for your masters, they are unable to cross the God-lamenting wall. With myself as the main force, how did you expect me to defeat a great world king? Tianmingzi rose, his voice faint. Humph, back then the existence of the magic cube had been noticed by some powerful individuals. The verdant feather world king, from the very start, had never been able to understand just how valuable the magic cube was. Thus his blockade on the news wasn't tight enough, and it began to slowly leak out. If that continued, then the magic cube would have certainly fallen into the hands of an Empyrean. At that time, it would have been even more impossible to take. There was no choice but to seize it ahead of time. This matter has already passed many years ago, there is no need to continue discussing it. The imperative matter now is to refine the 9-star heaven pill and restore my strength as soon as possible. Then, you and I can join together to exterminate those 6 people. The Saint God has already determined that those 6 individuals are barriers preventing my saint race from ruling the divine realm. In particular, Lin Ming, Xiaoma Xian, and Frost Dream. We must kill those 3 no matter the consequences. That is the highest level order that I have received. Tianmingzi chuckled. He turned his head, his blood-red pupils staring at the black-cloaked man. Frost Dream and Xiaoma Xian, the 2 of them come from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace and Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. Killing those 2 is as difficult as ascending to heaven. For me to attempt to do so is a death wish. The most I can do is help you kill Lin Ming. That is the limit of what I can do. Now, I have sent out people to secretly search for the primordial epic spirit root and also search for Lin Ming's whereabouts. Unfortunately, I heard that he entered Divine Dream Heavenly Palace over a year ago. As for Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, there is a barrier surrounding it for a 1,000,000-mile radius. I do not dare to send anyone to spy. In other words, it is impossible for me to find any news on Lin Ming. Even I would not know if he had left Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Lin Ming had ridden a spirit ship and launched the Great Void Shift as soon as he left Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. If Tian Mingzi's people were over 1,000,000 miles away, it would simply be impossible for them to sense anything. Within Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming had absolute safety. But, no matter what Tian Mingzi imagined, he would never have thought that Lin Ming was actually in Demon Dawn Jungle, searching for the primordial epic spirit root along with the disciples of his Skydark Holy Lands. At this time, within Demon Dawn Jungle, nighttime was approaching. Lin Ming followed the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands back to their camp. During their entire day's search, they hadn't found anything at all. Although nighttime didn't affect martial artists' vision, Demon Dawn Jungle became far more dangerous at night. Even the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands would easily perish during this time, thus they could only return. Chapter 1337 Eavesdropping. Chapter 1337 Eavesdropping. We still haven't found it, but that is also reasonable. The primordial epic spirit root possesses its own wisdom. If we want to find it, it won't be easy. But that is unimportant. Our Skydark Holy Lands have sent out 1,000,000 disciples as well as countless other wandering cultivators. Finding the primordial epic spirit root is something that will happen sooner or later. Still, there is another matter that I'm afraid won't be so easy to complete. The bald youth thoughtfully said. Many of those present simply didn't know what this other matter was. It's fine, you can all go now. The bald youth waved his hand, sending the outer court disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands as well as the outer court disciples to rest. Wait, you right there, what was your name? The bald youth pointed at Lin Ming. Reporting to senior apprentice brother, my surname is Duanmu Kun. Lin Ming casually gave out Duanmu Kun's name. Duanmu Kun was a fae from the Holy Demon Continent. Duanmu Kun, your performance was good today. Although your cultivation methods are rough and your foundation isn't too solid, you can be considered quite good for a wandering cultivator. Tomorrow you can join our group. In the process of searching for the primordial epic spirit root, they had inevitably experienced bitter battles with some roaming packs of demon beasts. The bald youth had originally planned to use Lin Ming as cannon fodder and sacrifice him, but they never thought that Lin Ming would live by relying on his own ability. Not just that, but he even possessed the strength to kill several strong demon beasts. This surprised the bald youth a little. Out of all the wandering cultivators he had met in these past days, Lin Ming was definitely the strongest one. Thus, the bald youth dispelled any notion of sending Lin Ming to his death. Instead, he decided to bring Lin Ming into his squad. At a critical moment, Lin Ming could be a decent help, and in dangerous situations, he could even be used as a shield to save the strength of his team as much as possible. Well done. After all this is over, I will petition the sect to accept you as a caretaker disciple. The bald youth patted Lin Ming's shoulder, once again putting forth this sweet enticement. Lin Ming faked an overjoyed expression. He cupped his hands across his chest and said, "Thank you very much for recognizing me, senior apprentice brother. I only hope I can live up to your expectations." "Haha, well said," the bald youth said, his face full of smiles. But, in his heart he was actually thinking, these wandering cultivators are far too easy to trick. They are nothing but ant-like characters that struggle on the edge of death every day. Just a tiny advantage can lure them to cross seas of fire or water. This fellow wants to become a disciple of my Skydark Holy Lands? He needs to live through this first. As Lin Ming and the others went to rest, the bald youth and the several other core disciples gathered in the main hall of the camp. These people were all secret disciples of Tianmingzi. Although they were secret disciples, it was extremely difficult for them to see Tianmingzi, much less receive his guidance. But, compared to ordinary disciples, their status was much higher. In the Skydark Holy Lands, Tianmingzi was the one and only king. This was like a mortal nation where all power and authority was controlled by the emperor. Even a distant relative was still a royal relative, who would dare to offend them. As the several of them gathered in the main hall, one of them took out an array disc from their spatial ring. Then, they took out a violet crystal and inserted it into the array disc, creating an enchantment in the space above. The enchantment of this array disc was able to isolate the senses of outsiders to avoid spies. It was extremely secure. Even a Divine Lord Realm martial artist would find it hard to break through. Moreover, once the enchantment was broken, the array disc would react and alert everyone. This was an essential item for the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands to discuss important matters. The space enchantment flickered. Within it, the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands never imagined that a faint strand of divine dream energy would infiltrate their security, clearly observing their conversation. After cultivating the divine dream law to now, Lin Ming's soul force had become incomparably powerful. Although his senses couldn't cut through space, it wasn't difficult to break through this sort of enchantment. Lin Ming could see that these young disciples were at least at the core level of the Skydark Holy Lands. There were many things that they must be privy to, especially about the primordial epic spirit root. They might even know why Tianmingzi was collecting so many body transformation medicines. The primordial epic spirit root is truly difficult to find. After the enchantment spread out, a disciple began to complain. That is normal. The primordial epic spirit root isn't easy to deal with to begin with. Even if we find it, we cannot act rashly. Luckily, the sect has sent out many disciples, and we can form a giant sealing array to lock it in. There is also a massive number of wandering cultivators that we can use as cannon fodder. If we can obtain the primordial epic spirit root, that will absolutely be a great contribution. We will obtain endless rewards from the sect. There might even be a small chance for us to study the transcendent divine might of our Skydark Holy Lands. As the disciples heard the term transcendent divine might, all of them were extremely excited. Although the Skydark Holy Lands' transcendent divine might was incomplete to an extreme degree, it was still an inheritance that would cause one's blood to boil with desire. I wonder just what Honorable Master has been planning recently. Not only does he want us to find precious body transformation medicines, but he even wants us to search for Lin Ming's whereabouts. This Lin Ming came in second place at the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. But even though he came second, the truth is that he is more or less on the same level as the first place Frost Dream. It could even be said that within the Divine Sea Realm, he is the #1 young elite of the entire Divine Realm. Compared to him, Elder Senior Apprentice Brother just can't compare at all. As they discussed the plan to search for the primordial epic spirit root, one of them suddenly changed topics to Lin Ming. Lin Ming was startled. Looking for me. Lin Ming didn't believe that Tianmingzi was searching for him because he wanted to drink some tea and ask him if he wanted to join the Skydark Holy Lands. As Lin Ming thought of this, he realized that there was a possibility that Tianmingzi had discovered his relation with Mo Evers now. He might have even guessed that the magic cube was in his body. That was undoubtedly dangerous to him. Once news of the magic cube was revealed, there might be no place for him to take shelter beneath the heavens. Lin Ming took a deep breath, calming himself down. He rapidly recalled every moment where he might have revealed his identity. Miss Mo, could Tianmingzi have seen some clue from the Celestial Tyrant Manual? Lin Ming had used the Celestial Tyrant Manual's 100-layered waves in the first martial meeting. And the Celestial Tyrant Manual was an inheritance of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. No. Mo Evers now shook her head. The Celestial Tyrant Manual was originally an inheritance stored away by the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. In the entire Verdant Feather Holy Lands, there was no one besides me who cultivated it. Even Tianmingzi was no exception. He simply doesn't know just what it is like to cultivate the Celestial Tyrant Manual. Moreover, the Celestial Tyrant Manual is an ancient body transformation cultivation method passed down from ancient times 3.6 billion years ago. In the divine realm, it might not have been uniquely possessed by the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. However, I cannot confirm this. Lin Ming nodded. He calmed his thoughts and continued to listen on. Do you think that Honorable Master might have realized the secrets on Lin Ming's body? A disciple suddenly asked. The bald youth frowned, coldly saying, Stop carelessly making assumptions. I do not know the reason that Honorable Master is looking for Lin Ming. It might not be to deal with him to begin with. In any case, we only have to follow orders. Above all, this matter must be kept absolutely secret. Lin Ming's current status is too sensitive. We can only inform other core disciples of this. As for those wandering disciples, we cannot divulge this information, otherwise this secret will spread out. Understood. Good. Then we will continue like this. Tomorrow we will look for the primordial epic spirit root again. After the several disciples finished speaking, Lin Ming was lost in his thoughts. Tianmingzi was searching for materials to refine body transformation pills and also searching for his own whereabouts. Just what was he plotting? Lin Ming, Tianmingzi's thoughts are extremely deep and hidden. Even though he was part of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands for so many years, I have never completely understood him. His talent and his strength have always been a mystery, even up until now. He is a highly ambitious character that doesn't move according to common sense. Although I don't know what he wants with you, you cannot allow him to find you. I understand. Before I have the strength to truly struggle with a great world king, I cannot come into contact with Tianmingzi at all. Otherwise, that is simply allowing others to play with my life. Even though he said this, Lin Ming still didn't want to miss out on the primordial epic spirit root. The appearance-changing technique that Lin Ming learnt from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, when used by a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse, could even fool a great world king. Lin Ming could rely on the magic cube to use this technique. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to encounter Tianmingzi here. Thinking like this, Lin Ming sat down and began to meditate. He was always cultivating. Diligence and hard work was one of the required talents of a genius. Night passed without words. Early next morning, the sun shined through the canopy of Demon Dawn jungle, illuminating the endless canopy of trees. The disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands began their missions for the day. Lin Ming went with the bald youth's squad, shuttling back and forth all over the jungle. They encountered packs of vicious demon beasts, but Lin Ming performed well during all of these battles. This surprised the bald youth more and more. Lin Ming's strength was far greater than that of other wandering cultivators. As the squad ventured deeper into Demon Dawn jungle, the surrounding miasma became increasingly thick. In front of them, thick mud began to appear, just like they were wandering into a swamp. This black swamp, the bald youth frowned. According to what he knew, this sort of terrain in Demon Dawn jungle was often infested with ambushing demon beasts. As for the miasma and black swamp, that could block their senses. Thus, walking through this area made one particularly susceptible to sneak attack. One needed a guide to lead one through this area. With a guide, once a danger appeared, everyone else could quickly react and leave. The bald youth looked at Lin Ming. We're going to explore this area. Duanmu-kun, you walk first. An hour from now we'll have Zhong Feng replace you. The Zhong Feng that the bald youth referred to was a very large fellow with a peak late divine sea cultivation. As Lin Ming heard this bald youth's words, his expression stiffened. Without a doubt, leading the way here was the most dangerous position. The bald youth coldly said, "What are you so afraid of? With us behind you, are you scared we'll let you suffer a loss? Moreover, we'll even replace you after a while." Then all right. Several senior apprentice brothers, your reactions must be faster this time. If danger truly appears, then I might not be able to withstand it. Lin Ming said, a bit weakly. Haha, don't worry. The bald youth agreed, smiling. He certainly wanted to preserve Lin Ming's life as far as possible, but this was because Lin Ming was still useful. If there truly was some kind of danger, then he could only abandon Lin Ming. Like this, Lin Ming walked in front of the squad. With his senses, he could sense every single movement in the surrounding 1,000 miles. Not even miasma or the black swamp could hope to stop him. After entering 100 feet into this black swamp, Lin Ming discovered that 100 feet away, there was a powerful python laying in ambush, its large black eyes greedily staring at him. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.